Let me unmute myself. Hey, you guys, can you see me and hear me? My microphone, my like actual this microphone is something happened and it is not working anymore. So I'm having to use just the regular like microphone from my laptop mic that's like built into my laptop. So you will hear background noise until I can get this figured out. But hi, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. I am back, and I do feel a little better, Sherry and Henny. Hey, guys. I do feel a little bit better. So, went to the doctor. What day was it? Whatever day it was that I went to the doctor. I think it was Friday. No, Thursday. It was Thursday when I went to the doctor. Went to the doctor Thursday afternoon or Thursday evening. Got there around about 4 o'clock. And she said that my flu test and COVID test were negative and that I do not have strep. She said that it was probably a viral infection, like some kind of cold, right, that turned into a sinus infection. And she said because I had it for about a week, she's like, well, let's go ahead and just put you on an antibiotic. So she put me on an antibiotic, and I can tell I'm feeling a little better, so that's good. My voice is also sounding a little bit better, and my throat is not as sore. Also, she gave me an antibiotic. You guys can pick and poke fun at me if you would like to, but I have conjunctivitis in both eyes. It started in one, and now it's in the other. And so I also got a prescription for the stink eye. So I do guess, though, however, see, I always thought, here's the thing. Let's talk about pink eye for a minute. I don't think so drained. Oh, God, this is going to be a questionable time to be present. Why? What do you mean it's going to be a questionable time for you to be present, Steph? So here's the thing. I asked the doctor, I'm like, is it true that pink eye comes from poop? And she said, Oh, gotcha. Well, I might have to have a mom juice. I call it mom juice. It's actually just alcohol. Um, anyway, she said that no, that pink eye doesn't necessarily can come from that, mostly because children are dirty creatures, right? They don't wash their hands. But she said there are other bacterial blah blah blahs that can cause it. And if my sinus infection is a bacterial infection, which it is, that's why she gave me an antibiotic, then okay, Sherry. Okay. um that the conjunctivitis is probably just a side issue next to my sickness, because it's all because my head, my ear pressure, all that junk. So she said it's probably combined. So anyway, she did say that the antibiotic, because I'm allergic to like penicillin and those, so she put me on doxycycline or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, she said that would probably take care of it, but um she said that she gave me like a erythromycin or something too, like a gel for my eye, just in case. So I grabbed that too. She'll be fine for a drink. It's mostly I don't even know how to say that. That's a huge problem, but it does slow down absorption of the meds. So I looked on the bottle and it didn't say anything about alcohol. It only said um, not to take this with like antacids and other stomach something medicines. I don't know. I mean, I'll double check and see, but yeah. And this is coffee with peppermint mocha, so nothing boozy in there. Anyway, I want to get back to this trial. So I've been catching, there has been so many things popping off since, and me not being able to go live, and I'm so disastered. Because I want to go live about everything. This trial, right? I've been catching bits and pieces of different witnesses that they've had on there, and I'm like, I wish we could be watching this with my friends. And then there's the whole arrests, the Christopher and Ramon Preciado, or however you say that. I'm too non-Spanish speaking to say that right, and I wish that I could speak with that accent. I just can't. But anyway, um, yeah, there was an arrest in the Savannah, Soto, and Matthew Guerra. See, Guerra. It's. I wish I could say it like it should be said. Guerra. Guerra. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, um, that's popped off. Gypsy Rose is all over the God's green earth, sharing her story. I want to be talking about all that. So, and I got my Ethernet cable and my little adapter Ethernet thing, so hopefully it works. Father and son, like you were saying, yeah, they were the father and son. Um, Now the Christopher is the one that shot the couple. Um, Guerra means war, so it's said a little more roughly. Guerra, Guerra. I can't do it anyway. Um, that's his legit last name though. But anyway, um, yeah, that's such a crazy case, and it's so sad and disturbing because that Savannah chick was only like 18 years old. Um, they think, Steph, that it's drug related. But the Christopher guy is saying self defense. So I don't know. The dad wasn't part of supposedly the death, but he did like help clean up and move the car, which apparently the Savannah and Matthew were shot inside the car, apparently. But anyway, I want to get on with this case though, so we can get it over with and get caught up. I haven't looked to see, but I don't think that they've finished it yet. So, but I noticed that yesterday or that Thursday and Friday were both sort of shorter days. So anyway, cover up. I don't know that. I mean, they said whenever the cops came to the door that the dad answered, and he's like, "I know why you're here. My son's right here. You can talk to him." He didn't like try to run or say it didn't happen or anything like that. But there's supposedly a third perp, and they're thinking either the dad's wife or girlfriend, allegedly. So, but yeah, it's the same word in Portuguese for war, and I've noticed the Latin influx to start with a very guttural G at the beginning. Gah. Yeah, I need lessons. I need lessons in Spanish, and Portuguese would be fun. And French. I've got the Aussie accent down. I'm kidding. I don't by far. And Grace totally doesn't have the Southern accent down, so we're even Stevens, right? But I want to go ahead and start this. So, let me know if I'm coming in loud and clear, because I feel like I'm screaming because I don't have this microphone right in front of my face. Girl, I'm not the one to teach you. Oh, sure you are. Sure you are. We'd have a whole lot of fun. We could have a whole lot of fun. We could. But I'm going to start this so we can get going. And I've already got it set at 1.25 speed. And we're going to pick up right where we left off, which is where, thank you, Sherry, which is where Teresa Black was in the interrogation room, and she had just was crying, and we had talked about how the thanks Henny. We had talked about how the investigators left the room and were coming back, so we're going to start right in there. So let's get started. Okay. And there we go. No, it was my first language growing up, says Steph. But then I never had to use it after I met Matt, so I have rarely spoken it in 18 years. I don't remember any words. Oh my goodness. I would think it's like a bike. It comes back to you easily, I would think. I don't know though. Obviously, I don't have a clue. But okay, I'm going to press play. Here we go. Well, I'll show you. So, this is a copy of the search warrant that we have. If that's how you can send it, I know. But just I want to let you know that we did go through this. Right? You okay? What's your situation like work? Are they gonna freak out because we can't touch you? Come on, what's your story? I'm gonna call you out. All it is, Tita, we're gonna swap inside your cheek, that's it. It's not a coded test, but you see any problem, not like that. I'll put it up your nose, okay? How's your daughter doing? No, and you know, I'm not saying that you have to give her
whole weekend either. No, you're alone. I'm not, you're 17, mine probably ain't the best either, because it's not like I'm out. I don't know.
I did turn the closed captioning on, so hopefully that helps. And they're getting ready to do the DNA swab on her cheeks. I thought you were a mod, Steph. Maybe I handed out wrenches on the days you weren't here. Hold on.
Touch right here. You can find information. That's what's going to go inside this Q-tip. Do you have ID with you?
No. I told the gentleman that you gotta have my identification. So what we're going to do is we're going to send one of these samples to the National Center for Missing Exploited Teens, only because they have a quicker turnaround date. So I'm going to send one also to the Joint Bureau of Investigation just for formality, but they take 3 to 4 months. So, 3 to 4 months. I'm going to leave you with a card when we leave. It has my name, phone number on it. If you change your address, change your phone number, you can call me. because I expect you to answer that call if I call you. Is that fair? Okay. You just want to take off. So, yeah, be gentle with it. You have any questions, Teresa?
What was this, do I need to give my ID to someone or?
I really want to get through all this stuff because the little boy's daddy is on the stand soon. I don't know if it's in this one or the next one.
Like this.
And then there was also a doctor, I think the same doctor that they were talking about, that has a way to quantify how much, I don't know if you guys can hear me over the audio. Let me know if you can't and I'll pause it. But that was talking about the one medical expert that could determine how much of the diphenhydramine and the other one, the Tylenol.
Georgia and Arizona. What you feeling? Really? The weather is crazy. I mean, I don't really mean that, but it's cold. Like for real cold. I'm from Minnesota. Like that close to Canada. And that was cold. No, pretty much 14 there, all right?
No.
Not really, like this, but.
No, no. Yeah, this is what they call it.
You ever went by the middle name Ann?
Yes, that's my original name.
What's your-
My name was Teresa Ann Bailey. When I got married, it was Teresa Bailey Black, and I just
Hey, Tammy.
Okay, what, you go,
Okay, Teresa Ann Bailey.
okay,
So Ann like Bailey's name, I guess.
I get it, so, okay. You whole name Bailey Black at all?
Yeah, no.
That's fine, you understand?
He has an attitude, don't he? He's like, just doing my job. Just doing my job. So, yeah, about the, let me pause it real quick. Well, is this button not working to pause it? Hold on. Okay, there we go. So, on the moderators, with there being a small amount of people in here, I really don't need, I mean, it's nice to have them, but I guess when we get to a point where we have like more people, then I can add more moderators, I guess. But what else was it? What else was it that I was going to say? I agree, Steph. The audio on these are really bad. That's why I'm glad that there is some closed captioning available, because this is like a replay of the actual stream, which does help. But yeah, but I don't not want to play them, because I want to see if there's anything catchable. I want to catch like everything. And hey, Tammy, I'm glad you were able to pop in. Wait, are we watching one of the interviewers watch his own interview? He's so proud of himself. It's actually kind of hot. Like, I'm so good at what I do, and I know when I do it well. You crack me up. Crack me up. Oh, I missed the first part of what you said because I was focused on typing that maybe the court reporter is off duty. Lord have mercy. First part of what I said was about the moderators. Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, I was just saying that because the channel's small right now, I don't really need a lot of moderators. So I guess I'll add them as they're needed. I don't know. And I do have a few others that are moderators, but they're not here right now, so. But anyway, okay. No, you didn't make it awkward at all. Not even a little bit. Promise. Okay. I like this headphone set because it's got this little button that all I have to do is click it and it plays and pauses the actual stream. I like that. Oh, is Mickey here? I don't see Mickey. Where's Mickey? I don't see Mickey. But yeah, Mickey is a mod. Not that Mickey knows how to be a mod. Mickey's just a mod. But she's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm like, don't do nothing unless I tell you to, It's just like, I got a wrench, but I don't know how to use it. Right. Okay. Back to this.
So, maybe not recent, but like 5 years later, were you worried about this day? Someday? Or do you know how it's gonna play out?
Always worried. Always.
You don't worry about that anymore. How about that? Okay? I mean, as far as, you know, in your mind, I don't know, you might want to find someone to talk to, maybe some counseling. I don't know how this affected you, but as far as looking over your shoulder, worrying about your freedom, right now, be a mom to your daughter. Okay?
That's what I'm pretty sure, you know, that our timeline and everything down right. Born and raised in North Carolina. Did you come to Georgia first or did you go to South Carolina first?
I lived in Georgia.
That's when you broke when you came here. To Georgia, I'm sorry, Georgia. Okay. How long have you been here?
Did William ever go to school in Georgia at all?
Homeschooling? Anything? So, was he showing these symptoms that you were saying about being like lethargic and all that while y'all were in North Carolina, or did that happen when y'all got here? How long after y'all got here? So y'all never had to stay in place to that. And was there a point where you were like somewhere for like a week at a time, or was it just like hitting this day to day kind of thing? And before you said something about like having like, you know, cooking the garbage and stuff like that, find something to eat that normally find food for y'all. Did and when William started to
Okay, Tammy.
show these signs, what thought process your head like? Did the homeless shelter that provide y'all food at all, or was this man's shelter?
Oh my goodness, Steph. What in the world?
Did you ever feel any
Hey, Joanna.
or food banks or anything like that? Try to, did you just not know where to go, or just?
I do feel a little better. Yeah.
Yeah, you grow marijuana at the time. You said you could use whatever they would have.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the reason.
Not really sure what.
Like whoever has stuff, like the hotels or something.
Yeah, whatever I was seeing.
Was we there while you were doing this? Was you speaking with somebody?
I can't think of that.
Did you ever see like urgent care or something like that, or like a walk-in place, or the shelter do any type of medical advice or anything, William? You said you're getting a lozenge. You're gonna do that.
Yeah. He was like coughing up like a lot. Most girls like that had to eat, but he wasn't coughing a lot, so I didn't have to like cough or anything like that, and anything like that and stuff. She was, you know.
And once he said he just didn't wake up that morning, he tried reviving.
Should come, you know.
Was it cold out that night? This was in February. Was it cold or whatever?
I know we had jackets on.
You checked your picture up.
And once he realized that, you know, where he should.
Saturday,
for your purpose?
I wanted to with that. At first, I thought we were mad, but then I was really told because whatever, what happened to him, like, I didn't really know what happened to him, but that was my intention, was to tell somebody what happened, and after that, I would say, okay, I have to. Because I know somebody was gonna find him, I had to say something. And then I didn't, at some point where I was like, if I say something now, that's kind of like I did something wrong, and I guess, like you said, I just been waiting for somebody to come and find me. And I know I should have said something. I know I should have said different.
Here we go. You know better. And you survived.
I had to be easy. But
Relieve it, so
ex-boyfriend, ex-boyfriend,
stalking and all that kind of stuff.
not really, he was not actually somebody else died, but he was still the same way, living without seeing him. Yeah, and then my brother gave me a gun, because we'd be in a band, we all went to a joint, like that.
You good?
Go ahead and break.
Yes. All right, is it almost done? We
Yes.
still have a little bit more of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a little.
All right, it is a little before 2. Be back, just 45 minutes, give you all enough time? All right, try to be back by 2:30, 2:45, and same instructions remain in place. Leave the transcripts on your chairs. Thank you.
Okay, hold on a second, guys. It looks like it's close to the end. She says it's like 2. Did they cut a bunch of stuff out?
Can you replay what was played?
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay.
Cameraman still hasn't fixed the.
I guess, like you said, I just been waiting for somebody to come and find me. And I know I should have said something.
That part, that's weird.
Here we go. You know better. And you survived.
I had to be easy.
I mean, if this was all part of that same conversation, the next.
Relieve it, so
Ex-boyfriend, ex-boyfriend,
stalking and all that kind of stuff.
not really, he was not actually somebody else died, but
That's all the jury.
All right, we didn't get to it, it was just the next line.
Okay, so it hadn't happened yet.
I mean, if this was all part of that same conversation,
Okay.
the person,
Skip and make sure we resume at the appropriate place.
All right, and if you need to during lunch, listen to everything on,
There's just a few
the-
minutes left, Your Honor.
listen to whatever's left, and if you have any objection, let me know before they play it. It's much easier to do it that way.
we were listening during the break.
Okay.
A second ago, and I knew it. It did start at the right spot.
Okay,
That's what I was able to hear before we got
Gotcha.
going. It was
Okay.
picked up at a spot I didn't expect.
okay.
So we got there before anything bad.
All right, well, that's good, preemptive strike.
Right. I think I'll form a lunch instruction on redactions, if there have been redactions made. I
Okay,
think we tried to,
I think that would draw attention. I don't know that they've heard anything.
I think this is going to draw attention.
I mean, once they leave for an hour break, and she said a few things about a boyfriend, and just stuff.
she said somebody else died, right? That's what I heard. I wasn't following along with the transcript, but what is the,
That's not in the transcript.
okay. So what statement was played, Mr. Bozarth, that you are specifically objecting to? What did they hear that you think should not have been played?
Right. It began, I believe, with executive quickly saying we're leaving, and then Ms. Black continues her answer. He was an ex-boyfriend, he was actually an ex-boyfriend, we were dating. And quickly says talking and stuff like that, and she said not really, he had started, I guess, dating somebody.
And that's where we stopped.
How is that?
An ex-boyfriend is the person that is involved in a previous case in 1994.
Okay,
So they're talking about that case.
okay, but they don't mention anything about her, was he the victim in that case?
He was.
Yes.
Okay, all right, but they don't mention that, right?
They do the
That's-
next sentence.
Okay.
But the jury hasn't heard anything about that case, anything that would be prejudicial. Where we stop, we can pick up at a new place. They're not gonna notice
Okay.
any change in the conversation. And so, I think we're drawing attention by giving,
Well,
by
I mean, if
telling
he-
them their
he would-
reaction.
I'm just going, I said I was gonna think about it.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
not.
if he, I mean, any potential prejudice would be to the defense. If the defense wants a curative instruction, then, you know, I would consider it. But I kind of agree that I don't think they've heard anything that was essentially prejudicial, as long as I don't go any further. Just the fact that she had an ex-boyfriend and they were dating. Yeah, you know what I mean?
We just haven't told them that there have been skips, so they may be wondering.
I thought we did, because she said redacted, that was outside the presence of the jury.
That's
Okay, all right, well, then we can certainly let them know that I have no problem telling them that it's redacted and parts of it the court previously determined were not admissible, therefore they were taken out, and the only portion they're hearing is what they're supposed to hear, or something along those lines.
I don't even know if I'm requesting that.
Okay, yeah, all right, think about it, that's fine. All right, we'll be in recess till 2:45.
I have no idea, Steph. I don't know what this is about, what they're talking about. This is the first I've heard of it. I don't know. Like, something's wonky. So, and here it says we'll do it at lunch. Well, this video is only 4 hours, and it says day 2. Let me, hold on a second. Let me go. Scandalous, right? I know. Let me go look real quick and see. Because usually there is like a day 2 part 1, day 2 part 2, but I'm not seeing that. I don't think. Hold on. Let me exit this full screen and
How did you feel about this situation?
oh, hold on. Mm. Okay, here we go. Day 2, part 2. Okay, found it. Day 2, part 2. All right, now day 2, part 2. See, volume up. Shouldn't have done that yet. Let me share it here with you guys so you can see it too. Share that. Okay. Make sure the volume is up. Okay. Put this on. Well, I'll tell you right now that even though I've got the Ethernet stuff, okay, it's already on 1.25, okay. We'll turn the subtitles on just in case we need them. But let me just say that I have my Ethernet stuff go, and still, it's very blah, 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 blah. So I'm not liking that. That in turn is telling me that it is not just the internet. Because I have a very good internet. Um, I have like fiber optic. So, granted, the whole house is also using internet streaming at the same time I am. They're like watching TV on tablets and TVs and all the things. But still, anyway, I think it's my laptop because I'm streaming from a MacBook that's like 8 years old. So anywho, all right. So this is on and going. But like, see, whenever I put my mouse here, it takes it a minute for the controls to pop up for me to like, and then like when I drag that red dot across the screen, it like lags hardcore. It don't do that when I'm just watching YouTube, right? But it does it when I'm streaming it. So, but I'm going to scooch on over till we find the spot where we need to be. Just give it a second. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. How far in is it before they actually start, man? I'd say that they've skipped through lunch. Oh, goodness. I just saw somebody's feet. Did you see that? Looks like black men's dress shoes. That's funny. Scooch it on over. Scooch it on over. We're saving about 45 minutes-ish off of the stream, so that's cool already. I just want to get to the spot. But it is being very pokey. And that's very annoying. I don't know what that is. It looks like juror's feet. And that right there looks like a vacuum cleaner or something. Oh. All right. Lord have mercy. Hey, Lee, no worries. Good to see you, Lee. Good to see you, buddy. How are you feeling?
Don't have enough time for lunch? Barely. Okay, I'll give you more time tomorrow. With the morning. Okay, we are ready to proceed. Y'all have we're gonna continue on with the statement of the defendant, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, do y'all remember where you left off on the transcript? Okay. All right,
Yeah, I'm missing a page.
you're missing a page?
I don't know.
Is there a page? So let's find out before we start.
No.
They're not missing a page?
No, Your Honor.
Can you guys approach for a second, real quick?
Yeah.
Can you guys approach? Approach. How are you doing, Lee? How are you on this fine, chilly Saturday? There's Ava, Miss Ava in her pretty fur coat. She's pretty. Sweet Ava. Ava.
Situation. There are parts of the recorded statement that both parties agreed ahead of time are not relevant, and those have been redacted from
Stop
what
that,
you are
Lee.
listening to. So to the extent that it seems to jump a little bit, it's not missing a page, it's just because the irrelevant portions, for this interest of time, have been deleted because you don't need to consider them. Does that help clear up? Okay, very good. Okay.
So those two, the gal that was on the left is Ava, that was sitting back there on that in the gallery. The one on the left was Ava, the very first witness from day one. She was Teresa's best friend back in the day, whenever William was a little boy, when he was still alive. And everybody in the chat agrees that Ava should have been his mother. I wish that Teresa would have just been like, here you go, take him. Because I feel like he would have had a happy, long life. And then the lady on the right-hand side that was sitting beside her, her name is Angelique Hartman or something like that. And she is the journalist who has followed this case since day one. So, okay, back to it. Ava, she reminds me of the black lady from Touched by an Angel. I love that show. Gosh, I forgot about that show, but I used to love that show. Yes. Yes. You know who she reminds me of? I'll have to find her picture. Is if you've been watching the new Night Court series from the throwback from like the 80s Night Court, she reminds me of Gortz or something. Gork, is that her name? Gork. She's like the bailiff chick. But it's the blonde hair, obviously, right? Love that show. Yes. I'm always down for mac and cheese. Ooh, all sorts of stuff, but I do have to do a new menu for afternoons here at Crime Cafe. Oh gosh, Steph, it's on Peacock. It's on Peacock. It is so good. I have there's only one season, and then the second season there's 2 episodes. But it's got some original cast in it. A couple so far. So it's been so good. So good. Love it. Okay. Back to it.
There's a good possibility that after we leave today, we think of something like, oh, you know what, we should ask her, whatever. Would you be able to meet up at some point or wherever? If we need to correct her, not like this, not at house. It's like on your own free will. If you meet somewhere, and if you gotta do that, you're okay with that?
Yes.
But like, and I'll call you first, we'll give you one back. Just make sure. 602-491-3214, you got that phone bill paid?
Yes.
All the way through the month?
Yeah.
You get text message?
Yeah.
So, okay. I want to hear no, I need each phone call, you know what I'm saying? And I have to call you to go back up here and ask for favors.
Okay, now we're.
Okay, all right. I'm comfortable if you will as well.
I can talk to you in here just for a few minutes, get your transportation arranged back to work. Maybe do some more, okay? If you don't hear from us, then we're good for now.
We'll give you a update.
Okay.
Call you.
pass your transcripts down, you do have to collect those records.
Thank you.
And Lieutenant Quigley, after the conclusion of that interview, did you obtain a copy of the recorded video statement from the local police department?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is that the copy you brought back with you here in court?
Yes, ma'am,
Did you prepare a report of your time there in Arizona and what you did on this case?
I did.
And then did you turn over everything to the district attorney's office for further investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Have you had any other part outside from your visit to Arizona in the further investigation of this case?
So a few months later, she was indicted, brought back to DeKalb County. Myself and Investigator McClendon met her at DeKalb County Jail to see if she wanted to provide an additional statement, at which time she did not.
Objection, Your Honor. Let me vote.
Yep.
Hold on.
I was just typing, but I'll go ahead and say it, Steph. The vibe in with the new night court is exactly the same as the old night court. It's exactly the same. I mean, it's like it feels like a hug, you know, it just feels good. I always loved that show when I was young. And so I love it, love it, love it. I've cried a few times watching it. So Steph. That's
Ladies
not
and
good.
gentlemen, I'm going to give you what's called a curative instruction. The defendant has an absolute right to remain silent, doesn't have to give any statement, and law enforcement is not supposed to comment on that. So I'm going to instruct you to completely disregard any response, that question and response.
And Lieutenant Quigley, just to be clear, did you do any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Just did Arizona conclude your investigation?
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Got about 5 questions for you.
Sure.
Should be pretty brief. All right, there was one part in there that she talked about after she woke up and William didn't wake up. She says she shook him and then that she sat there for a day.
Lee says, wonders why I'm not seeing a lot in chat. I'm enjoying it for now, Lee. There's not a lot of people because we're a baby channel over here. Right? We're a baby channel over here. So yeah. I don't expect there to be a lot. And I'm like okay with that for a while. You know, it'll grow naturally and stuff. So I like my little squad. I'll hang on to it as long as it stays little. So okay.
Day. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right, now your involvement began in this case where you said on direct that the DA reached out to you, right?
Correct.
All right. So the DeKalb County Police were no longer leading the investigation, it seems.
It was cold, right?
All right. You said that the DA was excited, is what you testified to.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Miss Black was handcuffed to a table for this interview, right?
Yes.
All right. And at no point during the interview was that handcuff removed.
No, sir.
And Investigator McClendon had her cell phone in his possession.
Correct.
All right. Was there any search warrant for her cell phone or anything like that?
Nothing aware of, no.
Investigator McClendon said that you two were truth seekers, correct?
Yes.
At the time of this interview, well, you had been briefed on the case, correct?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that the witnesses in North Carolina, they'd already been spoken with by investigators, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, at the end of this interview, we all heard her statement together. You did not arrest her.
I did not.
And you say she wasn't indicted until a couple of months later, right?
I believe so, correct.
And until she was indicted by the district attorney, she had never been arrested by DeKalb County Police or otherwise for this case.
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The excuse?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Constance Fisher.
Okay, I don't know who this next witness is. I didn't hear who she said. Constance something. I'm not sure who the next witness is. I do not know. Okay, I see. Sit down there in the little there we go. Lee says, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, I'm just making sure I'm not missing something.
There's a charge on stipulation.
Just got the hard drive.
And we
Dick,
can
so
send
still
that
in
to your
test mode.
office.
No,
Oh,
Caroline has it, she'll pull it for me.
nice, Lee.
All right, so a stipulation is essentially a fact that both parties agreed to is admissible. And the parties in this case, and you're to take this as it is, just like any other proven fact in the case. And the first stipulation that the parties have reached is that on January 14th, 2021, skeletal muscle from the child's remains was submitted to BODE technology for DNA typing, and a DNA profile was obtained. The DNA profile for the child was compared to the known DNA profile of William Harris Hamilton, and the alleged child could not be excluded as the possible biological child of William Harris Hamilton. The results provided moderate support for relatedness. Okay, so that fact is agreed to by both parties.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Lower your hand. For the record, please state and spell your name.
My name is Constance Fisher. I spelled CONSTANCEFISHER.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fisher.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where it is that you're employed?
I'm employed in the DNA casework unit of the Laboratory Division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Quantico, Virginia.
What do you do there?
I am a DNA examiner.
And what type of DNA examination do you perform at the FBI lab?
I perform the regular kind of DNA. You may be familiar with the kinds you're familiar with. That's also what we refer to that as nuclear DNA. I can also do mitochondrial DNA, which is a more specialized type of DNA, as well as Y chromosome DNA.
Your Honor, I believe the parties will stipulate that Ms. Fisher is an expert in DNA analysis,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
and so the state would tender her as such.
And she'll be allowed to testify as an expert in that area.
Tell the jury what DNA is.
DNA is the abbreviation for the chemical name deoxyribonucleic acid. And it's a chemical that's found in the cells of our body that can be thought of as your genetic blueprint. It has all the information for how to build you, what you look like, and how your body works. Everybody has 2 copies of the regular DNA, the nuclear DNA. One copy you get from your mother and one copy from your father. And this means that everyone's nuclear DNA is unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
How is DNA used to distinguish individuals?
Well, most of our DNA is the same. That's what makes us human. So we look at those areas that differ between individuals. For regular or nuclear DNA, we look at what are called short tandem repeats, which will be abbreviated as STRs. These are areas of the DNA where there are short segments of the DNA that are repeated over and over again, and the number of repeats will differ between individuals. The kit we currently use looks at 21 of these STR locations. Previous versions have looked at only 15 STR locations.
How is DNA testing performed in the FBI laboratory?
DNA testing is performed by taking a small section of the evidence, or a cutting or swabbing of the evidence, and putting it into a small test tube. Then chemicals are added to that test tube, and the DNA is extracted and purified away from everything else. We then find out how much DNA we have, which is important to optimize the next step, which involves copying those different STR locations. Finally, the different STRs are separated by size on an instrument, and it's the data from that instrument that I use to determine the DNA profile and conduct comparisons.
What is kinship analysis?
Kinship analysis looks at the DNA profiles from different individuals for potential relatedness. We know that relatives will share a certain amount of their DNA, and that close relatives, say parents and children, will share exactly half their DNA. More distant relatives will share less. So kinship analysis looks to see whether the DNA is shared in the expected pattern.
What sort of conclusions can be drawn from kinship analysis?
Well, if the DNA profiles don't fit the expected pattern, then that would be an exclusion or that they're unrelated. There are times when I can get an inconclusive conclusion, if, usually that's when there's not enough of a DNA profile, typically from interviews, or I can get an inclusion where the DNA profiles do fit the expected pattern. And when that happens, then I perform a statistic called a kinship index.
What is a kinship index and what does it look like?
A kinship index is a type of likelihood ratio where you're comparing the probability of two alternating scenarios. For instance, if you're looking at one scenario is the probability of seeing the DNA profiles if the individuals are related as specified, or versus the other scenario being if the DNA profiles come from totally unrelated individuals. You divide one by the other. If the kinship index greater than one supports the scenario that the individuals are related, a kinship index less than one supports the scenario where the individuals are unrelated.
Are there additional tests, DNA tests that can be performed to assess possible relationships?
Yes, there's Y chromosome testing that can be done at max. Y chromosomes are passed from father to son along a paternal lineage. And there's also mitochondrial DNA testing, which is passed along a maternal lineage from mother to child.
How is mitochondrial DNA testing performed?
Mitochondrial DNA testing happens very similar to the regular or nuclear DNA testing, except instead of looking at STRs, we're actually looking at the individual building blocks of DNA and a section of the DNA that is known to vary between unrelated individuals. Between different maternal lineages.
Were you asked to compare the DNA, the known profile of the remains in this case, to the known profile from the defendant, Teresa Black?
Yes, I was.
And did you prepare a report of your findings?
Yes, I did.
Were you also asked, and was that a nuclear test?
That was a kinship analysis which uses nuclear DNA.
And were you also asked to perform a mitochondrial DNA comparison?
Yes, I was.
And did you prepare a report of those findings?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to have you start with, I think I might have two copies. We'll start with Exhibit 69. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it's a copy of my report, which has a nuclear kinship analysis.
And is it a true and correct copy?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state enters Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
69 is admitted.
I'm showing you Exhibit 70. Do you recognize Exhibit 70?
Yes, this is a copy of my report with the mitochondrial DNA analysis.
Is that a true and correct copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Exhibit 70 into evidence.
Objection?
Objection.
Admitted.
What were the results of your kinship comparison?
Well, for the kinship comparison, I took the DNA profile that the FBI laboratory had developed from the bone and reported back in 2011. And that was with using the kit that only looked at 15 STR locations. I was then provided with a DNA profile from Teresa Black, and I did a visual comparison to see whether the two DNA profiles fit an expected pattern for a parent-child relationship. And they did at 14 of the 15 STR markers. The 15th marker was different, but indicative of a mutation. Now, we know mutations happen between generations, and they're expected to happen. In fact, our interpretation protocol allows for up to 3 mutations for a parent-child relationship. But when I do the kinship calculation, there's a hefty penalty added to that calculation. So when I performed the kinship calculation, I got a kinship index of 130. This means that looking at the DNA profiles I had from the bone and from Teresa Black, those DNA profiles are 130 times more likely if the bone came from a son of Teresa Black than if the bone came from someone unrelated to Teresa Black. And because of this, I cannot exclude the bone as coming from William DaShawn Hamilton.
And then you indicated you were also asked to perform mitochondrial DNA comparison.
Yes, I was.
And what were the results of that comparison?
For this, I compared, and the mitochondrial DNA profile alone had previously been tested by the FBI laboratory, and then I got a DNA profile, also generated the DNA profile from Teresa Black within the FBI laboratory. When I compared those two mitochondrial DNA profiles, they were the same. Therefore, I cannot exclude them as coming from the bone and Teresa Black are of the same maternal lineage, or that the bone would potentially come from William DaShawn Hamilton. When I then searched that mitochondrial DNA profile in a database of mitochondrial DNA profiles that are broken down into different racial and ethnic categories as statistically appropriate, the results I got were for the African American population. I got what's called an upper bound frequency estimate of 0.37%. If you round that up to 0.4%, how you can think of it is if you have a room of 1,000 African American individuals, I would expect no more than 4 of them, 4 individuals in that room, to have the same mitochondrial DNA type. For the Native American section of the database, I got an upper bound frequency estimate of 0.47%. If you round that up to 0.5, similarly, if you have a room of 1,000 Native Americans, I would expect to see this particular mitochondrial DNA sequence in no more than 5 individuals. For the U.S. Caucasian and U.S. Hispanic sections of the database, I got upper bound frequency estimates of 0.11 and 0.12%.
Oops, sorry, Steph.
If we round those to 0.1%,
I hope I didn't miss
you can
you.
think of that as if you had a
Hi,
room of
Steph.
1,000 Caucasians,
Hey,
a room
Gracie.
of
Good
1,000
morning.
U.S. Hispanics, I would expect no more than 1 individual.
Good
in each
morning.
of those
Good
groups to have this particular
morning.
sequence.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Cross?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next, excuse me.
May she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, yes, ma'am.
Wow, that was a
All right,
super
Brandon.
quick one.
Your Honor, the state calls Bessie Brown.
Bessie
Brown.
Brown. Okay.
Bessie Brown. Wow. Bessie Brown. No offense, Bessie Brown. I'm sure you're a lovely lady.
This way, please.
I just feel like Bessie Brown is like every child's 4-H cow's name in 4-H, right? Every child that had a 4-H cow probably named it
Speak into the
Bessie.
microphone. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Lower your hand. For the record, please state and spell your name.
No
My name is
disrespect.
Bessie Brown, BESSIE,
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown.
4-H, Gracie.
Could you please tell the jury where it is that you're from?
Where I'm from?
Where are you from?
I live in Decatur, Georgia.
And how long have you lived in Decatur?
4-H is an agricultural, somebody, Lee maybe can explain it better than me, but it's like an agricultural program that kids can enter into when they're young, and it teaches them about agriculture, farming, raising animals, produce, fruit, that gardening, vegetable, all that kind of stuff. And you enter your your 4-H animals like at the fair every year. And they, you'll have like 4-H cows and pigs and this and that and the other, and it's a big thing. It's a big thing around here. But yeah, like I can totally see names like Bessie and Gertrude, and I'm still learning about us foreigners. Okay. Us who drive on the right side of the road and the right side of the car.
Since 1972.
Miss Brown, did you go to the United Methodist Church on Clifton Springs Road
Yes, I am a member of that church.
to this day?
Yes.
When did you become a member? Do you recall?
We started going in 1973. I joined in 1982.
Were you attending that church back in the 90s as well, all through
Yes.
98, 99?
Yes.
Do you have a special role in the church?
Well, I am the church historian right now.
Back in, were you asked to look at a picture fairly recently of a woman to determine if she'd ever been to your church in connection with this case?
I think someone asked me, had I seen a picture? I said, no, haven't.
I'd
Let me
say,
show you a picture. I'm gonna show you exhibit.
so this is the
69. It's
church
already
where
been in there.
where William
You
was
recognize that woman?
found near.
No,
Have
I'm
you
assuming.
ever seen her before?
no, I have not.
Is that woman a member of your church, to your knowledge?
No, she's not.
And do you ever recall seeing that woman come to the church to ask for any help or services?
No, I don't.
What kind of neighborhood is the church in?
It's a family-oriented neighborhood.
There are many businesses.
Not, in our neighborhood, it's not. There are businesses around, like on Cannon Road and places like that, but not in our neighborhood.
Right there around the church.
No.
Hey, Mary Lou.
Are there any organizations, well, back in 1998, 1999, were there any organizations set up nearby that did work with the homeless?
No.
What about your church? Was your church set up as a way that was doing outreach to the homeless?
Well, if someone had come to the church to request assistance, we would have helped her through our benevolence.
I want to talk about the woods across the street from the church and bring up what's already been admitted.
She's like, listen, I'm just some old woman that takes care of stuff at the church. I don't know nothing about this. And I don't want to be here.
This is going to be Exhibit 8. You see the exhibit on the screen in front of you, Ms. Brown? Do you see the computer screen to your left?
Oh, yes.
Do you recognize that area as the woods in front of the church?
It's across the street.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And in your time, all that time that you've been attending the church there, have you had an opportunity to pass by the woods as you're going into the parking lot to go to church?
Every day.
And do you have any observations about what goes on in the woods?
No, other than people, they just throw out trash and stuff when they're going down Clifton Springs Way. But no, I have not.
Back in 1998 to 1999, was it customary for people to hang out in those woods?
Not to my knowledge.
Were you familiar with anyone hanging out in the cemetery?
Not to my knowledge.
Would people walk through there during the day?
I think so, yes.
Were you aware of anyone sleeping in those woods?
No.
All right, thank you.
Cross.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. You're free to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state. I think we need
Who we having next? Who we having next?
Okay, I need to take up something outside of your presence, so I'm going to send you back to the jury room and we'll call you back out as soon as you're ready.
All right. Going to take up something outside the presence of the jury. So let's see, cameraman. Let's try not to get the jury this time. Okay, okay, okay. Which, if they did, then they've already, because this is a replay and not current real time, so they've edited any of that out.
Okay, yes.
This witness was just one that was heads on, sort of late, I haven't had a chance to speak with her. We tried, she says, I was back, just wanted to speak with her, she take a few minutes.
Who's the witness?
This is a woman that worked with shelter, specifically a shelter address that the defendant used on to obtain an ID, but I just want to make clear the witness and her contact information was provided within 10 days.
Okay. No? When was it provided? Well, let me ask you this. Are you objecting to her testifying on that basis, or you just want an opportunity to see if the witness will talk to you?
I think the appropriate remedy, even if somebody was added late, is that just.
Right, okay.
opportunity for her to speak.
If she would like to, she's not under any obligation to. Okay.
I don't expect this to be a first witness, I think this is just a person that worked at the shelter.
Okay. All right, so you want to talk to her outside the courtroom?
This was-
Okay. All right, let's take a, 5-10 minute break?
Can't imagine if there's anything different, I'll.
Okay, very good. All right. I'm gonna stay right here, but go right ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, let's see if they scooch it on over. Scooch it on over for us. Okay, here we go. All righty then. All right. Oof.
We do intend to ask this witness. We have instructed her that she is not to mention anything about prison, but we do intend to ask her if Teresa was in William's life, to her knowledge, during the full time that she sat for him.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
And that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record that
Yep.
the previous issue we discussed.
Okay. But that's not this next witness.
No, you're
Did you have a chance to talk to this next witness?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
not from the state.
So, all right, so how many, are these next two gonna be rather short?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then how many more do we have for today?
We have, we can start calling some of the family members. They're here and
Okay.
available. So
Okay, very good. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jurors in then.
Okay, so she said family members. So we'll see how this is going to go. Like I said, whenever I saw the just little chunks here and there of the William's dad, I could tell that was an interesting testimony. So they get into some like child support issue stuff here and there too. So yeah. So I'm hoping that he's coming up soon. Ooh, Lee, what was you having? Stuff in your face. What are you having for dinner? What are you having for dinner? Dinner. I'm getting a little bit hungry, too.
You're gonna see.
Ooh, egg noodles. Yum.
All right, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Shirley Baker.
Shirley Baker.
Wait, please.
Shirley Baker. Come on down.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Lower your hand. For the record, please state and spell your name.
Shirley Baker, SHIRLEYBAKER.
Good afternoon, Ms. Baker. Could you please tell the jury how you are familiar with the Women's Day Shelter of Atlanta?
Oh,
I started working at Atlanta Day Shelter October 2001 until 2015 when it was acquired by Atlanta Mission.
And what was your role at the shelter?
I started off as a social worker and then moved up to operations manager and then interim director.
Are there any records available from the shelter from 1999 back to 1998 to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. I believe all the documents that Atlanta Day Shelter had went to Atlanta Mission, and I don't know if they kept those documents.
What sort of services did the Atlanta Women's Day Shelter provide back in 1998 and 1999?
Atlanta Day Shelter provided day services, which meant that we provided meals, breakfast, lunch, snacks. We had medical services for both the women and the children, place for the women to wash their clothing, mental health services, work services, which meant we helped them or assisted them into gaining employment, assisted them in getting Social Security benefits if they needed those, clothing closets for both the women and the children, just daily needs, whatever they needed, as well as assisting them in finding night shelters.
And you indicated that it was a day shelter. Were there also night shelters in the area of Atlanta nearby that you worked with?
Yes, we did work with all of the night shelters in the metro Atlanta area. We had to so that we can provide night shelters for the women and children, so they wouldn't be on the streets.
And what sort of services, if any, did the night shelters provide regarding food, nutrition?
They provided the evening meals as well as the snacks for the women and children once they got to their facilities.
Now, are you familiar with or have you ever seen anyone utilizing the services of the Atlanta Women's Day Shelter use that as their address when they were having some issues with housing insecurity?
Yes, we did provide mail services for the women. You were unable to receive certain benefits unless you had an address, so we did have those addresses for them.
And at any time was the shelter located at 1039 Marietta Street Northwest in Atlanta?
I believe when they first opened, they were in a church and then they moved to that location and then to the Ethel Street location.
And in 1998, 1999, would the Women's Day Shelter have been at the 1039 Marietta Street location?
That I do not know.
Now, the night shelters, you indicated they provided a place for women and children to sleep.
Correct.
Were there any rules regarding who could stay there?
All the facilities had their own guidelines set up, and the women, and they had to abide by those guidelines when they went there. Curfew was definitely one of the top guidelines, and a lot of the ladies, they didn't like going because of those curfews.
When you say they didn't like going, what do you mean by that?
The curfew started maybe at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Some of the ladies, if they had employment, they might not get off at that time. So it was a conflict with them getting there in a timely manner. But many of the night shelters would work with the ladies as long as they knew their work hours. They would give them a certain time frame to get back to the night shelters. But some of them didn't want to abide by that guideline.
And were you ever working with women that might have worked in nightclubs or adult entertainment clubs?
Yes.
And would those hours be difficult for someone in that industry?
It would, and that's why we encourage them to pursue other employment.
Would you try to work with them while they were, while giving that counseling?
Yes, we did, and we would also, with our work study or the work program in the day shelter, we would provide other leads for that particular person to pursue employment in other locations, as well as other agencies. We did make referrals out to other agencies for work programs as well.
Was Atlanta Women's Day Shelter the only day shelter in Atlanta at the time?
It was the only day shelter for women and children at that time.
And what about the night shelter? Was there more than one night shelter?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would women with children be prioritized in any way at the night shelter?
We did try and work with the women and children first in gaining a place to stay.
If a woman with a small child were to turn up after curfew and need help, would they just be turned away, or would there be methods to try to help them?
At the night shelters?
Yes, ma'am.
They would try and assist them. During that time, you had a facility called the task force, and they had a lobby area. So if they didn't have a bed available at that particular night shelter that they went to, then they would direct them to the task force. And the task force normally would take in people, but they had to sit in the lobby area. There was not a bed for them.
And if there were there any other ways of allowing women and children to stay nearby or in close proximity, if not in the lobby?
Okay, say that again.
Was there any other places that the women and children might be able to stay nearby, not in the lobby?
Not with a bed, no. The beds were limited. You didn't have a lot of beds in the metro Atlanta area due to a lot of people coming here that was already homeless, or something took place that caused them to lose their homes. So you didn't have that many spaces available. We would work with the night shelters earlier, first thing that morning, to ensure that we placed the new people that came into our facility. But once those beds were filled, then there were really no other beds available in the metro Atlanta area. Then they would go to the task force and sit in the lobby area.
Did the shelter have an issue, say if a person had a vehicle or access to a vehicle parking nearby and staying in their vehicle?
We encourage them not to, but some of the ladies would stay in their vehicles, outside of the day shelter because they felt.
Hey,
it's
Billy.
safe out there. We had
How
the
are
police to
you?
come through periodically to make sure that there was no other activities going on, so they would, kind of see what was going on out there and make sure everything was okay.
Thank you.
Cross?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
That was another quick witness. How are you, Billy?
Next witness,
Your Honor, the state calls McClellan Davis.
do we need to have a sidebar before this testimony or no?
Not
No. No? Okay, just checking.
Okay, let's see who this one is.
This way, please. It's gonna be a chair.
Couldn't tell what they said the name was.
This is speaking to the microphone. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Lower your hand. For the record, please state and spell your name.
Monteequan Dontina Davis. Montiquuelyn Dontina Davis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. Could you please tell the jury where you're from?
I came here from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Did you ever live in Charlotte?
Yes, I did.
When did you live in Charlotte?
The majority of my life. I moved from Charlotte in 2008.
Were you living in Charlotte back in the early 90s?
Yes,
And then until 2008?
yes.
What did you do for work?
I had a daycare there
And
In
Where-
Charlotte or Raleigh?
in Charlotte.
In Charlotte, okay.
and where was your daycare located?
It was at 2832 Mayfair Avenue.
I'm showing you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 3. Do you recognize the residents in this exhibit?
I do, but that's not mine.
Not yours? Did you ever go to that particular location?
No.
Did you operate a home daycare center?
Yes, but not.
But not out of that particular
That house
location.
that house is up the street from my house.
Okay, so your daycare center, where was it operated out of?
It was about two houses up from that.
2 houses up. And while you were operating that daycare center, did you ever look after a little boy named William Hamilton?
Yes, I did.
And who retained your services?
His grandparents.
Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember the exact year. I'm gonna say 94-ish.
Do you recall how old William might have been?
I think maybe going on 2.
And you said his grandparents did you meet both of his grandparents?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what was his grandmother's name?
Willie. I put Willie name.
And what was his grandfather's name?
Mm-hmm. I don't remember his grandfather's name.
I know it's been a long time. Who did you interact with the most? His grandmother?
His
or-
grandmother.
And about how long did you look after William?
I'm gonna say probably 3 years.
Initially, when you first started looking after William, was his mother in his life?
She was not.
And who was William staying with?
His grandparents.
For about how long was William with his grandparents and not with his mother?
I'm gonna say maybe around 2 years, maybe.
And is that why his grandparents sought your assistance with William?
Yes.
And how often would you look after William?
Every day, and sometimes on weekends too.
And what would you do for William?
He was in my daycare. I did the standard daycare operations. He was a bedwetter, so sometimes he would come, not as clean as some of the children, so I would bathe him and buy him clothes. I took him for haircuts and swim lessons, just that standard things.
Would he stay all day?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes he would stay a week. He kind of became like family.
Did you have any pictures of William?
Yes, we have several pictures.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I took this picture of William. This was one of the times that we were at daycare. We were at my fiance's house at this time.
And about how old was William in that picture?
I think about 3.
And was this during a time when?
Yeah,
William's
you can
mother
tell
was
she's
not in his life?
nervous.
She was not.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Exhibit 71 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 71's admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh.
So you indicated he's about 3 years old in this picture.
Yes.
Oh.
Now, at some point,
Hurts
did
my heart.
William's mother come back into the household?
Yes, she did.
And about how long did you continue to look after William when that happened?
I think maybe a year or so.
God, he's beautiful.
And at that point, were you still being paid by the grandparents, or did William's mother start paying?
His mother started paying.
And what was the nature or frequency of how much you would keep William at that point?
At that point, when she came, the long weeks they reduced because she was there a lot more.
I just
kept
want to
him
scoop him
sometimes
up
on
right there.
weekends if, she would let me keep him because, like I said, he had become part of the family. So if I mentioned to her, maybe we were going to go Carowinds or my nephew might spend the night, she would let him stay longer.
When was the last time you recall seeing William?
I think the last time I saw William was at his school. I just went to check on him to see how he was doing at school.
Do you recall what grade he was in?
I want to say probably kindergarten, maybe.
And after that, did you ever have any conversations with his mother about sort of formally canceling your services? Or how did you stop seeing William?
I stopped seeing William because the daycare closed. I closed my daycare the summer that everyone was going to school. So I didn't take any new children. All the children were going to be 5 years old, so that would be their last day. So I shut down that summer.
And did you go and check on him at school after you closed down?
Yes.
Did you ever try to see William again after that?
No.
Did you ever look into what was going on with William?
Well, after I closed the daycare and I checked on him at school, thinking that fall, Ava came and said, William, I need to go find William.
What did you do after Ava told you that?
I went back to their house, and when I got there, the grandfather was there.
And was William there?
No, at that time he told me that William and Teresa had moved to Atlanta. So I left a message and phone number. I think I went there 3 or 4 times.
And did Teresa ever call you?
No.
Did you ever see William again?
No.
You said you went there 3 or 4 times. Did you become a nuisance in any way?
Maybe because the last time the grandfather said, basically for me to stop looking like
Right, Sherry.
things the way they are, like trying to kind of just stop looking.
And did you do that? Did you stop coming by?
I stopped coming by.
Thank you.
Cross.
He's a beautiful baby.
Hi, Ms. Davis.
Hi.
I have a few follow-up questions for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Make sure you answer yes or no for me, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so Ms. Davis, I want to talk to you about when you first started watching William, okay?
Okay.
And you said that at that time, when you first started watching him, he was in the care of his grandparents, right?
Yes.
Mostly his grandmother?
Mostly, yes.
Okay. They lived in the neighborhood?
Not far from the neighborhood, so down the street.
They could walk there to you, right?
It would be a long walk, but yeah.
Okay. And you said a certain point you would make certain observations about William, right? About how he looked,
Yeah.
maybe his hygiene.
Yeah.
And to be clear, that was while he was in the care of his grandparents, right?
Well, William was a bedwetter, so sometimes, you know, he would come to daycare, and of course the kids would say, you know, he smelled like pee or something. So I was careful to make sure that didn't happen.
Understood. And that may have been attributable to his grandparents being older.
I thought so.
You thought that, you know, maybe issues with his hygiene or things like that were because his grandparents were older and had trouble taking care of him?
Objection calls for speculation.
If witness an answer, she can.
I thought it was a combination. They were older, and I think his grandmother went to work pretty early, so it would be a combination of they're older, and a lot of times there's not enough time to give a baby a bath every, you know, a detailed bath every morning. So.
All right, Ms. Davis, and at some point you said that his mother came back into his life, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did.
And then you also said that she would require less services from you, I guess, as a babysitter, because she was around more.
Yes.
So as a result, you watched him less when she came back into his life?
Yes.
Because she was watching him?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, William's grandmother died. Is that correct? Passed away.
Very, very shortly after Teresa came back.
Okay. So at this point, it was just Teresa watching William, other than when she would drop him off at your house, right?
Yes, the grandfather was he wasn't absent, but he wasn't like totally hands on. But he always had enough time to say, "Hey, how you doing? How's everything going?" Like he would make time. He was friendly, but he didn't have William as much when Teresa came home either.
Okay. And at this point, when Teresa came back, she was the one that was paying you, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you liked William and he felt like he became part of your family.
Oh yeah. Yes.
So you enjoyed taking him into your house when she let you, right?
Yes.
And when you asked if he could spend time with you and your family, she would allow William to go and spend time with you and do whatever you wanted to do, right?
She never said no.
Okay. One moment. Thank you.
You're good?
Yes.
Okay. Any redirect?
No, you aren't.
May she be excused? Thank you. Next up, now you're free to go. Call your next witness, please.
Your state called Margaret Hamilton.
Okay.
This way, please. There's gonna be a chair. There's a reference. You can stay as you prefer. After you left, you come around. Go ahead and sit in that chair, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Lower your hand. For the record, please state and spell your name.
Margaret Hamilton, Margaret, Margaret, Hamilton, Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton, where do you currently live?
In Charlotte.
Charlotte. And how long have you lived in the Charlotte area?
About 39 years.
And in the late 1998, early 1999, did you reside in Charlotte?
I did.
What neighborhood did you reside in around that time?
It was between Glenwood and Remington.
And that's a metropolitan neighborhood within Charlotte.
Yes.
And do you have any children, Ms. Hamilton?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 3 boys and 1 girl.
And what are the names of your boys?
My boys' names are Christopher, William, and Nathaniel.
And what's the name of your daughter?
Wanda.
All right, Ms. Hamilton, do you have any grandchildren?
I do.
How many grandchildren do you have?
23.
23. And I want to speak with you in reference to your son William. Does William have any kids?
He does.
How many kids do you have?
5 boys.
And what is the name of his oldest son?
William DaShawn Hamilton.
And do you know who is the mother of William DaShawn Hamilton?
I do.
And what is the mother's name?
Teresa Bailey.
And did you know whether or not did Teresa and your son William, did they used to date?
They did.
And do you know how they met each other?
Basically, we lived in the same neighborhood.
Did y'all live in the same street?
Yes,
So is it fair to say they grew up together?
it is.
Did they meet while they were teenagers?
Yes.
And so at some point after they were dating, they conceived a child. Do you know where that child was born?
Carolina Medical.
And is that in Charlotte or somewhere else?
Charlotte.
In reference to your grandchildren, where does William DaShawn Hamilton lie in the age? Is he the first oldest, second oldest, the youngest? Where do you
He's the second oldest.
So I want to speak with you about your grandson, William DaShawn Hamilton. After William was born, newborn baby, can you explain to the jury what was the dynamics of the relationship between William, your son, and Teresa, and with the baby?
It was good.
Did Teresa allow William the baby to come to your residence?
Yes.
Was William your son able to get William and bring him over outside of Teresa being present?
Yes.
And at that time, was William the child able to get to know his paternal side of his family?
Yes.
At some point, your grandson William began to live with his grandparents on his mother's side, Teresa parents.
Yes.
Do you know roughly how long was William, your grandson, in the custody of his grandparents?
Approximately almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. Okay, and do you recall the name of?
When you say his grandparents, who are you talking about?
That's exactly what I was asking. Can you please tell the jury what are the names of William's grandparents that he was living with?
Leroy, Bailey, and Willie.
And is Willie the grandmother?
Yes.
And is that Teresa's mother?
Yes.
And Leroy Bailey, is that the grandfather?
Yes.
And is that Teresa's grandfather? I'm sorry, that's Teresa's father.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so tell me about the dynamics at that time. Were you and your family able to see William?
Yes.
While he was in the care of his grandparents on his mother's side? Is there any point in time where you were able to go and get him and bring him back to your place?
Yes.
Did you ever have any opportunity to buy him things and play with him and him spend the night?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your son was able to go to Miss Willa Bailey, Leroy Bailey, and see his son?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not William was able to get his son and have him in his custody for a period of time while baby William was under the care of his grandparents on his mother's side?
Yes.
Roughly at this time, while William, the child, was in the custody of his grandparents, roughly how old was he?
William, are you saying the last time I seen him?
No. When William was in the care, when he was being watched by his grandparents, how old was he at that
I'm
time?
gonna say about between 4 and 6.
When he was in the care of his grandparents?
You're talking about his maternal
His
grandparents?
maternal grandparents. When his maternal grandparents had custody, roughly how old was he?
4.
Okay. At some point in time, Teresa was then caring for William and they were no longer in the custody of his maternal grandparents.
Yeah.
Right? At some point, doesn't Teresa come back and care for William?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time, when Teresa was caring for William, explain to the jury whether or not, if the dynamics between you all's relationship with William changed, William the kid.
I had him one weekend and I got there a little late and so I couldn't see him anymore.
All right.
I couldn't take him away with me.
Okay, so let's talk about before we get there, right? So Teresa she now has custody of William.
Is that, hold on, make sure you answer yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So Teresa comes back and she has custody of William.
Yes.
When she first comes back, are you able to see William?
Yes.
And while you were able to visit William, did you have any concerns with his hygiene?
I did.
All right, can you tell the jury about that?
He was a bedwetter and he would wait himself.
Okay. And at some point when you were able to see William or get custody of William, when you got from Teresa, did he smell like urine?
Yes.
All right. And so when he smelled like urine, he came to your residence, what did you do?
I had outfits at my house that I would give him a bath and change him.
And so you bought him clothes?
Yes.
You bought any other items?
Toys.
Toys. Did you buy any shoes or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Do you recall the last pair of shoes you bought William?
The last pair was a pair of Timberlands.
That you bought him?
Yes.
And were you concerned with William the child's hygiene while he was in the custody of his grandparents? Maternal grandparents, thank you.
Not really.
And so you didn't get concerned about his hygiene until after he was in the care of Teresa.
Right.
During this time when Teresa regained custody of William, was William able to come and spend the night and stay with your family for extended periods of time?
She would let me get him on the weekends.
And so then I want to go back to now speak about the incident where you had custody of William. This is what you spoke about in reference to bringing him back late. How long had you had William for that period before you brought him back to Teresa late?
Oh, that was on the weekend.
It was a weekend. And so were you instructed by Teresa to have William back by a certain time?
I was.
And what time did she tell you you had to have him back?
I had to have him there by 8 because he was going to school.
And what time did you?
About 8:30.
Got there at 8:30. And when you got there at 8:30, what was Teresa's demeanor?
Well, I think she was a little upset with me because she told me I could no longer take him with me. I could come and visit him, but not take him with me.
And when you had to come to her residence to visit him?
Yes.
And so at that point, were you ever able to see William again in your care?
I did not. I think I seen him about 2 more times after that.
So roughly, how old was William the last time you saw him?
Between 5 and 6.
5 and 6 years old. Let me ask you this. When you were with William and he was in your care, how was his demeanor?
He was a happy little boy.
And did you allow him to play indoors and outdoors?
Yes.
Was he able to interact with his cousins or other family members?
Yes.
And how did he interact with those family members?
Joyful.
At some point when Teresa came back into his life, did his demeanor change?
Somewhat.
Can you tell the jury by, how did it change?
He wasn't as happy as he was before.
So how did he used to act? Was he timid?
A little bit.
So you stated you never saw him again when he was around the age of 5 or 6. Do you know if he was in school or ever enrolled in school?
Not that I don't know.
You don't know. Did you ever see Teresa after the last time you saw William?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury about that? Where do you see her?
I ran into her at the bus terminal and I asked about William and he was supposed to be with his godfather. I ran into her.
Okay, let me stop right there. So he was supposed to be with his godfather. Did she tell you where William and his godfather were?
No.
All right. She didn't tell you whether or not he was living in another city anywhere or?
Yeah.
Okay, so what city were they in?
I can't remember.
Okay, all right. And so you ran into her at the bus terminal, he was with his godparents. Did you run into her another time?
Yes, I was on the bus with her.
And let me back up. When you ran into her at the bus terminal, was that in Charlotte or in another city?
Charlotte.
Charlotte. So the next time you ran into her on the bus, was that in Charlotte as well or another city?
Charlotte.
And did you conversate with Teresa?
I did.
And what did you say?
I asked her where was he at, and again, he's with his godparent.
At any point, did you ever see her again after that?
I think I seen Teresa about one more time after that.
And did the story change as to where William was?
No.
Okay, so he was always with his godfather?
Yeah, because I gave her my phone number.
Okay.
For me to be able to talk to him, and I never did get that chance.
All right. At any time, did she ever tell you whether or not he was in foster care?
No.
And so you gave her your phone number, and what did you ask her to do with the phone number?
Give it to him so he could call me.
And we say him, you mean William, your grandson?
Yes.
And what was Teresa's response when you gave her your number and asked William to call you?
Oh, she was real happy, and yeah, she'd give the phone number to him.
She advised you that she would have William contact you?
Yes.
Roughly, do you recall when this was?
Exactly, no. It wasn't during the summer.
Approximately, but how long have you not seen William at this time period when you ran into Teresa?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Was it more than a year, less than a year?
It was more than a year.
It was more than a year, okay. And then when you ran into her on the bus, how much time can you estimate that had passed at that time?
Probably maybe 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years after that?
Yeah.
At some point, did you see or come to learn that Teresa had another child?
Yes.
Did you ever see Teresa with that child?
I did.
And when you saw Teresa with her other child, tell me about that conversation.
It's a pretty baby, and where's William? I'm still trying to find out where he's at.
Roughly, how long, or how many years are we speaking of? From the first time you saw her till she had her child, where you were asking her for William?
About how much time between there?
About how many years, yeah, in total?
Oh, in many years.
Many years, okay.
Yeah.
And did she ever tell you anything about William's whereabouts?
No.
And when you made
guys
contact
doing
with
okay?
Teresa, you saw Teresa.
Doing okay in the chat?
Over her that you can recognize.
No.
At some point, when you saw Teresa with her second child, her other child, did she advise you where she was living at the time?
Well, she got on the bus right there on Marvin Road, so I already possibly knew she was living in those apartments.
And what city is that?
Charlotte.
In Charlotte. At some point, did you come to learn whether or not she left and stopped living in Charlotte?
Yes.
And do you know where she moved to?
I really don't know where she moved to, but first of all, I thought she was here.
And you say here, where is that?
In Atlanta.
Okay.
And then she went to Alaska.
Okay. All right. And did you know who she was living with in Atlanta?
No.
Did you know who she was living with in Alaska?
No.
At some point in time, did you run into Teresa and she spoke about William having a family? Your grandson William, did she tell you whether or not he had a family?
No.
So it is without question that Teresa knew that you wanted to see your grandson William.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton, have you ever taken care of any of your grandchildren?
All of them.
At any point in your life, have you actually had custody where your grandchildren were living with you?
6 of them, yes.
6 of them lived with you at one time?
At one time.
And so when they were living with your grandchildren, were you taking care of your grandchildren?
I was.
Were you providing for them for their meals, providing them with clothing, providing with the proper nutrition and a proper guidance as a grandmother?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton, did you love your grandson William?
I loved him very much.
Would you have done anything to make sure he was safe?
I would.
If Teresa was unable to care for your grandson, would you have taken care of your grandson?
Most definitely.
Would you have provided for him?
Yes.
And throughout all the conversations that you had with Teresa about where's William, did you have hope that you will see William again?
Yes.
Did she ever give the impression that William may have been deceased?
No.
Cross.
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you. You are free to go. You can remain in the courtroom if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Be careful with the stairs.
Okay, so
All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we have one more witness. We need a brief recess
Okay.
for them, and then we'll be ready.
All right, send you back to your room for a moment, then I'll bring you back out.
brief recess. Brief recess. So, I'm sorry to hear you're sick, Mary Lou. I know I've been living on the Mucinex too. I hope you get to feeling better. I don't like you being sick. Let me get this. See if we can fast forward through. See what they're chatting about in this. I don't know how long this little recess is. Here we go. Okay, we'll let it go there.
And then, did we send the jury out to deal with that?
No, we did it.
You rewind it just a little bit more so we can catch where they start. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
For scheduling purposes, also, let's go ahead and, we already said on the record that you were waiving your client's presence for scheduling matters, bench conferences, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I think there was one substantive matter which involved, refresh my memory.
Holly.
All right, Quigley's statements. And then, did we send the jury out to deal with that?
No, we did it.
All right, let's put that on the record, and are you, I don't remember, you asked to approach,
Yes.
you asked to approach, I think.
I think I objected, and you asked us to approach, but.
Okay,
I recall it like you did, Your Honor.
uh,
Maybe when it happened, I recall the defense saying, objection may be approached.
all right,
My preference would be that Ms. Black be involved in all substantive areas of the trial. My preference would be that she could, approach with us somehow without shackles, as I said.
right, well, that's not gonna
Recess.
happen.
Recess.
Okay, well. Diane, you don't have to do it now, but at some point in time between today and tomorrow, will you just look into the record and find, if he requested to approach, I'll consider that as a waiver for that one issue. I just don't want to create an appellate issue for that. But if I think you asked to approach, I certainly could be wrong, but we'll double check and put all that on the record in the morning. All right,
Your Honor, maybe still put the entire conversation on the record?
yeah,
So what was
yeah, go ahead.
So it's my understanding that Lieutenant Quigley made a statement in reference to Teresa or Ms. Black. Once she was arrested here in DeKalb County, he advised that he and Investigator Clifton would speak with her in jail.
It's not just extreme.
He advised that he, Lieutenant Quigley, and Investigator Clifton.
Wait a minute, hold on. Someone's taking pictures back there. Are you taking photographs?
I was just saying that the jury's out right now.
Okay, it looked like you were about to take a picture. Are you with the media?
Yeah, get ready to go back down. So I was just saying we're kind of waiting here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't using a phone to record or taking photographs or anything. Okay, just verifying. All right, go ahead.
Lieutenant Quigley advised that once Teresa Black was arrested and brought to DeKalb County Jail.
Ooh, they
that
mean
he and Investigator
business.
Went there to speak with her and she declined to speak.
Quigley and McClendon.
Correct.
Okay.
Went to speak with Ms. Black. And
This is when she came to Atlanta. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha. All right.
once she in custody.
Yep.
And he stated that at that time she refused to provide a statement.
Right, okay. And you asked for a curative instruction. Is that
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, which I gave.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna double check if If I asked to approach her, you did, I just don't remember. But anyway, it is what it is, it's done, okay. Anything else? This last witness for today, how long do you anticipate this testimony taking? Not very long, another short one?
Yes, sure.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, and then we'll start with Gonzalez in the morning. I'm gonna have the jury come back at 10:30 tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, there's I forget her name, but oh no, wait, maybe she's not. That's not her. No, that's not her. The other gal, the journalist that was there earlier, was wearing pink too, so I thought that was her. Okay, let's see. Let's scooch on over. Okay, looks like we have somebody else on the stand.
Advise that once Teresa Bailey, once Teresa Black.
Okay.
It is what it is, sorry.
Sorry guys, let me just get to that point. You guys are always so patient with me, and I love that. Thank you for your patience. Okay.
This will be the last witness for today. All right, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Brian Vinsickle.
Please wait, please.
There's not much time left on this one, so this will be a short witness. And then we...
All right, and if you don't mind pulling your mask down while you're testifying, that will help ensure we all understand what you're saying.
can scooch over to day 3.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Lower your hand. For the record, please state and spell your name.
Sure. My name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Christopher, C-H-R-I-S-T-O-P-H-E-R, Vansickle, V-A-N-S-I-C-K-L-E.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vinsickle. Could you please tell the jury where you're employed?
Certainly. I'm employed at the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority.
And what do you do there?
I'm the Director of Technical Services and Service Planning. I oversee a team that's responsible for planning bus routes and other transit services, as well as producing schedule and timetable information.
Did the district attorney's office reach out to your organization, MARTA, to ask about bus routes and whether you had any information of possible bus routes back in 1998 through 1999?
Yes.
And were you the individual that was tasked with answering that question?
Yes.
What did you do to look into potential bus routes for that time period?
Certainly. So we have an archive of scanned transit system maps.
Billy, I thought the exact same thing whenever they said his name. I was like, that's Billy. I've seen that attached to your name here and there, you know? So when I saw that, I was like, I wonder if Billy's still here. Do you know this person, Billy? Do you know this person? Okay, sorry.
Dating back quite a ways, including maps from the mid to late 1990s.
Were you able to locate any maps from that time period?
Yes.
And what time period did you obtain bus route or route maps for?
1996.
And were there any significant changes in the potential MARTA routes from 1996 to 1999?
No.
Did you provide the state with a copy of the 1996 MARTA routes map?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Exhibit 74, which is the MARTA bus routes pursuant to a business record certification, which is Exhibit 73.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're both admitted, 73 and 74.
Were you asked to look at and compare 2 different locations in the Atlanta area and the potential routes there might have been during that time period as 1998 to 1999 from those 2 locations?
Yes, I was.
Were those 2 locations the Pleasers nightclub at 849 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta and the Clifton United Methodist Church at 2918 Clifton Church Road?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Exhibit 72 into evidence. is a map created by the Cache County GIS services that the parties are stipulating.
Any objection?
Objection.
Okay, it's admitted, and the parties have stipulated to this, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, stipulate the authenticity.
All right, thank you.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
I'm going to start with Exhibit 72. Were these the locations that you were asked to look at potential routes in between?
Yes, they are.
And if you wouldn't mind, could you, there's actually a large screen behind you.
Sure.
Would you mind standing up and pointing to the Cleveland Avenue address? And then where is the church located in reference to the Cleveland Avenue address?
Other side of the screen here.
All right, can I have a seat? What are we looking at here in Exhibit 74?
So this is an excerpt from that 1996 transit system map showing bus routes and rail lines generally in the southeastern quadrant of MARTA's transit system.
And do you see those two locations generally in the snippet that has been placed on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you wouldn't mind standing up again and indicate to the jury where the Cleveland Avenue location would be?
So right on here.
Witness has pointed to the lower left-hand corner of the screen, and then the Clifton Church area.
Right here.
And the witness has pointed closer to the left of the screen, a little bit more towards the middle, bottom of the frame. Right. And were you able to determine possible routes from those two locations?
Yes, I was able to identify about 5 different trip options that could have been used to connect those 2 locations.
Would any of those trip options have been direct routes, meaning requiring no changes whatsoever?
No, there were no direct routes between those 2 points at that time.
Did all of those all 5 possible routes from 1999 require at least one transfer either to the train or another bus?
Yes.
And are you able to approximate how long at a minimum those routes would have taken, best case scenario?
Yes, I think without knowing the specific time of, or I guess day of the week, the schedules do vary by time of day and the day of the week. But if it were in the evening, it would have taken at least an hour, having to make multiple changes from point A to point B. It also, depending on how well those transfers were coordinated, it could have easily taken 2 hours or more.
So we're talking a minimum of an hour, as much as more than 2 hours.
Correct, yes.
The bus stop closest to the Pleasers location, when does that bus stop accepting travelers?
So it depends the specifics on the day of the week, but if I recall, around 12:45 to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Now, what about around the Clifton Springs Church area? When do the routes start shutting down in that area?
So at that time, it was a little bit more varied, if I recall, in the weekdays between 11:45 and midnight. On the weekends, a little bit later, closer to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Now, let's say you made the bus, the very last bus at Pleasers. Does that necessarily mean you're going to make it all the way over to the Clifton Springs Church area?
No, just looking at the schedules and when the different routes shut down, it did not look like it would be possible to catch the last bus on Cleveland Avenue and then still catch the other bus or train that would be needed.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Mr. Van Sickle.
Afternoon.
In 1998, how did people pay to ride MARTA?
There would have been several different ways. You could have paid in cash. You could have paid with a token, which could have been purchased at a rail station or at one of the retail locations the MARTA had. Alternatively, people also could use paper-based fare passes for a weekly pass or a monthly pass.
And did you pay for how long you were on? Like if you took the bus, does the price change based on how long you were on the bus?
No, it doesn't. It would have been what's considered a flat fare system where you pay once when you get on the first vehicle and then you have transfers after that.
So if you transfer buses to a different bus, you could get a transfer that would allow you to get on the next bus.
Correct, yeah, the transfers were free at that time.
Do you get that from the bus driver? You say, hey, I need a transfer?
Yes.
Okay. Did they have any programs for children to ride for a reduced rate or free?
I'm actually not sure at that time. I don't know what those discount programs might have been.
Okay. Now, the 2 locations that the district attorney asked you to look at, they did have bus stations next to them, right?
Yeah, there was bus service close by.
Okay. The Clifton Church, there was a station, right there, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact stop locations. Usually stops are located every block or 2, but there was a route that went directly by the church and another one within about a block's walk.
What did it cost to get a MARTA token in 1988?
I am not sure. Yeah, I apologize, it's a little bit before my time here, but probably would have been closer to $1.50 or maybe $1.25. I'm not exactly sure.
And that gets you on the bus and get you anywhere that MARTA would go for that price.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Are there any other quick witnesses we can get done this afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then we are going to go ahead and conclude for the day.
All
We have
right.
Instructions for tomorrow. I do have drug court starting at 9 in the morning, so I don't want you sitting back there unnecessarily. So I'm gonna have you come in at 10:30 tomorrow, okay? We've got a couple things we need to take care of outside of your presence, and I've got that prior commitment, so hopefully that will minimize your waiting time. for us,
Okay, so let's scooch
Same
through.
instructions remain.
Make sure that we don't miss any. Okay, it looks like not. So we can scooch on over straight to, okay, I got day 3 pulled up. We can start that. And let me, okay. Do you guys like the subtitles on or off? You tell me, so I'll set it real quick for day 3. Because I'm setting it still at, and do you like the 1.25 speed? So we catch up a little bit easier. Oh, Tammy's done driving and she's home. So let me know the 2 things. Do you like the closed captioning, or do you want it off? Okay, Henny says on. And is the 1.25 speed good? I tried the 1.5 and it was way too fast for me. So, okay, yes and yes. All right. On, Mary Lou says. So sometimes, like, the only reason I'm able to use the closed captioning right now is because it's available, because it's a replay. Sometimes whenever it's like in real time, you can't get that. Sometimes it does though. It's weird. It's so weird. All right, so subtitles are on and 1.25 speed and volume up. Okay, let me share. This first witness looks like a young Bob Hope. Not even kidding. Does he look like Bob Hope? Or is it just me? I don't know. He looks like a Bob Hope. All right, let me make the screen big. Thank you, Tammy. Not easy though, because the subtitles don't catch it right. I know, but it does help. It does help me. It's just me. He don't look like Bob Hope to you. He looks like Bob Hope to me. I agree. The subtitles are not always right on, but it does help me a little bit. Wayne Newton, you're right. It does. It does. There's still something about him that gives me Bob Hope vibes. And I seen him talking a while ago. He does look like Wayne Newton a little bit, though. But, okay, let's go. Hold on. Why do I have my Apple Music trying to pop up? No, thank you. I don't need Apple Music. Thank you very much. Quit that. Go away. Let's go play here.
Formerly employed with the state of California as a law enforcement officer, supervisor.
And what did you do there?
I investigated healthcare type of cases. We were in the health quality section, so it ranged from overdose investigations, quality of care investigations, And then I was also part of working with the Tactical Diversion Squad of the Drug Enforcement Administration, where we would respond to overdose deaths and conduct investigations, and also basically reviewed, supervised, investigated multiple cases relating to those types of investigations.
And when you say those types of investigations, are you referring to overdoses?
Yes.
And approximately how many overdose investigations have you participated in or consulted on in the law enforcement context?
I would say over 1,000. I really didn't keep track of every single case. I do remember almost every single case because of the unique facts of each one.
And in addition to investigating overdose
what did I
cases,
tell
you
you?
have
He looks
a
like Bob
educational
Hope.
background that informs your analysis.
Yes. In 1990, I graduated from the University of Southern California with a doctorate of pharmacy degree. And from there, I worked in a clinical setting in level 1 trauma centers in the Los Angeles area. I worked in acute care medicine, emergency room, burn intensive care, and psychopharmacology. I ended up becoming a clinical instructor with the University of Southern California, healthcare campus, with residents and interns rotating through different rotations in psychopharmacology, in acute care medicine, emergency medicine, burn intensive care, and cardiac care.
Do you teach or have you taught these principles?
Yes, I teach on a regular basis. Not only when I was teaching in the university setting, I also teach for the Department of Defense, both military and law enforcement investigative services. So I've taught NCIS, CID, OSI, Marine Investigative Services, all different types of topics, but I also do a week-long overdose investigation class. I've also taught for and certified coroners, sheriff coroners and coroners in overdose investigations through the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotic Enforcement.
So you have taught law enforcement and coroner's offices how to investigate overdoses?
That's correct.
Are you published?
Yes, I've published a number of articles, mainly in drug bulletins, but I've been part of other different publications relating to medical journals. I'm assisted in different investigational studies with different investigational drugs.
And are you published in the area of investigations regarding overdoses?
Yes.
Tell the court what pharmacology is.
Pharmacology is basically the study of drugs in the body, how they affect the body, and there's many, many facets of that, those particular concepts. Basically going from when the drug is administered all the way to when it is eliminated and what happens during that time.
Tell the court what pharmacokinetics are.
Pharmacokinetics are the actions of a drug once they are absorbed. Basically, it starts from absorption, distribution, metabolism, and then elimination. And that's what we would use in the hospital settings to evaluate the clinical pictures with regards to patients. Patients would come in on multiple drugs. We wouldn't know why they were, may have been toxic already, or maybe they were showing signs of adverse reactions or drug-drug interactions, drug-lab interactions. So we would take a look at that, look at the drugs, where they are, how much they're getting, decide on.
How are you tonight?
Different, levels that need to be adjusted. And of course, we would be teaching residents and interns how to do this as well, so that when they went out and actually were in their own field, they would be able to do the same things.
Please.
You can go ahead, ma'am.
In an overdose investigation, do you typically rely on toxicological screenings?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
In an overdose investigation, do you typically rely on toxicological screenings?
No, not alone. There's a whole facet of different things that we look at, excuse me, in an overdose investigation. I like to start with the coroner's notes, investigation notes, witness statements. There's certain things that are said. If there was a search warrant that was done, we look at what was found during that search warrant, different areas, anything that could be possibly related to toxicity or drugs, or and I did a lot of expert testimony with regards to drug-associated sexual assaults. So I would take a look at if they did do search warrants, things like alcohol bottles, things that may have been tainted, things we may want to test at that point. Then we go into the autopsy, and then the toxicology, but then we use, we may take witness statements and we may go out and interview those people again, because there's so many times when, you know, they say certain things and we want to not necessarily corroborate it, even though we're doing an independent investigation. We want to be able to ask a little bit more. And so, you know, it comes to mind many cases where, say the wife found the husband overdosed in the bathroom, and there were certain things that she said that we wanted to clarify. So that's a typical type of reasoning behind going out and doing that. But it's not just one facet of a particular overdose investigation. It's multifaceted, and there's not one that's exactly the same. I mean, every single one has its nuance and uniqueness. And we look for that uniqueness because it might be something that tells us a little bit more about what happened.
Is it fair to say that toxicological results would be one part of the picture in an overdose investigation?
Absolutely. Sometimes a small part, sometimes a big part. It just depends. And also, I can think of cases that just pop in my head in relation to, I remember we had an overdose of heroin and we ended up doing pharmacy audits on that particular patient and getting the PDMP, the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program reports. We found out that the person was getting large amounts of lorazepam, which had been a Valium-like drug. And we knew that benzodiazepine screens does not show lorazepam. So we went back to the coroner's office, asked if we still had samples of tissue, blood, and had them tested. And that's where we found a large amount of lorazepam in those samples. So again, there's times when certain things may be not necessarily missed, but not seen. And it's based on just doing these investigations over and over again and knowing the drugs, where they're going to be eliminated, what testing is being done, what tests show more accurate levels of a particular drug. And so it's, you know, there's uniqueness to each particular investigation.
So in order to come to a conclusion about whether an overdose occurred, is it important to take into consideration descriptions of the victim's behavior?
Yes, everything has to be in totality. You have to look at everything that's out there. You can look at, say, levels or toxicology and say, okay, but that's just this. I start from the very beginning and go through statements, go through everything. That's the only way to really render, you know, a objective opinion, and try to. It's almost like I'm trying to. We really want to find out what happened. You know?
And have you personally investigated or consulted on cases involving overdoses of the drugs acetaminophen, diphenhydramine?
Not only have I investigated them, diphenhydramine is actually used as a drug that causes an additive or potentiation of other drugs. So we'll see, unfortunately, kids actually steal it out of the pharmacies and they'll take it. It's like a depressant and a narcotic, depressant and a stimulant, depressant and a depressant. And basically what they're trying to do is 1 + 1 is greater than 2, get a better effect, an enhanced effect. So there's so many different things that unfortunately people do on the street to enhance the euphoria from a particular drug. And one of the drugs that's used is Benadryl because it's over the counter, easy to get, and usually they don't even buy it, they steal it. And I've even been in pharmacies where they take the empty packaging and put it where the greeting cards are, because in the back of the pharmacy, there's no cameras back there.
But hold on, in the interest of time, she was asking you if you've investigated or consulted on cases involving overdose of acetaminophen and diphenhydramine.
Right.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, she needs more information, she'll certainly ask you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But we
Yes,
just
yes,
need to
yeah.
move through this.
And have you personally investigated cases involving those drugs with children?
Yes. And also worked in healthcare in the emergency rooms when we had acetaminophen toxicities and also diphenhydramine toxicities, not only in children, but in adults as well.
And were you able to evaluate both in live patients and those patients that were dead on arrival, the effects of toxic levels of diphenhydramine and acetaminophen?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Dr. Mark Gonzalez as an expert in clinical pharmacy as well as law enforcement overdose investigation. Response?
No objection to those areas.
Okay, all right, he will be able to testify as an expert in those areas.
So this is the doctor that they did the Daubert motion the other day. Whenever they had the conversation about the defense was wanting to have his testimony dismissed because of the apparently this doctor is going to talk about how it's in the scientific realm or whatever that you can figure out if there was a toxic level of diphenhydramine and acetaminophen in remains with muscle tissue. Apparently, now don't quote me on all of that. I this is just what I'm trying to remember. So yeah, and then the other doctor that was there disagreed with that apparently. So anyway, and also this judge is like, don't add any extra floof, just go. That's what she would tell me anyway. She'd be like, you talk too much, shut up and just let's go, let's get this done, chop chop chop. I'm glad you got the package, Morgana. Yay.
Dr. Gonzalez, you indicated that you have personally evaluated overdose cases involving Benadryl and diphenhydramine. In addition to toxicological screenings that would prove those substances are in a patient's system, what other factors might you look at to determine if a patient has been exposed to a toxic level?
Well, we look at, once again, the totality of all the statements made, what was found, the behaviors of the potential victim, and just again, I don't want to belabor it, but all the different factors that you review in an investigation, and then you also look for things that may not be there that you still have questions about.
In the case at issue here, were you asked by the state to review a toxicology report as well as criminal investigation into the death of William Hamilton?
Yes, I looked at everything that was provided to me.
And in the toxicology report, what was, if anything, of interest to you?
Well, the levels of the drugs that were in the muscle and the metabolite that was found in the muscle. And again, I looked at the case, but then I always have to go back and start going through all the different all the different things that are provided, whether witness statements, whether they're other information. You have to review every single thing there just to see if there's something else there, whether it be exculpatory, whether it be information that will help you in rendering an opinion.
Now, in the report that you were provided, the presence of the drugs were detected in skeletal muscle. Is that typically what is used to make a determination about whether a toxic level has, whether a person has been exposed to a toxic level in an overdose investigation?
Yes, because there's a certain amount of drug in the body, and what happens is we've been using, you have to use whatever you can in an investigation. So if muscle's there, you get those levels, but what it tells you is that there's, and we look at the optimum thing would be to get peripheral blood, preferably in the femoral artery. However, and because cardiac levels will concentrate and they'll be much higher. But other than there, you don't get higher concentrations in other tissues. They're always lower concentrations than what's in the blood, or equal to. Something like the liver will have a tremendous amount, will have the same amount, or if not, maybe a little bit more concentrated, drug in there. It's just, the different drugs distribute to all these different areas. And so in the muscle, that's where, we saw these levels, and that said to me, those were way above therapeutic. So you have to have that much, at least in the blood, while the person's alive, to get into that muscle and distribute. It's like the very simple biology experiment where you have sugar on one side and water on the other side, and you have a partition gradient in between. And eventually the sugar migrates over to the area of the water. And that eventually builds up concentration of sugar. But at no point is it going to be greater than this side, because it can only be this much sugar on this side. So it's basically a very, very simplified manner of explaining distribution. And yes, there can be variables with regards to the muscle itself, but the bottom line is there's drug there. It's at a toxic level. So the drug in the blood had to be at least equal to that level.
In looking and kind of jumped ahead of me a little bit, but what I'm getting at is in an overdose investigation, what is going to be the best evidence of what the drug level was? What is the preferred?
Oh, no doubt peripheral femoral artery. It's a large artery, and that's.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is he's saying, I mean, and this is just what I'm getting, is that in order for there to be residual diphenhydramine and acetaminophen in the skeletal muscle, there had to have been a toxic level in the blood for it to seep into the muscle. So if it wasn't a toxic level, would you not find any in the skeletal muscle? Does that make sense? Like, is it only in the skeletal muscle because it was a toxic level to begin with? If it would have been a normal amount and the child passes away, would you not find any in the muscle because it was a normal level? I don't know. But that's interesting. Very interesting.
Going to give you the most accurate level at depth.
Talking about blood?
Peripheral blood.
Peripheral blood.
Okay. And could you explain to the court what peripheral blood is?
Peripheral blood is blood in the periphery, the arms, the legs. But again, in the leg, you have a femoral artery that is a large vessel. We don't look at, even though they test for it. Areas of the cardiac area, they may test for it, but you'll see some astronomical levels because the blood and the drug concentrates there in the central part of the body and the blood.
And is it always available to you in overdose investigations to use peripheral blood?
No.
Have you routinely had to perform overdose investigations without the benefit of peripheral blood?
Yes.
Have you used other tissues such as skeletal muscle?
Skeletal muscle, the liver, certain organs that may have still been somewhat viable, the kidneys. But then again, you have to look at the drug itself, because if, let's say you're looking at a particular antibiotic, that may concentrate in the kidneys because it's used for urinary tract infections and kidney infections. So once again, knowing the kinetics of the drug will tell you that, okay, that's a large level that's going to be in the kidneys or the urine, and that's because the drug concentrates there. But in other cases, you look at each particular drug. Is that drug going to concentrate in this particular tissue? Because it's going to throw you off if that happens.
So are you saying that every drug distributes differently?
It's unique.
And are you familiar specifically with how diphenhydramine and acetaminophen distribute within the body?
Specifically acetaminophen, but with regards to diphenhydramine, once again, it's that gradient. You have to have this much in the blood for this much to be in a tissue.
And is it common practice in these types of investigations to utilize whatever tissue is available to perform your analysis?
You utilize whatever you can.
Now, with the skeletal muscle, are you able to determine exactly what would have been in the blood?
No.
What are you able to do?
You can determine that with regard to skeletal muscle and these particular drugs, that at least it was 1-to-1. Because once again, you can't have more drug in the skeletal muscle with these particular drugs. there was one study that I found where there was a 70% distribution to muscle, and that was with acetaminophen. And again, that's an approximation of the blood. It's not, I'm not saying that it's exact approximately. It's just one factor I was able to find. And we've been using muscle and to corroborate drug in the body in many overdose investigations. And even recently in 2021, Hansen et al. In a forensic journal reported and validated blood levels in relation to muscle levels, and that it can be used to facilitate what was in the blood in relation to particular drugs.
So is this calculation that approximates the blood level useful in your investigation of whether an overdose has occurred?
Yes.
Or whether there has been a toxic exposure of
Yes.
a certain type of medicine?
I'm sorry, yes.
Now, in this particular case, do these findings allow you to determine exactly when those drugs would have been administered?
No.
Can you narrow it down at all?
No, but I can, based on the metabolite, when a person is alive, the drug goes through, in this particular case, both drugs would go through the liver. And if a metabolite is present, say in the muscle, that would tell me that the drug was given more than once. It wasn't, when we see acute overdose deaths, in other words, someone takes a bottle and they take the whole bottle of pills, they can succumb to the drug before there's any type or significant amount of metabolite formed by the liver. They have to be alive at that point.
They have to be alive for what? For the metabolite to form?
Yes, because the liver has to be functioning and blood has to be going through the liver, and the enzyme systems that are in the liver are metabolizing, conjugating, say, the drugs and making them either active or inactive metabolites. And then from there, they can be more water soluble, either go out through the urine or other areas.
And in this case, what was the level of the parent drug to the metabolite?
Well, I know that when we saw the metabolite, the parent drug was there, and that was a toxic level. That was way over the 20 nanograms. That would be a therapeutic level, say in the blood. And the metabolite told me that that the drug was not given all at once. It wasn't something that maybe someone would have just taken a whole bottle of Benadryl at one time, or a number of tablets of Benadryl at one time. So it was over more than once, let's put it that way, just to be very clear.
How do you know what the therapeutic level was in this particular case based on the skeletal muscle? Like how do you get to that opinion?
Well, the therapeutic levels are reported in literature and also pharmacology journals, and just from
what are they based on?
Doing my background experience also, just doing investigations where you see Benadryl in the system.
Okay, so
20 nanograms per mil would be a blood level that would be therapeutic. Now, granted, it can be greater or less.
For a
Benadryl,
child, for an adult, does it depend on weight? Does it depend on
that would be adult.
An adult?
Yes.
Okay.
And so would it be even less for a child?
Potentially, yes, because their livers are not as developed, and we have a smaller package, basically.
And marked for identification purposes, States Exhibit 75. Was this the report that you were asked to look at in evaluating this case for the state?
Yes.
And what was, excuse me, what was the level of acetaminophen in the blood? I'm sorry, in the skeletal muscle.
Skeletal muscle was 93 micrograms per gram.
And what was the level of diphenhydramine in the muscle?
Approximately 2,000 nanograms per gram.
And what is the calculation that you're using to approximate what the level would be in the blood?
With regards to acetaminophen, I found a 0.7 factor in one of my cited references. And so that would mean that the muscle, and again, approximation, my opinion is, that would be approximation. So if you calculate 70% in the muscle versus the blood, it would approximate 133 micrograms per gram. And in blood, it's a gram is actually a milliliter.
Where do you get the 0.7 factor from?
It was in one of my cited studies. In my
in your
Opinion?
report?
Yes, miss.
Okay.
And the diphenhydramine, what would be the calculation for diphenhydramine?
I did not find a coefficient or factor that would, so basically looking at if there was that much in the blood, just even 1-to-1, and let's say it partitioned, 100%, which would probably not be likely. So the blood would probably have been higher, but just 1-to-1, you're looking at the greater than 2,000.
And again, what would be a therapeutic level of diphenhydramine in the blood?
Approximately 20 nanograms per mil, which would be 20 nanograms per gram.
So if we were to be conservative and say even 1-to-1, the diphenhydramine is still 100 times greater than the therapeutic level. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
In an adult?
Yes.
Are you able to determine whether this child was given one large dose of medicine or multiple?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm thinking 100 times more. If a therapeutic level, which therapeutic means like what you would read on the back of the bottle on the directions, is 20 whatever nanogram. I don't know what that means, but I think he said it's like the same as like milligrams or whatever. I don't know, but 20 is the normal amount, and he had 2,000 in just the skeletal muscle at minimum. Like what? What? That's not just an accidental oopsie. I gave him a couple teaspoons too many. I don't know. Thoughts?
Multiple doses?
It likely due to the metabolite being present, it was likely more than one. And I can't say that it was given on a constant basis, but it was more than once.
And why is that?
Because of the metabolite. Because again, you have to have a functioning person with a functioning liver. And even though a child's liver is not as developed,
gotta
it would
rewind
still go
that.
through metabolism.
What are the symptoms or
seconds,
side
'cause I
effects
missed
of
what
being
they were
exposed
saying.
to too much acetaminophen?
Acetaminophen is toxic to the liver. And I can't say that it was given on a constant. It was
Diphenhydramine is still 100 times greater than the 1-to-1 level.
would probably have been higher, but just 1-to-1, you're looking at the greater than 2,000.
And again, what would be a therapeutic level of
20.
diphenhydramine in the blood?
Approximately 20 nanograms per mil, which would be 20 nanograms per gram.
So if we were to be conservative and say even 1-to-1, the diphenhydramine is still 100 times greater than the therapeutic level. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
In an adult?
Yes.
Are you able to determine whether this child was given one large dose of medicine or multiple doses?
It likely due to the metabolite being present, it was likely more than one. And I can't say that it was given on a constant basis, but it was more than once.
And why is that?
Because of the metabolite. Because again, you have to have a functioning person with a functioning liver, and even though a child's liver is not as developed, it would still go through metabolism.
What are the symptoms or side effects of being exposed to too much acetaminophen?
Acetaminophen is toxic to the liver. It can cause necrosis of the liver, and in high dosages, and even some researchers, and this from background and experience, have even mentioned the fact that even taking small doses once in a while can actually cause some liver necrosis, which is basically death of the hepatocell, the cells in the liver.
And if left untreated, can this exposure result in death?
Yes, yes, and there is an antidote, but yes, it can result in death.
What about diphenhydramine? What are some of the side effects of being exposed to too much diphenhydramine?
Well, you see some behavioral issues, it's a significant central nervous system depressant. So in evaluating and interviewing parents in overdose investigations, one of the main things that every single one of them would say was that the person came home, unfortunately the child was using drugs, the drugs were in the system still, they went to sleep. When you lay down, 50% of your respirations are less, and that's why people die from sleep apnea. And meanwhile, these drugs are still going through the system, going through the liver, the drug levels are still going up. And the one thing that they did tell me is they would hear this, it was almost like a snore, like a very strange sound about once a minute. And unfortunately, that was them suffocating because of the central nervous system depression that was causing them to have lower respirations.
Is that what's known as agonal breathing?
Yes.
And can agonal breathing sound like gagging?
Yes, and sometimes a loud snore. And believe me, I can picture every single parent's face that I've interviewed and see and hear them telling me about this breathing. And again, almost every single case in interviewing them, that was present.
Were you made aware in the course of your evaluation of this case that the victim's mother reported that that there was something wrong with the child, that the child didn't want to talk?
Make sure you answer
yes, I'm sorry. My apologies.
That the child didn't want to get up?
Yes.
That the child was gagging?
Yes.
That the child was lethargic?
Yes.
Drowsy?
Yes.
Would this child's symptoms be consistent with diphenhydramine and or acetaminophen toxicity?
Particularly diphenhydramine, the listlessness could have been from the acetaminophen, or both.
And was that the mother's own report of the behavior and symptoms that the child was having? Was that a part of your analysis?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion about whether this child was exposed to a toxic level of one or both of those drugs?
Both of those drugs.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning, Dr. Gonzalez.
Good morning, sir.
I'd like to begin with a little bit about your background very briefly. You said that you have attended autopsies while you were in graduate school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was in the late 80s?
Late 70s.
Okay. You did not participate in these autopsies, correct?
No, I was an observer, and my mentor was showing me different things that you would find, whether it be with trauma, whether it be related to disease states, that you could actually determine based on the autopsy and your findings.
All right, and you're not qualified to perform an autopsy yourself, right?
No, sir.
Were any of the autopsies that you observed skeletonized remains?
Yes.
How many?
Oh, boy. I probably attended one or two a day with Dr. Bevins.
Of skeletonized remains?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think. I would guess, and again, I wasn't counting each particular autopsy where it was just skeletal remains. We always had the skeleton in most cases, because even in burns they didn't burn. But
let me clarify.
Yeah,
I understand all or most all autopsies have a skeleton. I'm talking about if there's just a skeleton remaining.
Okay.
That's
we're talking without muscle then.
Or let's say it's severely decomposed, or
like in this case, is that
like in this case, or
Yes.
mummified tissue.
Oh, absolutely.
How
Okay.
many?
Yes, I would say well over 100.
100 skeletonized remain autopsies. that you
Yes,
did
sir.
While you were in grad school.
Yes, we had 80 bodies show up to the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office every day. And about 30 of those were subject, questionable, that Dr. Bevins and other coroners would do autopsies on. So there was a significant amount.
And this is while you were in pharmacy school?
Yes, sir.
And you were taking a class with Dr. Jerome Bevins,
yes,
is that right? What type of class is this?
Forensic pathology.
All right. And how much of a part of the curriculum for a pharmacy student is forensic pathology?
1 year.
All right. So for 1 year, you were going and watching autopsies every day?
Almost every day, yes.
And you saw over 100 skeletonized remains?
I would say so.
Okay. Now, you are not a forensic toxicologist either, right?
No, sir.
You're not a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
No, sir.
And therefore, you're not a member of the toxicology section of that academy?
That is correct.
All right, I want to talk about your ultimate opinion in this case, is that the amounts of drugs that you are calculating first tell you that they've been administered on a chronic basis, right?
Yes.
And that the metabolite tells us that this was a chronic basis. Yes?
Yes.
And that your approximation using a formula of skeletal muscle ratio to blood tells you this is well above therapeutic levels.
When we're discussing acetaminophen, I did not find a factor for diphenhydramine.
But you did use a formula, you used a 1-to-1 ratio. It's just a simple formula, right?
For acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen was 0.7.
Correct.
And for diphenhydramine, you used a 1-to-1 ratio.
I didn't approximate a level for diphenhydramine in my report. I just said.
So are you only saying that the acetaminophen was at a toxic level?
No, they were both at toxic levels in the muscle.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
You did approximate the diphenhydramine and acetaminophen levels, correct?
In the muscle or in the body in totality? In the body totality, there was toxic levels of both.
That's what you found?
Yes, sir.
That's your opinion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and you did not find a metabolite for acetaminophen, correct?
No, sir.
All right.
And I don't think one was tested for.
That's in the report that it was not tested for?
I didn't see any metabolites of acetaminophen tested for. In the, I guess it's right here, there was no metabolites of acetaminophen tested for. Yeah, just diphenhydramine metabolite and acetaminophen. So not the metabolites of acetaminophen.
Right. I'd like to talk about metabolites a little bit.
Sure.
The parent drug enters the body, it gets distributed to the muscles, right? Or all over the body, it gets distributed.
Yes.
Maybe not all over the body, but it
Right.
gets distributed throughout the body.
Right.
That's why you can, in skeletal muscle, you can find the active drug concentration, and that's what we're referring to as the parent drug, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, that drug begins to get processed by the liver, right?
In this particular case, with those two drugs, yes.
Some other drugs are processed differently.
That is correct.
All right. Now, as the drug is working its way around the body, it's going through the liver here and being processed, right?
Yes.
If you take acetaminophen, if I ingested a dosage of Tylenol, how soon after would I find it in my muscles if you were able to test it?
Distribution time would probably be within an hour.
All right.
Yeah.
When would you start to see metabolites?
Later. We're looking at, let's say it was given, let's see, I would say around 3 to 6 hours, depending on start seeing metabolites.
When would you stop?
And again, acetaminophen wasn't tested in this particular case.
I understand. I'm just using it as an example. When would you stop seeing the parent drug in my skeletal muscle?
It depends on the concentration, because once again, you have your little gradient. And if the level's here, if the blood goes down to a certain level, it's going to redistribute back to the blood and then be eliminated.
Let's say I take a therapeutic dose of acetaminophen. You can start to see it in my skeletal muscle in around an hour. I promise I'm not holding you to these numbers. I'm just making an illustration here. You then start to see metabolites 3 to 6 hours, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
When would you suspect to stop seeing that parent drug in my skeletal muscle?
In maybe 2 or 3 half-lives of the drug. So the half-life is, in general, for adults is about 3 hours. So you take three half-lives and it would start to gradient away from the muscle.
At what time?
When? I don't know.
About three, okay, so if you have 3 hours, that'll be 9 hours, right, approximately.
So,
and
I understand.
You know, everybody's different, and everybody's liver is developed differently. So, and of course, depending on the individual, they may eliminate it faster or slower.
Okay.
So I'm being very general.
I understand. And again, the numbers aren't being exact here. Would you consider around the same numbers, ballpark for diphenhydramine? Same schedule?
Yes, for the most part, yes, because the half-lives are close.
Okay. So there's a point there where if you stopped everything and you took my skeletal muscle, you would see an active parent ingredient and you would see a metabolite.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You gotta answer yes or no.
That's one dose. I took one dose and I have a parent drug in my muscle and I have a metabolite, right? Yes?
Yes.
But you are claiming that having a parent drug and a metabolite means it's chronic.
Based on the levels as well. Looking at the levels, it's not something that was given all at once.
And that's your opinion because you think you can quantify those levels, right?
These levels here, yes.
Okay. But my point is, a metabolite does not necessarily mean more than one dose, right?
Yes, it can. Yes, it does.
Why?
To me, it does.
Okay. Why?
That tells me that they've been getting it. In other words, with diphenhydramine, if you're given a lethal dose like this all at once, it's going to affect your central nervous system and kill you before that the drug can go through the liver and be metabolized because of its central nervous system depression. However, if it's given on a more than once basis, there's time, you're not giving them a lethal dose right at the beginning, okay? These levels developed, they didn't get to this way with an acute poisoning.
Now, I want to walk back what you just said.
Okay.
You are saying that this metabolite and active drug, parent drug, couldn't have been from one dose in layman's terms because the child would have died before able to metabolize it, right?
Right.
But that's assuming this was a lethal dose.
Yes.
And if someone disagrees with you that it was potentially a trace dose or a therapeutic dose, the child would continue to be alive to metabolize the drug.
Well, I'm basing it on the level of diphenhydramine in the muscle. When you have this large of amount of diphenhydramine in the muscle, okay, and there was metabolite being formed, the metabolite would not have been formed.
Because you believe the child would have died.
Would have died from that level of diphenhydramine.
What I'm asking you is, if someone, and that is because you believe that this was a lethal dose, right?
Yes.
Outside of that, you would agree if this was a non-lethal dose, that there could be a coexistence at the same time, there could be a metabolite and a parent drug, right? If the child did not pass away, you could have both if tested at the right time.
So, may I clarify your question?
Sure.
Okay. If this level was a therapeutic level, and could you repeat your question? Because you're saying this is a therapeutic level.
I'm saying if someone, let's say it's a therapeutic level.
In the blood.
In the muscle.
Okay.
And you believe that means it was a therapeutic level in the blood with your ratios.
Okay.
A metabolite then would not tell you that this was taken more than once. Let me rephrase that. If this is a therapeutic level and there's a metabolite and a parent drug, that does not mean the drug was necessarily given more than once.
In this particular case?
No.
Okay.
A therapeutic level. I'm not talking about this level. I understand how you feel about the level. Okay. If there was a therapeutic dose and that was found in the muscle.
Okay, so I just got to say that this defense lawyer is really, he's really giving this witness a run for his money. So, I feel like the defense is doing a good job at trying to make this witness look not kosher, not good, not great, not believable, whatever the word is I'm looking for. So I mean, even me, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, are you, yeah or no? I don't know. But anyway, we'll get back to it.
20 nanograms per microliter. I think I messed that up. That's the concentration of the parent drug. And you also saw a metabolite. There's no reason to believe that metabolite and that parent drug didn't come from the same dosage, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the whole point here is you believe this metabolite is from a different dosage or multiple dosages because you believe that this represents a toxic dose.
Yes, if this person was given that much diphenhydramine to get to approximately 2,000 nanograms per gram, they would have died before the metabolite would have had time to develop.
Okay. Now you talked about the ratio that you used for acetaminophen. I'd like to start talking about the dosage derived from skeletal muscle.
Are you talking about the methodology now?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I want to get to.
I understand, Jess.
Yeah, okay.
This is the metabolite is still a portion of his opinion.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, Lee, but I feel like that he's making the witness look confused. You know what I'm saying? And so witness is standing his ground, right? What I'm questioning though is the so he says that something about there would be so much that the person would die from the toxic level, would overdose from that amount before there would be any metabolite. So, but he said that there was metabolite, so I'm confused. Now I've confused myself. Ay.
0.7 factor you used for acetaminophen, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said you got that from the study that you cited,
Yes,
right?
sir.
That study was drug concentration in selected skeletal muscles?
Yes, sir.
And you cited 2 studies in your report, correct?
I think there were 4 total.
2 related to skeletal muscle.
Yes, sir.
The other one was site-to-site variability of drug concentrations, right? Now in the first one, where you got the 0.7 number, the article says, and I quote, "We suggest that muscle is suitable for qualitative analysis, but not for quantitative corroboration of a blood sample or as a quantitative alternative to blood," correct?
That is correct.
That's a source you cited.
That's
right?
correct.
You cited 2 sources on skeletal muscle use, and both of them say it is not suitable for quantitative analysis, right?
Correct.
The main reasons is that, and I'll quote from the same article, there might be variability in drug concentration between muscle samples, right?
Yes.
If I take a sample from one part of a muscle, it could be vastly different from another, right?
In that study.
Right, the one you cited.
Correct.
Okay. They say that within case variability of drug concentrations may be extreme, right? Correct?
Correct.
Now this study was not even decaying bodies, right?
No.
Nor was your other study.
No.
The site-to-site variability of drug concentration study also says that interpretations based solely on the levels found may be unreliable, right?
Correct.
And that it's not suitable for quantitative analysis, right?
Absolutely.
Now, I imagine your distinction is you're saying you're just making an approximation, right?
Absolutely, sir.
But your approximation comes with a certainty of your opinion. Is that fair to say?
No.
You are approximating the number, what that level is, but you are opining that whether that number's off a little bit, this represents a toxic dose, right?
In my opinion, these levels in the muscle represent what's in the body as being toxic.
Based on no study that tested decaying muscle.
Correct.
You understand that the scientific field says that this is an unreliable principle to quantify something.
Actually, in the more recent study relating to validating blood levels and muscle, it has been validated.
In that study, the rates or dates or timings of decomposition was a known factor, right?
Is that the airplane pilot?
No, that's separate.
That's a different one. Which
That's
one?
a case.
That's a case.
Oh, that was
That's
the case, okay.
It's the differentiation there, healthy, I mean, the subjects weren't decomposed. However, they homogenized the muscle.
Right.
Which made it less variable.
Did they do that?
You test one piece of muscle, test another piece of muscle. But in relation to my opinion, the levels were there. So the drug had to be in the blood to get there. You couldn't get to greater than or approximately 2,000 nanograms per gram for diphenhydramine if you did not have that level or greater in the blood.
My first question relating back to that article, that was homogenized. The levels were homogenized throughout the muscle in that study, correct?
What do you mean by homogenized?
It means, I'll ask a question.
Yeah, what they do is they take the muscle, like the whole,
Yeah.
all the muscle that they have, they make it into a liquid gel type of, yes, I know. And they test the totality of
So
the
that
muscle.
they're not testing one part of the liver or one part of this.
Correct.
Right, correct. But that's not what you were analyzing. What was tested in this case was not a fully homogenized muscle.
That's correct.
Well, that's the problem then, isn't it? That's why this falls into an unreliable stance that based on your other two articles you cited.
Yes, and the reason I have those there is because, yes, we want to have blood. There's no question that that's the optimum. We want peripheral blood. That's the optimum. But to get to these levels, even in an isolated measurement, you had to have that level or greater in the blood. And it's not like, and I don't mean to be facetious or anything, it's not like it was sprinkled on or the blood bathed the muscle while it was decomposing. That would have not given you the interest, that distribution type of blood or distribution type of drug sample or level.
You understand that in the, maybe I'll ask, do you understand that in the field of forensic toxicology, the opinion that you are attempting to give is not generally accepted in that scientific community?
Yes. However, as I said at the very beginning, toxicology is right here. It's one facet. I look at the totality of everything that's presented to me. And having looked at a number of overdose investigations where we had individuals that overdosed and they were found later in the mountains, because that's where they were using the drugs or wherever it may be, and they were decomposed. So you use whatever you can find to get your levels. And looking at these levels, those are toxic levels. And that's what was in the body.
My question was, you understand that this, what you are attempting to do as a pharmacologist, is not accepted by forensic toxicologists. It's not accepted by the general scientific community to take deceased remains, nearly skeletonized remains, and take the muscle and make even an assumption or approximation based on skeletal muscle. You understand that, right?
I understand that, but how do they explain these levels? Can they explain these levels?
Are you aware of them explaining it through postmortem redistribution?
That's possible, but still, how do you get to 2,000 nanograms per gram? Again, these drugs didn't appear all of a sudden.
And you understand that postmortem redistribution can cause scientists to overestimate a sample in skeletal muscle because it is not homogeneous and it can pool in one section of the muscle. You understand that?
I can see redistribution in other areas of the body, the central part of the body, the blood. But in the muscle is there. It stops once the person is deceased. It stops. That level got there.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just want to make sure we're very clear on this. 2,000 nanograms of per gram of diphenhydramine is 100 times a therapeutic dose in an adult.
That's correct.
Is it possible to be given a therapeutic level of diphenhydramine and end up with 2,000 nanograms per gram somewhere else in the body through the process of post-mortem redistribution?
No.
Does drugs somehow appear and multiply out of nowhere when you start to decompose?
No.
Did this child have to be given at least that much or more for that amount to end up in the muscle based on your expertise?
Yes.
Even if we completely disregard the approximation used to calculate acetaminophen, let's say we take that out of the equation. Can you discuss that 2,000 nanograms per gram in the skeletal muscle would represent a toxic dose to this child?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
When you indicate, hold on, when you indicated that your opinion was an approximation, was there a margin of error?
It wasn't mentioned in the study. They just gave a coefficient factor for partitioning and distribution into the muscle in that particular study.
You're talking about the 2021 study?
No, the 2021 study, they actually validated blood and muscle.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, in your analysis, in your report, you said it was an approximation. What is your margin of error in your coming to that opinion?
There was no margin of error reported in the study. It was 0.7, so that would be 70%.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else? All right. All right. You can sit down.
Thank you.
All right.
Wow.
Our brief argument.
Would you like me to start?
Sure.
Wow, wow, wow.
And I know we've argued this before, so I know generally what the arguments are.
Right.
So just kind of summarize for me now that we have the benefit of this testimony.
I'm waiting to hear back from Grace to see if she's doing a live.
Judge, I think the important thing here is to
And focus on the Daubert
go by
factors.
the Daubert factors, and we can start there and kind of work our way through them. The state brought it up yesterday, and it is true that Daubert is not an exhaustive list. It's not you must satisfy all of them. It is a framework because the judges have been made.
So I'm not gonna lie, I was confused. Like when Lee said, doing his job, yes, but think it will only serve to confuse the jury in the long run and cause them not to listen. So I'm just meanwhile sitting over here messaging Grace, like, are you going live? And the rest of it just went over my head. Nah. They lost me. So, yeah. He wants to discredit him because it hurts her case, right? I get it. As soon as he said once deceased, the muscle would not process, and the lawyer stumbled and went, oh, no more questions. Oh, well, there we go. As soon as he said, once deceased, the muscle would not process, the lawyer stumbled and went, oh, no more questions. Oh, okay. Well, I need to go back and watch that part. Anybody else need to go back and see that? See, Lee? I'm just like... And then I got triggered, not triggered, but caught up in Kel's comment. She said, so happy you're live, Jenny. Is your crusty eye no longer crusty? It's no longer crusty. It is still a little bit yucky, but at least I was able to like fully open it this morning when I woke up, whereas the night before or the morning before when I woke up, I was like, yeah. They were stuck together, so I'm waiting on Miss Gracie Poo to see if she's going live, because if she is, then I don't want to keep y'all over here. I want y'all to go over there, and then we can like rehash this later tonight when she's done. I'm always up for late live streams, right? I'm just looking. She's not replying back to me. She's not replying back to me. Yo. She was in here earlier. But she didn't say one way or the other, so I don't know. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just saw something sweet on Instagram. I'm going to scroll it back real quick and listen to what that lawyer just said, what Lee's talking about. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Let me just scroll back real quick.
And you're coming to that.
Understand that.
I can see redistribution.
I think it was about right there, Lee.
These levels. Can they, but how? And looking at these levels, those are toxic levels. And that's what was in the body.
My question was, you understand that this, what you are attempting to do as a pharmacologist, is not accepted by forensic toxicologists. It's not accepted by the general scientific community to take deceased remains, nearly skeletonized remains, and take the muscle and make even an assumption or an approximation based on skeletal muscle. You understand that, right?
I understand that, but how do they explain these levels? Can they explain these levels?
Are you aware of them explaining it through postmortem redistribution?
That's possible, but still, how do you get to 2,000 nanograms per gram? Again, these drugs didn't appear all of a sudden.
And you understand that postmortem redistribution can cause scientists to overestimate a sample in skeletal muscle because it is not homogeneous and it can pool in one section of the muscle. You understand that?
I can see redistribution in other areas of the body, the central part of the body, the blood. But in the muscle is there. It stops once the person is deceased. It stops. That level got there.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just want to make sure we're very clear on this. 2,000 nanograms per gram of diphenhydramine is 100 times a therapeutic dose in an adult.
That's correct.
Is it possible to be given a therapeutic level of diphenhydramine and end up with 2,000 nanograms per gram somewhere else in the body through the process of postmortem redistribution?
No.
Does drugs somehow appear and multiply out of nowhere when you start to decompose?
No.
Did this child have to be given at least that much or more for that amount to end up in the muscle based on your expertise?
Yes.
Even if we completely disregard the approximation used to calculate acetaminophen, let's say we take that out of the equation. Can you discuss that 2,000 nanograms per gram in the skeletal muscle would represent a toxic dose to this child?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
When you indicate, when you indicated that your opinion was an approximation, was there a margin of error?
It wasn't mentioned in the study. They just gave a coefficient factor for partitioning and distribution into the muscle in that particular study.
You're talking about the 2021 study?
No, the 2021 study, they actually validated
Okay,
blood and muscle.
I got what I
Well, I
needed
guess what
to
I'm
hear
asking
from
is,
that.
in your analysis, in your report, you said it was an approximation. What is your margin of error in your coming to?
Judge, I think the important thing here is to
And focus on the Daubert
go by the Daubert factors, and we can start there and kind of work our way through them. The state brought it up yesterday, and it is true that Daubert is not an exhaustive list. It's not a You must satisfy all of them. It is a framework because the judges have been made the gatekeeper of scientific expert opinion testimony. Some of the factors cited here that I think are most important, that the theory or technique can be tested. Not only has it been tested, it's been tested and debunked by the study cited by Dr. Gonzalez. The rate of error of the theory or technique is not known by Dr. Gonzalez and cannot give a rate of error. The rate of error cited by the study, I believe, probably wasn't mentioned because they said don't use these numbers for quantitative analysis. If the theory or technique has been subject to and supported by a peer review or publication. Well, the technique, again, in its own study says don't.
Okay, now wait a minute, you guys. Wait a minute, wait. So, did that witness just testify in front of the jury? Or was that his portion of the Daubert motion questioning? And so, because if that's the case, then I just missed, I don't know if that was, because now this defense is back up here talking about the Daubert motion stuff. So I don't think that witness's testimony was in front of the jury. I think that was part of the Daubert testimony or Daubert motion. So yeah, I don't think that the jury actually heard any of that. Jenny, I just noticed your hair bow. It matches your headphones. Adorbs. Oh, does it? I didn't even notice. Does it? Oh my God, it does. Look at that. Yeah. Wow. It does match. I forgot which head thing I had in. Yeah, it does match. Cute. Cute. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the jury was not there. Pretty sure the jury did not hear that. So, yeah, I don't know. Or if they did, then I'm not sure how that works. Because I don't think that the judge would let the jury hear that information if now the defense attorney is going to argue again. Because I do remember after that other doctor, they said that she said she wanted to hear from this doctor, before making her decision. So, yeah. So we're going to hear it again if they didn't. Possibly. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know that to be a fact. And if so, we can kind of scooch past that, right? If it's going to be the same information. So, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there. I could be completely wrong. I could be wrong about that.
Don't do this for quantitative analysis. If it's generally accepted in the scientific community, we heard from Dr. Jackson, we heard from Dr. Gonzalez that it's not accepted in the field of forensic toxicology, which is the field that matters here. I understand he's a pharmacologist and can testify about drugs and the effects they have, but what he's doing is delving into forensic toxicology. That's who medical examiners and pathologists use for drug analysis in postmortem cases. The prongs in the Georgia statute generally follow the same thing, that's based on sufficient facts or data, product of reliable principles and methods, and has applied those principles and methods to the facts of this case. I want to briefly distinguish the 2021 study that Dr. Gonzalez helped us with, is that was a homogenized muscle that alleviates some of the problems cited by the two papers from the 90s that he cited. We don't have that here. That is one of the main issues. Also, that study doesn't give you a rate or a ratio to use for acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. They test different drugs. That's not tested in that study. The decomposition rates were known in that study. That's one of the factors that Dr. Jackson said is most important, is that this body was decomposing. And he does not share Dr. Gonzalez's opinion that it's always a 1-to-1 ratio. That's probably true in his field when he's doing shortly after death overdose investigations.
But in the 2021 study did not involve decomposing bodies, did it?
It did involve different levels of decomposition, but those were known in the study. So we knew the rates because that was a known
Because they knew how
rate of
long the
decomposition.
bodies had been,
Right.
samples had been decomposed. Okay.
Right, and we don't have that.
Right.
So that study is why Dr. Jackson was able to distinguish it from our present case. Dr. Jackson said the most important factor is the decomposition here. He said that the postmortem redistribution can cause these levels. And that's why he said, Dr. Jackson knows what these levels were. He's the one that tested for them. He knows what they were, and he cannot say that this was any more than a trace dosage, as much as he could say it was an appropriate therapeutic dose, as much as he can say an overdose. Those are the three options here. Was the child given too little? Was he given the right amount or too much? He knows that 2000 level, and because he understands postmortem redistribution, he understands he still can't do anything with it because it can go more than a 1-to-1 ratio in postmortem redistribution. That's the problem. That's a problem that Dr. Gonzalez is ignoring. So he's trying to apply a principle that is unfounded, based on unfounded data and resources, and trying to do what every other forensic toxicologist refuses to do because they understand what they're working with. This is not his direct field, and this is what happens when people are brought in to testify about fields that are not their expertise. The only thing that I think appropriate that he could testify to as a pharmacologist is what the effects would have been if a child is given a toxic dose of diphenhydramine and acetaminophen. He can say he understands what the symptoms were from the child. He can say it's consistent, but nothing more. He can't talk about the dosage. It's not supported. And if you can't support the dosage, you can't support the conclusion that this is a toxic dose. There's no basis. So he also, I went a little long on this, Judge, and this is my point. The metabolite issue. He agrees that he only thinks it was a chronic basis, and I'm sorry, let me start that over. He only thinks the metabolite is significant to show that this drug was given more than once because he believes the last dose that child got would have caused him to pass away. He's doing that based on bad science. If you take that away, he agrees that a metabolite and a parent drug can be present at the same time. We walked through that timing together. So he can't testify scientifically that this was a chronic basis. He can't testify that this was an overdose. I don't think he's planning on testifying about the zygomatic arch that was in his report. If the state's not bringing that up, I won't belabor the court and argue it. I think the only thing he can testify to is if the symptoms were consistent if the child was given a toxic dose and not that they were.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Potter.
Your Honor, as I understand the defense's argument, the issue is specifically with one approximation that Dr. Gonzalez performed as one part of his analysis of whether this child was exposed to toxic levels of these two drugs. And that is when he approximated the amount of acetaminophen in the blood with the 0.7 ratio that he used from one of the earlier studies. Which he said did not have a demonstrated error rate. Now, he is not coming before the jury, and he is not going to say that this is what the child's blood level would have been. He's going to say that we're able to approximate the blood level. It would have been approximately.
Okay, so that wasn't in front of the jury. So that was part of that was his side of his argument on the Daubert motion that they pulled up. So Tammy says, well, how did it get into his system that much? How else did he die? Well, I mean, it's smart for the defense to do this because she's saying that he just died. That she didn't overdose him. She did give him the medicine, but that he did not, that she didn't give him too much, right? The state is saying that she did, and that they have witnesses that say, they have experts that say that there were toxic levels in the system. And that's what this argument is about. Because the defense is saying that he's not qualified, that the science that he's using is not whatever to prove that. So it's going to be up to the judge to decide what the jury is going to hear from this doctor that was just on the stand.
This amount, but based on his training, education, and experience, that it would have to have been at least that amount, equal to or more. And the defense did not question or disprove anything using pharmacological principles that his assertion that had to be at least the same or more was incorrect. He is merely attacking one calculation that was used. He's done nothing to demonstrate that this expert doesn't have the knowledge and basis and background to say that it had to be higher in the blood. And with the diphenhydramine, he didn't even use a calculation. We're just using common sense here. The doctor is saying a therapeutic dose in an adult would be 20 nanograms per gram. This child had 2,000 nanograms per gram in his skeletal muscle. I mean, it doesn't just appear out of nowhere, Your Honor, and that needs to be explained to the jury. The forensic toxicologist has a very different role. They are simply receiving samples and they're screening them for drugs. And then they interpret those amounts. This pharmacologist studies the effects of drugs in both live patients and patients that have arrived deceased after an overdose. He has real life experience with these two specific drugs in the context of an overdose, both in cases where children have survived and where children have died.
All right, question. What were the levels of that he was given from, is it Dr. Jackson?
Dr. Jackson won't opine about that.
I'm not talking about the extrapolation, the initial, whatever they tested, what was the result, that numerical value?
2,000 nanograms per gram in the muscle.
In the muscle.
Diphenhydramine.
Okay. And that was determined by Dr. Jackson?
By Dr. Jackson.
Okay. All right.
And so, because the forensic toxicologist won't discuss what that number means, because that's not his job, that's not what he does, we need a pharmacologist to explain what the therapeutic level would be and how this is significantly higher. We don't even need to discuss the ratio of acetaminophen and trying to quantify a blood level. That's not even relevant to a discussion of the diphenhydramine. But we need to be able to demonstrate to this jury that 2,000 nanograms per gram is a massive amount. And it can't just appear out of nowhere, Your Honor. That amount of the drug had to be in the child's body. And the pharmacologist is the best person to explain what happens when the drug is ingested, how it distributes through the body, and his opinion that you couldn't have a metabolite with this specific drug, diphenhydramine, because the child would have died with this amount of drug before it would have ever gotten the opportunity to metabolize. This is very important information for the jury to know, because that tells us that the child had received this drug on more than one occasion, that it had a chance to develop in the liver. And the defense has had no line of question to discredit any of those opinions. Their argument has been solely based on the one calculation regarding acetaminophen. And so Dr. Gonzalez should be allowed to testify to his evaluation of the toxicological report and his understanding of what those amounts mean, so that the jury can understand the values and why these values are problematic. Dr. Gonzalez testified.
That's part of the problem, Kel. So then you would think it takes longer to get into the muscle than the bloodstream, so doesn't this look even worse for the defense to have that much medication in the muscle? So what that doctor was saying that was on the stand a while ago is that in order for there to be that much in the in order for there to be that much diphenhydramine or Benadryl in the muscle, it had to have been in the bloodstream, because it can't get into the muscle until it goes through the bloodstream. So, like, basically, I think he was kind of saying, like, the muscle is like one of the last places that it gets to, right? And so, He said it would to have had to have been at least 1-to-1, but more often, usually, I mean, it's, I don't want to say always, but probably usually always more of it in the bloodstream than there is in the muscle. So it would have had to have been at least 2,000, which the normal therapeutic level is 20 in an adult. And this was a 6-year-old child. So the defense is trying to get the prosecutor's doctor that was just on the stand. That's what he's trying to stop, is them saying that through this Daubert motion. They're trying to dismiss his testimony, or part of it, maybe not all of it, but part of it. He did say, would it be okay with them saying this is okay, and this is okay, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Not even close to a normal amount or a normal dose. Yeah. So I hear Jolie pecking at the door. I'm going to start this back up and go see. Daddy's home with her. He's in there, but I'm going to go see. They might be working on dinner. So let's go look. I'm gonna go look and let you guys listen.
That he has participated in thousands of overdose investigations, specifically involving these drugs, specifically involving children, and involving children that both passed from them and that survived. He has knowledge that will be useful and relevant to the jury, and his reliability has not been attacked. Again, as the defense even pointed out, this list of factors in Daubert is not exhaustive and it's not required. They're suggestions. They're suggestions. But it is ultimately the court's role as the gatekeeper to determine if scientific testimony is going to be relevant and useful and reliable to the jury. And in the case that I provided to the court earlier, in Ray Jacoby airplane crash litigation, this is a United States.
Yeah, I read that one. I got it.
If I can refer the court to page 15, sort of middle of the page, the court emphasizes that the list is non-exclusive and that each factor need not be applied in every case. That the inquiry needs to be tailored, and that you should consider those factors only in as much sense as they're reasonable to make your reliability determination. That the court's inquiry must be based solely on the principles and methodology and not on the conclusions they generate.
Right.
That an expert's testimony need not be flawless for it to be reliable and admissible. That the grounds for the expert's opinion merely have to be good. They do not have to be perfect.
But they have to be reliable. They have to be generally accepted in the scientific community. And in theory, they should be subjected to peer review and publication and things like that too. I mean, that's not me, that's Daubert, that's what the law says. It's not that the state needs the evidence or that the defense needs the evidence.
And again, we're hyper-focusing on
The
one
law.
on one calculation for acetaminophen. There was no demonstration by the defense in their questioning that his evaluation of the levels of diphenhydramine is unreliable or contrary to pharmacological principles.
Okay.
There was none. And that information is useful and relevant to the jury's inquiry. Your Honor, the court's role as a gatekeeper is not intended to serve as a replacement for the adversarial system. Vigorous cross-examination, presentation of contrary evidence, and careful instruction on the burden of proof are the traditional and appropriate methods of attacking shaky but admissible evidence. All of those arguments go to the weight of the doctor's opinion, not its admissibility. And the appropriate test crucible for his opinion is in cross-examination.
Okay.
Judge,
Yes.
very briefly,
Sure.
I need to address first, the statement states my position and argument. My position is not simply the rate of acetaminophen. It has nothing to do with diphenhydramine. I'll state my argument very simply. Skeletal muscle from decayed remains cannot be used to extrapolate or estimate blood levels at the time of death. That's not my opinion, it's Dr. Jackson's opinion. It's not about the 0.7 number. That is a flawed number. It's not just about that. It's not about the ratio of Benadryl. It's not just Tylenol. Both numbers don't provide anything of scientific reliability or substance to this jury. Ms. Hodder states that 2,000 is a lot, and the jury needs to know that. That's the problem. 2,000 nanograms, whatever that figure is, in a decayed skeletal muscle, we don't know if that's a lot. Dr. Jackson doesn't know if that means it's a lot. Dr. Gallup doesn't know. Dr. Turner doesn't know, because they can't. They can't use skeletal muscle and decayed remains accurately to determine dosage. The airplane crash case, J.P. airplane crash, I want to point out the testing there seems similar on its face to ours, but they tested in multiple locations. They tested 10 different types of tissue and fluids. And the error rate was known. That's on page 20. They cited another case, coincidentally, the Sheeshley versus Cessna aircraft case that's starting on page 22, that brings up a Benadryl test that was excluded because the error rate wasn't known in part. I don't know if that was intentional by the state, but that's the problem. It's similar, it's a different test than what we have here, but the error rate's not known. So my argument is not about 0.7 acetaminophen, it's about
The methodology, the procedure that he used to come to the methodology that he used.
Yeah, and just the entire basis of this opinion.
Right, okay, got it. Anything else? Briefly, then I take a quick break.
Your Honor, this expert isn't being used to tell the jury what the blood level would have been. This expert is being used to testify that these levels, regardless of not being able to tell exactly what the blood level would have been, are toxic. And that is based on pharmacological principles on what a therapeutic level would be, and the fact that drugs don't just appear and multiply in the body and decay flesh. There has been no presentation that that happens. Dr. Jackson didn't testify to that. These drugs had to be ingested. You've heard no evidence that that's a phenomenon that occurs. These amounts were in the body, and Dr. Gonzalez can explain. And so while no one's willing to say this is what would be in the blood because we don't have a for sure method of doing that, we can still talk about these levels. It can still provide some instruction to the jury that's going to be helpful to their determination if this was an inappropriate amount.
But your other experts aren't going to be able to say that, right?
They're in a different field, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We're talking about pharmacological principles. A toxicologist is not going to discuss the pharmacological principles because they're not going out and evaluating the case. They're testing a sample and they're telling you what is present in the sample. The inquiry was completely different.
Judge, even pharmacologically, Dr. Gonzalez can't provide anything to say it is a one-to-one on decayed muscle. No one can. Pharmacist, toxicologist, doesn't exist. That's why he hasn't cited it anymore.
All right. I'm constrained by what Daubert allows me to do, and there is, and I agree with the defense that the skeletal remains cannot be used to accurately extrapolate or establish blood levels at the time of death. His methodology, the methodology that was used by Dr. Gonzalez there's no evidence that his theory or technique has been tested, that it's been subject to peer review and publication. He had no rate of error at all when I asked him what the margin of error was for his approximation. And the evidence clearly indicates to me that this extrapolation method by use of the skeletal muscle is not generally accepted within the scientific community. And those are things that Daubert requires before the opinion is allowed. So I am simply following the law, but I'm not going to allow those opinions. He can testify that the symptoms, what a toxic dosage was, that the child's symptoms are consistent with a toxic dose, but not the extrapolation.
That's a big blow. That's a big
Your Honor,
blow.
can Dr. Gonzalez discuss what a therapeutic level would be and tell the jury, I can't tell you what was in the blood,
I think that's appropriate.
but a
I don't have a
therapeutic
problem with
level
that.
would be,
I think that's fine.
and that,
It's just it's that extrapolation. I'm okay with him as a general, is his experience and expertise in pharmacology being able to testify as to what a therapeutic level would be.
As long as he doesn't say there's a 1-to-1 ratio and that this 2,000 was the blood level. And I should be able to ask, this is not blood level, it's the skeletal muscle level.
Are we on the same page?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then that's the ruling. All right, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll.
Mercy. That's so confusing. Like, I'm not even 100% sure what she's allowing.
we certainly would not go into how their relationship ended or any infidelity, that's not relevant, nor what we're going to do, Your Honor.
Okay,
But
so
we do think it's absolutely relevant.
something was skipped here, apparently. I don't know what was skipped, but now it sounds like they're talking about the relationship between Teresa and William's father, the dad. So I know that that should be coming up soon with the dad. So I don't know who's first. I don't know if they're going to put the doctor right back up on the stand again or how that's going to go. So we'll see. We'll see.
Discuss the nature of their relationship and how they parented their daughter, the fact that he was not allowed to see his daughter when the relationship ended. I think this does show a pattern, and it doesn't necessarily implicate.
I put Kel's comment up right whenever the Teresa looked back at the camera. I got to rewind it because I want to see what stank face she was making and who she was making it at. It looked like she was making it straight at the cameraman. I don't know. Hold on a minute.
A bad character, not allowing some. It doesn't necessarily.
Anticipate going into any of that?
Some of it, yes, Your Honor. We certainly would not go into how their relationship ended or any infidelity. That's not relevant, nor what we're going to do, Your Honor. But we do think it's absolutely relevant to discuss the nature of their relationship and how they parented their daughter, the fact that he was not allowed to see his daughter when the relationship ended. I think this does show a pattern, and it doesn't necessarily implicate bad character, not allowing someone, not wanting to have a relationship with someone after the romantic relationship has ended, not wanting them to be in your life, and not wanting them to be a part of your child's life doesn't implicate bad character per se. She might have had good reasons for doing so.
All right. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's bad character, but.
So it's character at all. So it's 404A, it's going to be evidence of a person's character or trait.
So it sounds like they're going to have a couple of different witnesses. It sounds like they're going to have William's dad. William is the victim here. So it sounds like they're going to have I know they're going to have his dad, but then it also sounds like Poppy, stop scratching at the door. Poppy scratching at the door. It sounds like they're also going to have, if I'm not mistaken, because she has an 18-year-old daughter as well. So it sounds like maybe her dad is going to be a witness as well. I don't know yet.
A character shall not be admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith on a particular occasion. So these traits that they're going to bring up about a past, so it's important to realize that all of these events happened much long after. And I think it's the state trying to get into propensity.
Well, is this the next witness?
No, no.
All right, let's hold off on this then until right before that witness. Could you let us know when that witness is going to testify? I'm going to get the jurors back in here.
It will be the second witness, and this next witness isn't going to be terribly long. So
Okay. All right, change my mind then. Let's see.
And I'm having trouble getting the.
Every time we don't use it, it like goes. All right, is it not? It's displaying now. Is that not what it's supposed to be? We need to get Chris and just have him sit here throughout the rest of it. He was here. Whenever he leaves, he sends some bad vibes to the. Oh wait, now it's working. Okay. All right. I mean, I think. Character evidence is any evidence that directly or indirectly suggests that the defendant has a bad or a criminal character, and therefore is more likely to have committed the crime charged as presumptively inadmissible character evidence. Character evidence. I don't know if this. I don't think this qualifies as character evidence.
It absolutely doesn't, Your Honor. We're not using a.
Turn on your mic.
We're not using a character trait to show that the defendant was more likely to have committed the crime charged. We're exploring the relationships we had to show what her relationship was like with her family, with her child, because she made statements to the police that she had no one to care for them. You know, she made all these statements about her family and her history and her background that we believe these statements from Mr. Black could be used to impeach.
Okay. I'm going to allow the evidence for now. I don't know exactly what the testimony is going to be, but if you think there is a specific statement, or if you think they're going down the road that's going to lead to specific, I think generally the parenting and all that is okay. I don't think that's bad character. It's hard to rule on this and you know, without getting a proffer of exactly what the testimony is going to be.
Yes, Judge, and so a big part of the state's case, as you've heard, is that she kept William away from his biological father's family. That is what this witness is coming to say, which is propensity. And it's going to say that she did it with this man, and she did it in the past with this other. So, Judge, if it's not, I don't see how it's relevant to this particular case if it's not going to her character as a mom that keeps her son away from his dad.
Ms. Hunter?
Absolutely relevant. Ms. Hamilton said that she had no one to help care for William and that his father wasn't ever in his life.
Okay. All right.
Just one last thing to say, Judge. That we're not arguing is not relevant. There's been plenty of witnesses that say, yeah, he kept her from him. What we're arguing is her relationship with her ex-husband, what he's going to say. That is absolutely irrelevant to this particular case. Decades afterwards.
Okay. Well, again, I don't think it's necessarily character evidence. I can't really rule on it until I hear, you know, exactly what it is. If you want to reassert your objection when you think you're getting into that, we can reevaluate it. But for now, I'm not going to keep it out at this point. All right, so the last issue I want to bring up before we bring the jury in is there was a sidebar yesterday. We had this discussion last night. I had Diane pull the real-time, and it was, let me read it. Okay. All right, so the answer was, she was indicted, brought back to DeKalb County. Myself and investigator McClendon met her at DeKalb jail to see if she wanted to provide an additional statement, at which time she did not. And then Mr. Bozarth, he said, objection, Your Honor, may we approach? So I think that, again, I'm just clarifying the record that I will consider that as a waiver for that particular bench conference, waiver of your client's presence. Okay, I didn't want to leave any open holes if I can help it. Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jurors back. Sorry for the delay, but I hope I made it up to you. Okay.
All right, jury's back.
All right, we are ready to proceed.
Who's up next?
Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Wanda Hamilton.
Wanda Hamilton. I don't know who this is. But this is bound to be,
Raise your right hand for me.
This is probably an aunt.
The truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Please lower your hand. State your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Wanda Hamilton, Houston.
Good morning, Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning.
Ms. Hamilton, did you know William DaShawn Hamilton?
Yes,
How did you know him?
I'm his aunt.
And is that on his mother's side or on his father's side?
On his father's side.
And what's your brother's name?
William Harris Hamilton.
Is that William DaShawn Hamilton's father?
Yes,
And Margaret Hamilton, who is that to you?
my mother.
And is that William Harris, your brother, Hamilton's mother as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know, or do you know Teresa Bailey?
Yes,
How'd you know Teresa Bailey?
we was friends.
Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please describe what she looks like, what she's wearing?
She had on a suit and a white shirt and braids in her hair.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
She don't want to look at
The
her.
record will reflect.
Can't blame her.
Thank you.
And did Teresa and your brother William have a relationship?
Yes,
Did they have children?
yes,
Were you and Teresa friends prior to your brother having a relationship with her?
yes,
Did you know Teresa's family?
yes,
Does Teresa have siblings?
yes.
How many?
She has 3 brothers and a sister.
And were Teresa's parents around?
Yes,
Did she have a mom and a dad?
yes.
Was there a point of time when Teresa was not in William's life?
Yes,
For about how long?
about 2 years.
And during that time, who was looking after William?
Her parents.
While Teresa's parents were looking after William, did the
Okay, you guys, I'm going to keep this playing. I'm going to take my phone with me and watch it. I'm going to run to the kitchen, grab a plate of dinner, and heat it up because the family's already ate and I'm starving. So I'm going to go get a plate and I will be back in just a few minutes. But I'll have my phone with me and watching just so I don't like make sure that nothing like gets frozen or anything. So I'll be right back.
father side of the family, your brother William, did that side of the family get to see little William?
Yes.
How often?
On the weekends, on the weekdays.
Did you have children William's age?
Yes.
Did they get to play with William?
Yes.
They get to spend time with William?
Yes.
When Teresa came back into William's life, do you remember about what time, how old he was?
About 6.
When Teresa came back into his life, did the father side of the family continue to get to see little William?
Yes.
Did that ever change?
It did.
How soon?
I can really tell you how long it was that it changed.
Do your best. I know it's been a long time. How long do you think Teresa had been back before?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. And what happened?
She just disappeared.
Did Teresa tell anyone, to your knowledge, on the father side of the family, that she was going anywhere?
No.
Did Teresa reach out to anyone on the father side of the family, to your knowledge, for any help with William?
She did. I don't know when it changed. I can tell you that when it changed.
Well, specifically before she disappeared.
Before she disappeared?
Right before she disappeared, did she reach out and ask for help?
Yes.
Did she ask for anyone to take care of him so she could? And leading up to the 2 years that she was in his life before she left, she would ask the father side of the family for help.
At times.
And would the family members on the father side of the family member help out?
Yes.
What sort of things would your side of the family do to help out with William?
Babysit, clothes, whatever he need, money, whatever she needed for him.
What was little William like?
He was awesome. He was a joy. He would light up the room. He had a very good, beautiful smile. It would just melt your heart. He was a sweet guy.
How old do you think William was when you last saw him? About 6. Did you ever speak to Teresa after you last saw William?
Yes, I saw her. I did.
Did you ask her about William?
Yes.
What did she tell you, or where did she tell you he was?
She told me he was in a his godfather.
Did you want to speak to him?
Yes.
Did you want to see him?
Yes.
What did Teresa say?
She would give him, I asked her, she would give him my number and let him call me, but she never did. He never called.
Did you keep asking Teresa to see William?
Yes.
Did you ever look for Teresa on social media?
Yes.
Were you able to become friends with Teresa on social media and link up that way?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
In 2017.
Permission to approach the witness room. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 76. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
Because I befriended her on Facebook. I befriended her on Facebook.
And is that a snapshot of your Facebook profile?
Yes.
Is that the one you used to contact Teresa?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tender 76 into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, 76 is admitted.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 77. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Is that a screenshot of Teresa's Facebook profile?
Yes.
And is that the profile you reached out to?
Yes.
And were you able to talk to Teresa after you reached out to her?
Yes, I was.
And based on the conversations you had and the pictures you observed on that profile, were you able to confirm it was in fact Teresa's profile?
Yes.
Your Honor, state tenders Exhibit 77 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
When you reached out to Teresa in 2017, what did you say to her?
I asked about my nephew, and I wanted to talk to her.
What'd she say?
told me that she would, excuse me, she told me that she would give him my number to call me, but she never did.
Were you able to continue having conversations with Teresa?
Yes.
At some point, did she stop that?
Yes.
What did she do?
She did unblock me.
She blocked you on Facebook?
Yes.
Back in 1998, 1999, did you want to have a relationship with William?
Yes.
Do you still, to this day, would you have liked to have had a relationship with William?
Yes.
Would you have wanted your children to have a relationship with him back then?
Absolutely.
If Teresa or your brother William had asked you to help, would you have helped them?
Absolutely.
If you were unable to help them, was your mother in a position to help them?
Yes.
Did your mother ever help you with your kids?
Yes, she did.
Did your mom ever take care of your kids?
All 6 of them.
Did you love William?
I loved him.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ross?
No questions.
Thank you. All right, you may step down. You're excused. You can stay in the courtroom if you like, or you're free to go.
Thank you.
Call your name, witness.
Your Honor, state calls Teresa Black.
Sir, raise your right hand. You swear out front the testimony you get to the court should be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
May lower your hand, state your name and spell for the record, please.
My name is DaShawn Black. That's Luquese. Last name Black, BLACK.
Good morning, Mr. Black.
How you doing?
Good. I want to speak with you about where you're from.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And at some point, did you move away from Charlotte?
Yes, I did to better my life.
All right, and where did you go?
I went to Alaska.
Alaska?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after Alaska, where did you move to?
Had a family altercation, so I came back home.
And then home is where?
Charlotte, North
Okay,
Carolina.
okay. And so you were born in Charlotte. How long before you left to go to Alaska were you living in Charlotte?
I've been in Charlotte all my life.
Okay, until you moved to Alaska.
Yeah.
I want to speak with you about Teresa Black. How do you know Teresa Black?
I met this young lady when we was younger, 92.
All right. And who was she to you back in 1992?
Just a friend.
Just a friend, all right. And did you all date in 1992?
No, ma'am.
At some point, did you all begin to date?
Yeah.
What year did you begin to date Teresa?
It was in 04.
2004, okay. And did you all take your relationship to another level?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
We met in 2004.
Well, you met back up in 2004.
Well, we met back up in 2004. Had jobs, both chasing our lives around. 2005, we got married and had a beautiful daughter.
All right. And what's your daughter's name?
Nakia Black.
And when you all got married, what state were you all living in at the time?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And when you got married, and before you had your daughter, were you aware if Teresa had any other children?
I was aware that she had a child, but
When did you become aware that she had that child? Did you become aware at the time you all first began to date, or after you all were married?
After we was married.
So during your dating phase, did Teresa ever tell you that she had a child?
Yeah, like when we first started back talking, she admitted that she did have a child.
Okay. And did she tell you that child's name?
Yeah.
And what was that child's name?
Lil William. That's what we call him.
Lil William.
Yeah.
All right. And you said that's who we call. That's who called. You said that's what we call him. Who is we?
My family, her. I mean, that's what we represented him as, Lil William. That's how we knew him.
Okay. And this was around 2004?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you meet Teresa?
Double Oaks.
Is that a neighborhood in Charlotte?
An old neighborhood in Charlotte off Statesville Avenue.
So you met her from being in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. All right. She also told you that his name, when you all referred to him as Lil Will, did she tell you what his age was back in 2004?
I think she did, I just can't remember.
Was it in the teenage age range or the early toddler age range? What was?
He was in the early teen, I believe.
Okay, early teen. And did you ever meet him in person?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Did Teresa ever tell you where little William was staying?
Yeah.
Where was he staying?
He was supposed to be in Atlanta with his family members. I believe that was either her family members or William's family members, his dad.
All right. Do you recall which family member he was with? Was it a uncle, auntie, grandmother, grandfather?
At that time, it had to be like older people, like his grandparents or something like that.
So you and Teresa get married. How long before or how long after you got married did you all move to Alaska?
We got married 2005. We had a daughter I say about March.
Of what year?
March of 2005 is when we went to Alaska.
And do you recall what month you got married?
February.
February. So a month later, you all moved to Alaska.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, was your daughter born or was?
Yes.
She was born?
Yes. She was born January 27th.
Of 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you all moved to to Alaska, were you and Teresa living together with your daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was that a house in a neighborhood or in another metropolitan neighborhood within Charlotte?
We stayed in a different metropolitan area.
All right.
Oh, you guys, I'm getting ready to get my hungry on. I got some more spaghetti here and some garlic bread. Ooh, boy, I'm listening. I'm going to shut my camera off and I'm going to devour this plate of food. I am so hungry. So, okay. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be right here listening.
And do you recall if that the area that you all were living in, was that close to the neighborhood where you met Teresa or some distance?
Both of them were some distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
At some point, now let me back up. How was the relationship with you and Teresa and your child when you all were living in Charlotte?
Judge, objection to relevancy and character evidence.
What's the relevance?
Well, Your Honor, may we actually approach or speak about this outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah, all right, I'm sorry, guys, I just send you back to the jury room for a minute while we handle this matter. My apologies. While we're thinking about it, this was in 2005 that she's married to him. So what is the relevance of her, what was the question, parenting?
No, I asked what was Teresa's demeanor with him, her, and your child?
Okay.
And Your Honor, the question of what I'm getting.
Let's get a proffer from the witness about what he's going to say, and then maybe I can make a determination if it's relevant.
Yes. Back when you and Teresa first had your daughter, what was the relationship like when the daughter was first born?
It's wonderful.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't know if you wanted me to continue. And at some point, you all left and moved to Alaska.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did the dynamics of your all's relationship change?
Yes, it did.
And as a result of the changing of the dynamics of your relationship change, did you move from Alaska?
Yes, I did.
And did you move back to, where did you move back to?
I moved back to Charlotte.
No. And so that's the basis of those statements, Your Honor.
All right, so what's the relevant, how is this more likely to help the jury decide whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty of murder?
Well, Your Honor, murder is not the only charge in the indictment. It also goes to, there's additional charge of concealing the death of another person.
Okay.
He's going to get into more detail about a conversation that he had with William on the phone. All of this information goes to her demeanor to show how she is concealing the death of William. She is acting like he is still alive, acting like his life is still present, everything is happening.
For the purpose of the continued concealment of the death?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. That wasn't articulated earlier, so thank you. Okay.
Judge, just as to his, and I think you're picking up on this, as to his relationship with Teresa and how she was as a parent, we have a continuing objection to that relevance as to this case.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, I am going to go into additional details with Mr. Black in reference to his relationship with his daughter. This is also going to be information that's going to also come out with Mr. Black. I suspect that, I've talked to Mr. Black several times and Mr. Hamilton, that I suspect they're going to say something to the effect that when Ms. Black gets upset with them as an individual, she doesn't allow them to see the child.
Okay, what is that ask? That's the part that he's objecting to.
Yes, and so that again directly contradicts Ms. Black's statement that she provided to Lieutenant Quigley as to the fact of how she didn't have help, that she was a single parent, that she was on her own, when in fact, she actually had individuals wanted to help and she was not allowed.
That was in 2005.
But it's
now.
Correct, but it also was in 1999.
Propensity, they're getting into a pattern that once she did it now, she did it back then.
If he can testify as to information about what the situation was in 1998 or 1999, around the time of the incident, that's fine. But I don't think assuming she kept him from seeing their daughter in 2005, I don't think that has any relevance. You know, the other thing as far as conversation she had and the issue of the concealing of the death, I get that. But I don't see any connection or any relevance to her keeping him away from their daughter in 2005 has anything to do with what she may or may not have done in 1998.
Your Honor, I disagree with it. I do think that is important for the jury to see, in addition to the fact that several witnesses have got on here and stated about, well, Ava, for instance, she got on the stand and stated how that Teresa was very distant and disconnected from William. And here, we are trying to also show how she allows other individuals or other parents to become disconnected, which ultimately goes to the fact that she has help, but she's constantly turning it away.
I don't think her turning away help in 2005 is relevant to what happened in 1998, or what happened or what didn't happen. I just don't see that, other than Mr. Welty's propensity argument that this is how she was.
Well, Your Honor, I actually don't, I understand his propensity argument, but it's not a character trait.
All right, well, I'm not gonna allow the test. You go ahead and ask about the conversations with respect to the concealment, all that is fair game. But I don't think her keeping him away from their daughter in 2005 has any, unless you can show some connection to one of the charges, I don't think that's relevant.
Will it be also appropriate to ask Mr. Black, when is the last time he saw his daughter? I haven't asked him why. I'm just
Ask
asking
him now, I'd like to know the answer and why.
When is the last time you saw your daughter?
2010.
And why is that?
Well, I wasn't gonna ask him why, but Judge.
At the time,
I'm asking, the jury's not here, so I wanna know what it is.
at the time, she was,
She's who?
Miss Teresa was seeing somebody else.
Okay.
So when we so-called was supposed to separate it, we was doing our parenting thing. She was sitting her down sometimes for me.
Okay. What's the relevance of that then, when you last saw the daughter?
Your Honor, again, I think it goes to the fact that he's testifying that he's also willing to help, he wants to see his daughter, and Teresa Black is not helping and not allowing that.
Okay.
Just as people were trying to take care of William, she's not allowing that to happen.
I know, she did it now, that's how, it's the reverse propensity. As opposed to she's done it before, she's done it now. Now you're saying she did it then and she's still doing it now. It's the same principle, just the timing is off. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. He can talk about anything having to do with or anything relevant to the concealment charge, however. But we're not gonna get into his relationship with the daughter in 2005 or today.
And Judge, does that also go for his relationship with Ms. Black? I think he spoke about her seeing someone else and why they broke up. I don't think that's how it happened.
I wasn't gonna ask that question.
Okay. You understand the ruling then?
Yes,
Is that clear? Okay. All right. Let's go to jury's second.
Mr. Black, when you all first got married, what was the relationship like with you, Teresa, and your daughter?
Who's wonderful.
And then at some point, that was in North Carolina, you all moved to Alaska, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the topic of William come up again in Alaska?
For sure.
At some point, can you tell the jury what Teresa told you about William?
William was supposed to be staying with relatives in Atlanta. And that's all I knew. He was all right. He was William.
At some point or any time while you all were in Alaska, did Teresa ever allow you to talk to William on the phone?
That's the strange thing. I was supposed to have talked to him.
Okay. And the person on the phone that you perceive to be as William, you spoke with that person on the phone?
Yeah.
Oh, no, but hold on, you spoke to someone that you believed was William?
I asked my ex-wife to call my son. I wanted to speak to him.
Okay.
She made a phone call, and I spoke to some gentleman on the phone that was supposed to be him.
Okay. And did the individual and or Teresa identify that individual on the phone as being William, Teresa's son?
Yeah.
And did you conversate with this person under the impression that that was Teresa's son, William?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the conversation, can you tell me what you asked the person you believe to be little William?
Well, at the time, since we had just got married, I'm trying to catch up with him to see how he's doing, see if, he would allow me to be in his life.
Okay.
We supposedly had a talk, and the talk was a good conversation, but it doesn't mean nothing to me now because it wasn't him.
All right. And at some point in time, was William supposed to come to Alaska?
We was arranging plans for him to come.
To Alaska. And when you say we, who is we?
Me and his mother.
All right. And did William ever come to Alaska?
I never got to see him.
Did you ever bring up the conversation to Teresa in reference to when William was going to come to Alaska?
No, it actually kept getting pushed off.
All right. And when you say it kept getting pushed off, tell me what happened.
I mean, she didn't want to talk about it. She was like, he'll come when he wants to.
All right. So at some point, was it relayed that he wasn't ready to come to Alaska, but planned on coming? Hold on.
Objection to the form of the question.
I have a question. Who was this kid that he was talking to? And was pretending to be William. Did I miss that part when I was in there cooking something? Kel says, is it strange to anyone else that she claimed William as her son to this man who knew nothing of him prior? Right? Okay, they'll get to that. Okay. 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 Back to the food. I'll be back.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
Okay. At some point, was there ever, did you ever speak to William again after the initial conversation? The alleged person to be William?
No, ma'am.
All right.
No.
So all the information was being relayed by another person as to what William was saying?
Judge, objection as to the form of the question.
I didn't say who the person was, Your Honor, so I don't know how to lead it.
The question was, so all the information was being relayed by another person as to William.
All right. Who was the person relaying the information to you in reference to William thoughts on coming to Alaska?
It was supposed to be William I was talking to.
Right. Who was telling you the information, relaying information to you about when he was going to come to Alaska after the initial conversation you had with William?
My ex-wife.
All right. And who was your ex-wife, just to be clear?
Teresa Bailey.
All right. And what was her married name?
Teresa Black.
All right. And do you see Teresa Black in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Can you please identify her by her location in the courtroom and what she's wearing?
The young lady sitting over there in a suit.
What color is your suit?
Brown.
All right, Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the record will so reflect.
And so, approximately, if you can approximate, how many conversations you had with Teresa about when William was coming to Alaska?
I said about roughly 2 or 3, no more.
At some point, you ended up leaving Alaska and you moved back to North Carolina. Did you move back to North Carolina by yourself?
Yes.
And at some point after you moved back to Alaska, did you continue to move back to North Carolina, did you continue to communicate with Teresa?
Yes.
And at any time during that communication, did she speak to you about her son, William?
No, ma'am.
At any point, do you recall whether or not Teresa asked you for any type of help for William?
No, ma'am.
And who was he with when he was in Georgia?
The information I got from her was he was supposed to be with his family. And that can be either side, so I wouldn't know which side it will be.
And so, did you ever have an opportunity to meet William Hamilton Sr.?
Yeah.
And how did you meet William Hamilton Sr.?
I met that gentleman through my sister and Teresa's brother.
Okay. At any time did William ever come to your house?
Numerous times.
Numerous times. And what was the reason that he came to your house?
I mean, he didn't come on no beef, or he wasn't that upset. He just wanted to see his son and talk to her. But I was told to tell him, your son is down there in Atlanta, and he's all right. And that's all I was told to tell him.
And you relayed that information to Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah.
And did you find it odd that, well, let me ask you this. Did you know where your wife's mother and father were located?
At the time when we reunited in 2004, her mother passed away, may God she rest in peace.
Okay.
Her father, I was real cool with, below. He's a good dude.
Did her father live in Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Where did her father stay?
He stayed in Charlotte.
And so if Teresa's mother was deceased and her father lived in Charlotte, who did you think little William was with?
Well, since I knew her mother was gone, it had to be William's side of the family.
And did you find it odd that William was coming over to Teresa's house asking about his children when they were allegedly with his side of the family?
At the time I did.
But nevertheless, in your eyes, it's common, or can you tell me whether or not in North Carolina where you resided, was it common for grandparents to look over children?
It's an old Southern thing. It's like that from Atlanta to Charlotte. All the older grandparents will take our kids and take care of them if our life is not on track. Okay. If we're doing something that's a little out of line and our grandparents or mothers don't approve of it, then we'll snatch the kids up and take care of them themselves. Okay.
So I want to ask you, how did you come to provide this information to law enforcement here in Georgia?
Excuse me?
How did you get involved in this case?
I would say by being married to her and worried about him. Okay. I also wanted to know too, because there's a young man who's coming to my door asking for his son, and me being a man, I don't have no information for him. So I don't know what his next move gonna be. It can be he can get mad or do something to me. So I only told the man the truth, what I knew.
At some point, did you end up speaking to law enforcement about what you knew in reference to William?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you ever speak to anyone in the district attorney's office?
When I found out about it, I had called what is it, the hotline?
Okay, so you saw a hotline and you called a hotline.
Yes.
And you left a message?
Yeah, I left a message with a gentleman. I don't know the gentleman's name,
okay,
exact, but I did leave a message with one of the gentlemen.
And then someone ultimately from the district attorney's office contacted you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ross?
One more. No questions for this witness, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Maybe excuse? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, your next witness. Can I say call William Hamilton?
Now, this is the dad. This is William Hamilton's daddy.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give to the court should be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah.
May lower your hand. You state your name and spell it for the record.
William Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton. If you can do me a favor, make sure you speak to the mic so you can pull it down if necessary.
Or scoot your chair up a little bit so you're closer.
Mr. Hamilton, where do you live?
Charlotte.
Charlotte. And how long have you lived in Charlotte?
All my life.
And do you have any children, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I got 5 boys.
All right. What's the name of your boys?
William DaShawn, Nairobi, and William Jr. Got 2 sons. I got 3 boys named William.
3 boys named William?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you have 3 boys named William. William DaShawn Hamilton. Where does he fall age-wise?
That's my oldest son.
Okay. And who is William DaShawn Hamilton's mother?
Teresa Bailey.
All right. And when was William born?
No, 92.
1992, okay, all right. So tell me, how did you meet Teresa?
She was a neighbor, and my sister kept, my sister,
So what's your sister's name?
Wanda Hamilton.
Okay, Wanda. And so, were she friends with Teresa or?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were friends and ultimately, you met Teresa through your sister. Tell me about that.
I was hanging with a brother too though, but my sister, she liked me well, so she kept on insisting I talk to her, so we just hooked up.
Okay, all right. And you stated that, you also knew Teresa's brother. Were you good friends with her brother?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Edward.
How long would you say that you and Teresa dated approximately?
Off and on, I'd say about 5 years.
And at the time when William was born, were you in a relationship with Teresa?
Yeah.
And roughly, at some point, the relationship ended. Approximately how old was William at the time you and Teresa ended you all's relationship?
I mean, I don't think it ended. I mean, the relationship is already over with, but I'm saying, he was young when she started, she was young. I mean, he was real young when we split up.
Okay. All right. Do you see Teresa in the courtroom here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify her by what she's wearing, her location in the courtroom?
Brown suit. With brazen name.
You're gonna let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the record will so reflect. So I want to talk with you about your relationship with Teresa when William was first born. Can you tell the jury how you all's relationship were?
It was all right. It was decent, you know. I mean, it was all right.
Were you able to see William when he was first born?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Were you able to take William around your family?
Yeah.
Were you able to provide any type of items for William, be it toys, clothes, shoes, anything of that nature?
Yeah.
And did Teresa accept those items and take them in for William?
Yeah, we was together. We stayed in the same house.
Okay, so you all were living together at the time when William was first born.
Right.
Do you recall where you all were staying?
Dearborn.
All right. Was that in the house to which Teresa's father lived, or another house that you and Teresa got together on your own?
We got her father left in the house.
Okay, and this was your staying. And so it's safe to say that, or not, just tell the jury when little William was first born, you were there with him around the clock because you all were living in the same house.
Right.
Did you help in bathing him and feeding him and things of that nature?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And at some point, your mother was also able to see William and your sisters.
Yes.
What about all of your other relatives? Was he able to attend family functions?
Yeah, they come to the house and see William. It was all there.
Your Honor, may I approach? Sure. The husband has been marked as State's Exhibit 78 for identification purposes.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. William, do you remember, Mr. Hamilton, do you remember what's depicted in State's Exhibit 78?
Yes.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 78?
Me, William, and Teresa.
Is that a photo of all three of you all back around after William was born?
Yes.
Is that a fair, accurate picture of you, Teresa, and baby William when baby William was first born?
Yes.
Your Honor, time to state wishes to tender State's Exhibit 78.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 78 submitted.
So you all took a family photo together around that time. Do you know, if you can approximate roughly, how many months was William in this photo?
I think it was like about 3 months.
3 months, okay. So you were around, everything was good, and you all even missed you all's life.
Oh, he's a little
As a family, not
squish.
involved together.
Little squish. Oh.
At some point in time, Teresa had went away, right? Who had primary custody of baby William when Teresa was not around?
Come on.
Was her father around as well?
Yeah.
All right. And did baby William live in their house?
Yeah.
And while baby William was in the care of Teresa's parents, did you continue to see him?
Yes,
Did they allow you to take William to your parents' house?
yes, I brought him to him.
And was baby William allowed to spend the night over at your family's house?
Yes.
At some point, did you all buy things and give to the grandparents for William?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all buy items and leave at your family's house so that he can have items over there when he came to that residence?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with William while William was living with Teresa's parents?
Good.
How would you describe William's relationship with your family, to include your mother and your siblings, while William was in the care of his grandparents?
That's pretty good.
At some point in time, Teresa regained custody of William.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury whether, when Teresa was back in the picture, what the relationship was like with William?
And it wasn't, I mean, I used to try and come and get him all the time, but she was, she had another, she was messing with somebody else. I couldn't never really get to see him. I mean, one time I went to go see him and she pulled out a gun on me, so I couldn't come see him.
Okay.
Judge, objection.
All right, I need to send you all back out for a second. Sorry.
Uh-oh. Wow. Ruh-roh. Yikes. I'm sitting over here eating these soft mints that Mary Lou got me. I love these things.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Welty. I didn't want you to say anything else about it in front of the jury. You can have a seat. Okay.
Judge, our position is that there is no basis for this testimony in any of his prior statements, any of the other witness statements. They've never said anything like this. This hasn't come up in this entire investigation, and he's never said this before. No other witnesses have said this. And it's,
Hold on, stop.
and it's extremely prejudicial and irrelevant.
Well, one, Judge, first, I didn't elicit the information.
I understand.
Second, it's still intrinsic information.
What did he say? Did he say
This
that
is
nobody
going
ever
to the
asked
dynamics
him?
of
I'm going to
him
rewind
trying
that.
to see William. Is going to.
Any of the other witness statements, they've never said anything like this. This hasn't come up in this entire investigation, and he's never said this before. No other witnesses have said this. And it's,
Hold on, stop.
and it's extremely prejudicial and irrelevant.
Well, one, Judge, first, I didn't elicit the information.
I understand.
Second, it's still intrinsic information. This is going to the dynamics of him trying to see William. He can certainly impeach him since he stated that no one else or no other witnesses has made that statement, but nevertheless, no other parties was present during his time trying to get custody of his son.
What's the relevance of her pulling out a gun?
Well, Your Honor, I think it's intrinsic.
Sir, hold on.
I think it's intrinsic evidence to the fact that it's showing the dynamic of the relationship when he's trying to see his son and the reaction he is getting, showing that Ms. Black is not allowing help, not allowing someone to care for William when they are trying to, not, which goes in direct contradiction to her statement that no one, she didn't have any help, she didn't have any family, any resources, and it shows in fact that she did have resources, and that's how she treats those resources.
She had resources and that he was willing to help.
Yes.
Understand. Perfectly admissible, not a problem. The problem is, what is the relevance of her pulling out a gun? That's what drew the objection, was the reference to the gun. That is potentially character evidence, unless there is some.
That wasn't the objection. The objection wasn't character evidence. He said it wasn't relative and it was prejudicial.
Okay, I'll add character
Well,
evidence to the list.
the gun was what sparked my concern. So what is the relevance of, why does the state want to introduce evidence of the fact that she had a gun? What's the purpose for that evidence?
Well, I didn't want to elicit that information.
Okay, so you.
She didn't ask about the gun. And the judge is like, what is the purpose of blah, 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 blah? And she's like, I didn't ask about the gun. He just blurted it out. I tried to go see my kid. And one time when I went, she pull the gun out. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Reel it back in a quick second. So, anyway. Kel says, what I want to know is, was she wilding out during that time and didn't want a kid like Casey Anthony? And who knew?
Your Honor, we think that this evidence is intrinsic evidence, and it goes to the fact that the length Teresa will go to prevent people from being in William's life, which directly impeaches her statements that she didn't have any help, which in fact she did, but she went, her actions was so far to the fact of pulling out firearms on people to prevent them to be in William's life, that it directly impeaches her statement or contradicts her statement that she provided to the police department, Your Honor.
All right, response?
Judge, they've established through multiple witnesses, including this one, that, their theory that, she didn't want help or whatever they're trying to establish. That is not what we're objecting to, and we haven't objected to the entire time. It's this, this phrase that he used about a gun, or her using a gun when he asked to see William. Again, never said this before. I think it's—
That's not the issue, that they didn't say it before isn't the basis, that's not a legal basis of an objection.
Judge, as far as the relevance is not there, and it's extremely prejudicial in a case like this.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think it's extremely prejudicial. I think it is probative. Of course, all evidence is prejudicial to some extent, but whether or not the probative value is substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect, that's a question of issue. Right? I disagree that the probative value is substantially outweighed. What Mr. Hamilton is saying is
he says, bag got his arms all crossed. Now he's like, I'm just watching. This is, wow.
argument and articulate is that the level that Teresa went to prevent him from seeing his son directly impeaches or contradicts the statement
that you didn't have help.
That she didn't have.
I understand. You've articulated a reason. So I'm going to overrule the objection. It'll be admitted for that limited purpose. Do you want a curative or limiting instruction for that?
And Judge, you don't understand why the gun being mentioned is probative of.
I know, but I've already ruled that she's articulated a reason as to why it's relevant to show the lengths that she was willing to go to conceal. What was the time period? The gun?
This was
while William was still alive.
Yes.
Okay. So the lengths that she was willing to go to keep him from William, to the extent it is relevant to contradict her testimony that she didn't have help, I'll allow it for that sole purpose. So my question is, do you want a limiting instruction? The state does, I'm hearing.
If we could just discuss that.
Yes.
Well.
That specifies what purpose this is being offered for.
Here's.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That stink face.
We're pulling it.
Oh my goodness. He's like, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
It's gonna be something along these lines. You've heard evidence that the defendant had a gun. You're directed to only consider this evidence for the purpose of how it contradicts the defense statement that she had no available family to help, and not for any other purpose. Whether or not this testimony contradicts such evidence is entirely for you to decide. It's gonna be something along those lines.
Fine.
Okay.
Well. Now there goes this guy swiveling back and forth in his chair.
All right, I think we're good. Okay, let me read it to you one last time. You have heard evidence that the defendant had a gun. You're only to consider this evidence for purposes of contradicting the defendant's statement that she had no available family to help and not for any other purposes. Whether or not this testimony contradicts such evidence is entirely for you to decide.
How in the name of God did she get all of that on a post-it note? How did she get all that on a post-it note? What?
All right, let me give you this some additional information. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. You have just heard evidence that the defendant had a gun. You are to only consider this evidence for purposes of contradicting the defendant's statement that she had no available family to help and not for any other purposes. Whether or not this testimony contradicts such evidence is entirely for you to decide. Okay, you may proceed.
All right, so let's pick up where we left off, Mr. Hamilton. At some point, you went over to Teresa's house to see your son. Can you tell the jury what happened?
A couple of times I went over there, like me and my mom went over there one time.
Let's go back to the last incident you were talking about. You went over there by yourself.
Oh, she had a little friend with her or something. I don't know, but I couldn't see him. She wouldn't let me come and take him with me, and she wouldn't let me take him to go see his brother.
All right. You said his brother. So what is William? And you say you have 3 sons named William. What is the second William's name?
No, my second son is DaShawn. So I mean, once I had DaShawn.
And what is DaShawn's whole name?
DaShawn William Hamilton.
Okay.
Good Lord.
What is your first son's name?
DaShawn Hamilton.
Okay. So now you have DaShawn, right? DaShawn Hamilton. And so did you want to have William Day?
Was I muted when I just said that? I was muted. I'm so sorry. I just saw I was muted. What I was laughing at is the fact that this man has got 2 children. One is a William DaShawn and the other one is a DaShawn William. That's just crazy. Yeah, I didn't unmute myself. And I thought I did, but I did not.
DaShawn Hamilton and DaShawn William Hamilton to have a relationship with each other.
Right.
And DaShawn, we just want to call him DaShawn just so we can not be all confused. Was DaShawn mother someone other than Teresa?
Yes.
Okay. So roughly how long after William was born was DaShawn born? How many years apart are they?
DaShawn was 25. I say about 5 years.
5 years apart?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So at some point, you have DaShawn.
Right.
Are you able to let William or to get William so he can meet his brother?
No.
At some point, does Teresa come to know that you have another son?
Yeah, we had to take him to go. We had to take little William to go to school, right? By signing up for school.
So who took little William to school to sign him up for school?
Me and Teresa.
All right. And how did you all get there?
Pool walk.
All right. And so at this time, roughly, how old is little William when you were enrolling him in school?
Like 5.
All right. So he was going to the public school or daycare. What kind of school was it?
Public.
Public school. Okay. So are you walking to enroll little William in school with Teresa? All right. Tell me what happened.
What you mean? We signed him up for school, and then after that, but her mother, she brought him around, and he got to spend the night one time with me, with his brother, just one time. That's the only time he seen him.
And did Teresa know, or did Teresa come to learn that DaShawn was at the house?
No.
Okay, so at some point, when does Teresa stop you or no longer allow you to see William?
Oh, as soon as that happened, it was way before then. I couldn't see William. The only reason why I got taken to see William, DaShawn that time, is because I went and helped to sign up for school. That's the only reason why that happened that time.
And so you signed William up for school. And were you able to see William after you signed him up for school?
Nope.
All right. During your time, this time frame, before you signed him up for school, were you able to buy him things and give them to individuals to give to him?
I could buy him anything, but I still couldn't see him.
Did you ever provide maybe any of her family members what items you have brought to give to William?
Yeah.
And who was that?
Edward Bailey.
And who was Edward?
A brother.
So you were essentially communicating through little William through his uncle Edward?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not your mother was allowed to get William during this time?
Oh yes, sometimes. Sometimes she'd go get him, but that was like a couple of times too.
Do you know whether or not, were you present at some point when your mother got William and went to take him back to Teresa's house?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. At some point, did you come to learn that Teresa had married an individual?
Yeah.
While they were married, did you ever go to the house to try to see William while they were married?
Yeah, I stayed right down the street from them then. I stayed right in front of Gridtown. But I stayed right there. I stayed in the front, and they stayed like in the middle of Gridtown. I used to go up there to try to see him, but she was like he was in Atlanta with his family. That's all I ever heard was he was in Atlanta with his family.
And did you hear that information from Teresa as well as her husband?
I got it from her.
Okay. And some point you learned that Teresa had moved away.
Yeah.
And when she moved away, you learned that she took William with her.
Right.
Did you know at that time when she moved away where she went?
No.
Did she tell you why she was moving?
No.
Did she talk to you about taking William from Charlotte to another place?
Nope.
Did she talk to you about where William will be enrolled in school once they moved?
Nope.
Did you go to the school and with Teresa or by yourself to withdraw him from school in Charlotte?
Nope.
When he was withdrawn from school, were you even aware that he was withdrawn from school?
Nope.
Do you recall when you learned that Teresa and William were no longer living in Charlotte?
Say it again?
Do you recall when you learned that Teresa and William were no longer living in Charlotte?
When I heard she was in Alaska.
Okay. Did you ever learn that Teresa and William were living in Atlanta?
No.
At some point, you ran back into Teresa after learning that she had moved.
Right.
Can you tell me what that interaction was like?
It's like I used to ask what was William at, and she'd tell me like he that's when she was telling me he was in Atlanta with family. He stayed with family in Atlanta. And she would get in touch with him and let him call me or whatever. But that never happened. I seen her several times after, you know what I'm saying? But I never seen William with her though.
Right. And so is that when you learned that at some point Atlanta ties came into play?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when Teresa was telling you that William was living in Atlanta with family, at that moment in time, was there any kind of animosity between you and her?
No.
You stated that you dated Teresa for on and off 5 years. Did you ever come to learn during that time period whether or not she had family in Atlanta?
No.
At any time did you try to reach out to any of Teresa's family members about William's whereabouts?
Yeah.
Who did you try to speak with?
Both my brothers, Thomas Grill, Edward Bailey, other brothers in prison, so just them two.
Okay. And so when you reached out to her brothers, what did they tell you? Did you learn whether or not William was in Atlanta?
They don't know, they don't even know either.
Before Teresa decided to move, did she ask you to care for William?
No.
Before Teresa moved or disappeared, did you know whether or not she was struggling financially?
No.
Before Teresa moved to Atlanta or moved abruptly, did you know whether or not William was sick or anything of that nature?
No.
If you can't possibly inform this jury, when you was speaking with Teresa and she was telling you that William was in Atlanta, roughly how old would he have been at that time?
He would have been grown.
When Teresa abruptly moved, did you all ever communicate via phone or anything while she was living out of state, out of North Carolina?
Being her?
Yes.
No.
And how old was William the last time you saw him? And do you recall the last time you saw Teresa?
I was just a great time. I seen her several times. I mean, I seen her a lot, but she never had one. I can't tell you the last time I seen her.
And you stated you seen her a lot. Did her story ever change in all the interactions that you saw Teresa in reference to William whereabouts?
No, that's always he in Atlanta. I mean, even when he was when I talked to her, my sister talked to him from Facebook or whatever. He's supposed to have a family and everything down here. I mean, he was grown. He supposed to have a family and all that down here.
Hold on a second here. Okay, at some point, you were working and you had a job. Do you recall whether or not any child support payments were taken out of your check?
Yeah, I was when I had moved to Taylorsville. She came to Taylorsville.
Who was she?
Teresa came to Taylorsville.
And where is Taylorville? What state is that?
It's in Mecklenburg County. Yeah,
North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina.
Okay, so let's break this down. You moved to Taylorsville. Around what year did you move to Taylorsville?
Oh man, I can't even recall. I think I was early 30s or something like that. Before I was like 20 something like that. But yeah, she came down there. I still was asking what William was at. He was still in Atlanta, whatever. Then when she left, I guess she was trying to figure out what was that. So when she left, I got some papers in the mail, and it said child support papers. William was already gone. And I never knew that though, because I'm getting child support papers, like, you know what I'm saying, he's still alive and I take care of him or something. She could have broke William me anytime.
All right. So to be clear, are you saying that money was being deducted out of your check for William DaShawn Hamilton?
Yes.
Not any of the other two Williams that are your children?
No.
Do you speak to your other children's mom at that time on a daily basis?
Yeah.
Did you ever reach out to them and ask them whether or not they placed you on child support?
Yeah. They had there was no reason for them to do that. So she was telling me, no, I didn't take out no child support on me.
And there was no reason to do that because were you in the children's lives?
Yeah, took care of the kids.
Lord have mercy. So I heard something about child support, but I didn't hear. I just assumed that I didn't know for sure what that was about, but it sounds like he just said that she was getting child support from him after William had already died. Whoa.
You said you have 5 boys. I presume now you only see 4. Are you still to this day presently in your 4 boys' life?
Yeah, they all grown now, so, but they still come around when they come to Charlotte, they still come to see me. But my last son, he stay in Charlotte, so I see him a lot. I go to see him, go to school events with him, he play soccer and everything now.
At some point, you were contacted by law enforcement here from Georgia, from DeKalb County, right?
Yes, yes.
Did they come to your residence or did they meet you somewhere else?
They came somewhere else.
Okay, all right. And where did they come to?
To my niece's house.
Niece's house. And did you discuss with them your relationship with William and who he was to you?
Yes.
Did they request to obtain your DNA?
Yes.
Did you consent to giving them your DNA?
Yes.
And did you provide them with a sample?
Yes.
Hold on here.
I can understand there being a lapse in time where if you're receiving child support weekly or monthly and then something happens to your child and child support is still coming out for X amount of weeks or a couple of months or whatever, that's one thing. That's like clerical error. But it sounds like she requested child support after William had already died. Like, not that she was already receiving it, but that she started asking for it after he was already gone. What? Hey, welcome back, Lee. Welcome back.
If Teresa was not able to care for William, could he have come and stayed with you?
Anytime.
Could he have come and stayed with your mother?
Yeah. He could have come and stayed with me and my other kids.
Mr. Hamilton, I want to go back just very briefly. When Teresa started to prevent you from seeing baby William at times, how was her demeanor towards William that you recall?
I couldn't see him. I mean, I'm saying like he could be there and he'll be in the room or something. I mean, he couldn't come out, period, to see me at none of it. You know what I'm saying? He can't come to see me, period. Like he could be in the room and know he want to come and see his dad or something. He can't. It's another guy in the picture now, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, I don't know that. I think she.
All right, so let me ask you this. How was William when he was around you?
Oh, man, he's sweet. I mean, he's big. He loved me to death.
And then when Teresa came back into his life, did his demeanor change?
Yeah.
All right, tell me how his demeanor changed.
Quiet and, like scared.
And before that, when he was living with his grandparents, when he was able to come with you, was he scared?
Nah, he was full of life and everything. It's full of life.
I want to show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 71. It's just up. There's no signal.
I'll try unplugging.
At some point, when Teresa came back into William's life, were you ever concerned about William's safety?
I wouldn't tell mom to do nothing like him. Yeah, not really. I'm not saying that.
Hold on, you gotta sit closer to the microphone and speak slowly, please.
All right, so not really, understand. I want to show you State's Exhibit 71. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 71?
But wait,
Is that your son?
yes,
Is that your oldest son, William?
my oldest son.
And in this picture, does he look timid or scared or anything of that nature?
Nah,
And in this picture, does he look happy, normal? What?
yeah.
No additional question.
Ross?
Sure. All right, Mr. Hamilton, what's your date of birth?
2274.
And what's your middle name?
Harrison.
Mr. Hamilton, around the time of fall of 1998 through the spring of 1999, you were not available to help Teresa or keep William.
What? Say it again?
My question is this. Around the time of the fall of 1998 through the spring of 1999, you were not available to help Teresa or to help William or to keep William.
Yeah, I was.
Your testimony today is that you were available.
Yeah.
Mr. Hamilton, isn't it true that
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach Madison jury out or send jury out? Okay. Are y'all ready for lunch?
I wonder if they're going to start talking about him being like incarcerated or something. Shady, shady, shady. But the thing is if so what if he wasn't available? Huh? There's a bajillion million other people in this world that was available to, what are you trying to say? I mean, that don't give mom the right to do what she did.
Where counsel was going to speak to his incarceration record, I just wanted to advise that we shouldn't say that he's in custody versus he was absent just in the same manner as Teresa, that we know for Teresa. Response?
Judge, it's different. So he says, and he just testified that he was free and available.
Free, no, you didn't ask me what I
All right,
incarcerated.
Mr. Hamilton, you need to just sit there and be quiet.
Since we're taking a lunch break, he can come off the
Yeah,
stand.
why don't we do that? Let's go ahead and you can step off the stand, go to lunch, and be back at the court system.
Wow. He's like, So, I mean, even if he wasn't available, he had plenty of fame. I mean, he said his mom, he's got sisters, you know.
Difference is this. In her statement, Teresa was honest about her incarceration and her conviction, and we agreed to keep that out because it was improper character evidence. This is different. He has lied on the stand about his availability during this time and that he was able to come and watch William and take care of William financially or otherwise. He was not, and that's verifiable by his incarceration record, and I have certified copies here.
Ms. Jackson? Well, Your Honor, first off, you can say, just use the mic, please. Mr. Welty asked, was he available to care for William? He didn't ask whether or not he was free or not. Correct, that is true. He also stated between the fall of 1998 and the spring of 1998. 1999. So, when was he in custody? Let's start with that. His custody date is April 13th, 1998, and it says it's in the impact program. So my question is whether or not he was admitted into the.
I have to,
Use your mic.
She is talking too fast. I'm going to have to go back into the video and put this on normal speed because I don't want to miss any of this. Okay. I'm just going to put this on normal speed and rewind it a hair smidge dab. Okay.
You can say, just use the mic, please. Mr. Welty asked, was he available to care for William? He didn't ask whether or not he was free or not. Correct, that is true. He also stated between the fall fall of 1998 and the spring of 1998. 1999. So when was he in custody? Let's start with that. His custody date is April 13th, 1998, and it says it's in the impact program. So my question is whether or not he was admitted into the North Carolina Department of Adult Corrections on April.
Use your mic, pull it closer use the base and pull it closer to you, okay.
So here he was admitted on April 13th, 1998. April 13th, 1998. He was released from the impact program on July 2nd, 1998. He was then admitted again on October 14th, 1998, and was released on March 2nd, 1999. So technically, I don't think Mr. Counsel can make the assumption that he lied, because at some point in time, he was released during that time period and readmitted. I think it needs to be more fleshed out or more clarified, and also by summing it to to seasonal months within the years that can be left up for interpretation.
Let me look at the question. Around that time.
You can keep that.
Let's go back to the around the time of the fall of 98 through the spring of 99, you were not available to help Teresa Bailey Black. Yes, I was. All right.
Judge, may I approach with?
Do you agree with the dates that Ms. Jackson just on record?
Yes.
Your Honor, okay. I don't need to, if you agree to the incarceration dates, I don't need to see them.
Your Honor, I agree to this document that there are time periods. The state is more than willing to stipulate to the time periods where Mr. Hamilton was not physically available to assist Ms. Black. However, we first need to verify this, whether or not this, because it says here that it's an impact program, so I need to know if this was a work release.
All right, now let me see what you have.
Whether or not he was incarcerated at a facility the entire time, or more so a work release. This is our first time seeing this, so we are more than happy to try to verify he was physically at the facility during that time period, and if so, we will stipulate to the dates to which he was not available. But I do think that, being that we are hiding or preventing the jury from knowing that Teresa was away in prison, I think that we should be able to do the same for Mr. Hamilton.
Okay. What is the purpose of, I don't think, Mr. Welty, that you've established that he lied based on the breadth of the question. There was no specific time period, and it looks like he was available during some of that time and not available during some of that time. So I don't think that opens the door to impeachment in that regard.
Judge, I use those seasons to keep us from using exact dates, because if I read October 14th of 1998 to March 2nd of 1999, then that is broaching the subject of exact dates, and the exact reasons why we didn't want to give exact dates for Ms. Black is because there's a underlying assumption there that they're in custody. So Judge, I think that's fairly clear. In the fall of 1998, which is October, November, and then we're moving into the spring, that's, through the spring, which would be March and April.
What are the dates that he was in this impact program?
So Judge, this and I'll read it in its entirety. This isn't written super clearly, but I think it's clear if you look into it. So William H. Hamilton, it gives his incarceration number, black male, date of birth February 2nd of 1974, was admitted to the North Carolina Department of Corrections on April 13th, 1998 into the IMPACT program. He was released from the IMPACT program on July 2nd of 1998. He was again admitted on October 14th of 1998 and was released at the expiration of his sentence on March 2nd of 1998.
Then admitted October 14th, 98 back into the impact program, or does it say?
Judge.
It doesn't say. Okay. Well, all right, let's assume.
And
This was how long ago?
This is when he died, 1998, okay. So you want to be able to introduce the fact that he was incarcerated to show that he was lying about his availability?
On direct and from my question, he is saying that if Teresa had called him during this period, that he would have been there personally to help out. This says otherwise, and it's impeachment, and has lied about his availability to help her.
Ms. Jackson.
Your Honor, I don't think he lied about his ability to help. He advised that he was willing. I said, if you were not available, would your family been able to watch him? He was like, yes, my mother, my sister, all of my family been able to watch him if he was not available.
Okay.
And Judge, then I asked, I stated, you were not available, and I didn't ask your mother, whoever, you were not available to help Teresa during this time period. And his answer was, yeah, I was available.
All right, well, look, this is so nitpicky.
So, Your Honor, we would stipulate to the dates. We're just,
Right.
stating just
Very
asking that
nitpicky.
not be stated that he was incarcerated, just like we were doing.
We're gonna do the same thing we did for her that we're gonna do for him. We can stipulate to the dates. I don't know if he was in jail, and I don't know what an impact program is. I don't know if he was incarcerated during that entire time. I don't have enough information. So I would like for somebody during lunch to find out, was he actually incarcerated during that October 14th, 98 through March 2nd, 1999?
So the cover page of this.
Let me see it again. Okay, go ahead.
So Judge, the cover page of this gives the context. I requested, in response to a recent request, enclosed, please find a certified copy of the dates of incarceration in the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction on behalf of William H. Hamilton.
Well, the actual letter says he was released from the impact program on July 2nd, 1998. He was again admitted on October 14th, 1998. He was released at the expiration of his sentence on March 2nd, 1999. I don't know if that means he was again admitted to the impact program, or if it means that he was actually incarcerated in a state of North Carolina facility or not. So find out during lunch, see if you can figure that
And
out.
Judge-
But I'm inclined to just let the state stipulate to the dates that if in fact he was unavailable. That does not establish to me that he was completely unavailable.
Can we ask him if,
Yeah, we just
about
released
this?
him though,
I mean,
for lunch, so we can ask him when he gets back.
that's fine.
All right, why don't y'all come back at 1:30? Oh, I told him 1:45, didn't I? Okay, sorry? He might be back. Just come back around 1:30 and see if he's back yet.
Yes, Judge.
We can just call him, have him.
Okay, thank you, I didn't even think of that. All right. Witness. All right, well, first of all, did anybody find anything out during lunch?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I was just looking up the impact
This
program
is
in North Carolina, and it
Press release
says
from 2002. Operation suspended at Impact Campus from Raleigh. Impact is an intensive motivational program for alternative correction treatment. Is a 90-day boot camp style residential program for probationers ages 16 to 30 who need more structured environment than the traditional probation supervision. Impact East and Hoffman opened in the states as the state's first boot camp in October of 1989. Impact West opened in Morganton in 1994. So to me, it says it's a residential boot camp style.
For 90 days.
And he was there for more, but yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree with counsel. Also, at the court's direction, I did ask Mr. Hamilton, when he was admitted again, October 14, 1998 to March 2nd, 1999, did he go back to the impact program? And he said yes. So the state has no problem with conceding to the dates. We ask that it just be placed on the record, those dates.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, Mr. Welty, for you to get into the fact that he was incarcerated. Same thing I did for Ms. Black. The state's gonna stipulate to the dates that he was unavailable. I think what you're trying to do is to impeach the witness by showing that he's been in jail, but there's no prior certified copy of a prior conviction being used.
I think counsel, and I don't want to speak for counsel, wanted to impeach him because he stated that he was not.
I know.
That he was available. I don't think
Yes,
clear.
I agree. I don't think the question was clear enough to warrant opening up this can of worms.
So opening this can of worms. On the state's direct, they're going painstakingly through about how he was, if she called, he would have been there. And that's a pillar of their case at this point. It's a,
but they're stipulating to the dates that he wasn't, so you're free to talk to him about that.
Judge, am I free to talk to him about?
Not where he was, but that he was unavailable during those dates, and we can instruct the witness he's not to mention that.
Okay. And just as a hypothetical, Judge, if Ms. Black got up on the stand and she testified that during her period of incarceration that she was available to take William, I believe the state would have more than right to introduce her history of incarceration because she is opening the door on her own history.
I don't think the question was clear enough to have opened the door to the fact that he was incarcerated. The state is willing to stipulate to the dates that he is unavailable, and you can use that information to impeach or cross the witness as you see fit. But I do not think that the probative value of the fact that he was incarcerated, I don't know enough about this impact program. I don't think it's relevant for anything. So that's the ruling.
Okay.
I agree, Lee.
Yes, Judge. And before we do bring the jury back out, just briefly, there's another issue that came up as it stands with child custody. He gives an interview with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Okay.
And it's our position that he has contradicted himself from the statements that he's made on the stand and the statement that he gave to them concerning several things, but what I want to get into with him is child support. Without the presence of the jury, I'd like to have him authenticate and his voice in this recording so we can play it without having to have another.
Okay. Are you saying there's a prior inconsistent statement?
Yes.
All right.
Where do you advise that he gave a statement to me?
You're talking about the statement provided in discovery?
Yes.
When detectives first went out and collected his DNA?
Yes.
No, we don't need the witness for that. We agree that that's an authentic.
Okay.
So you can stipulate that that's.
I just want you to refer me to the portion on the.
Look at the, show her the statement.
Yeah.
Show her the statement or the portion of that statement that you believe is contradictory or that was contradicted by his testimony today.
I don't have the transcript. It's just simply a recording.
There's
I don't think we're playing the whole recording.
I'm not going to play the whole recording. I've got it clipped out.
Yeah.
here's the rule. You can cross-examine the witness about any, about anything that contradicts the sworn testimony from the witness stand, as long as you have a good faith basis to believe that it's true, which you clearly do. However, if the witness denies the contradicting fact, you don't necessarily get into the substance of it unless it is collateral to the issues of the case. So what is the subject matter is child support?
Yes.
Okay.
And in this clip that we're prepared to play, he says that he remembers her filing for child support when he was living in Taylorsville, like he just testified to. In this clip, he says he was around 25. On the stand, he says he was around 30. And then he says, yeah, she filed for child support, but it didn't do any good because I didn't have any money. On the stand, he says that money was taken directly out of his paycheck to give her child support when he was 30. So it goes to his credibility as a witness, how he remembers things, as well as his.
Okay, but here's the question.
Truthfulness.
If you ask him about, if you confront him and say, did you in fact make this statement that you didn't have any money to pay child support? And he says no. Then do you intend to get into the substance of that statement, to try to play that statement?
I would like to, Judge.
Okay, so then the analysis becomes whether or not that prior statement is collateral or non-collateral to an issue in the case, apart from the purpose of impeachment. I don't know.
And Judge, so as I said earlier, the state has made it a large part of their case that their allegation that Ms. Black never asked anybody for help, and he's also it's his credibility as a witness, because he's saying money was taken out of his bank account, and it just, in his previous statement, it was not, because he didn't have it.
Well, I don't know if the fact of whether or not he actually paid child support is really not a relevant issue to the facts of this case. It's not. Let me hear from the state on this. I mean, you can ask the witness if he made the prior statement, that's fine. But I think you're gonna be stuck with whatever answer he gives you. I don't think if he denies it, then I don't think you get to introduce that statement as substantive evidence.
And Judge, for right now, I'll leave it here. His testimony that she was collecting child support for her dead son, I think that's a fact that we're allowed to rebut.
Like I said, you can ask him.
He puts his hand on his hip.
To somebody, whoever it was, National Center for.
I agree, Lee.
Did you give a statement to them wherein you denied making child support payments, or whatever the statement is, I don't know. And he either says, actually, let's have the witness, I see he's.
It's like a loose thread on a sweater. You know, the more you pull, the.
In the courtroom, have him step outside, please. He either says yes or no. And then that's it. You're stuck with the answer. I don't think you then get to go into the substance, you don't get to play the statement because it's not really a collateral, or it's not related to the issues that the jury has to decide. Collateral versus non-collateral. A fact is non-collateral if it's relevant to the case apart from its impeachment used to contradict a particular witness. A fact is collateral if it's only used in the case is to contradict what a witness says and has no other apparent relevance to the case. So it sounds like it's a collateral issue. I might have misstated those words before. It's an unrelated issue. The substance of what he's saying doesn't have anything to do with the facts of the case. It's like, isn't it true your car was was yellow? No, it was red. Did you tell somebody it was red? Well, that doesn't really matter. You can use it, and you're just stuck with the witness's answer. It doesn't come in for substantive evidence that we actually say. That's what I'm trying to say, not very articulately.
Judge, I understand where you're coming from, but if that was true, then they wouldn't have been able to get into the child support payments anyway.
There was no objection raised to child support payments, right? Did you object to it?
No, Judge.
I mean, I don't think, I see what you're saying, but
This guy is like,
I don't know. I don't want the
he's
side issue.
irritated. He's irritated because he keeps going on and on about this, and he's like, Judge, he's mad because the judge is not seeing it as a big a deal as he does.
To take over the
And I understand it's a very short clip, and
under the rules of evidence, I don't see that it's admissible.
I think the trial court has discretion to determine what's collateral and what's not. And it's not just for this specific question on this specific witness. It's a theme that the state is establishing, that she never asked for help, and she's never done any of this. And his timeline on the stand is much different and much less sympathetic to her than what he says in this statement.
I don't know how much discretion I have. OCGA 246-608B does not allow extrinsic evidence as admissible to follow up an attack. Scott versus the state, 309 Georgia 764. A party may not use extrinsic evidence to impeach a witness by contradiction on a matter collateral to material issues at trial.
And Your Honor, I'm looking at.
So you're saying that the state has made it non-collateral by introducing evidence of child support. Is that what you're saying?
Not just evidence of child support, but evidence that she is not asking anybody for help. I think this has become an issue.
All right, anything else, Ms. Jackson?
Your Honor, well, the only thing I will speak on is that counsel has stated that we made this a central issue in reference to that Ms. Black didn't have support. Our central issue wasn't that Mr. Hamilton was the only person to which she can reach out to. We have brought up at least 4 witnesses: Ava, Margaret, the grandmother, the sister, Wanda, as well as Mr. Hamilton. And we asked them all the same question, if, with the exception of Ava who listed herself that she would secure William. But 3 other individuals stated that if Ms. Black needed help, they would have helped her.
I understand that. The issue, that's not the issue.
So I don't think we made it a non-collateral issue.
I'm not talking, we're beyond now the help issue. We are dealing with the child support payments.
Yes.
Just the child support payments.
Well, that's what Mr. Wilson was hinting on, that it became non-collateral because our entire testimony was based on the fact that.
What's your entire testimony? But you did ask about, were you paying child support, right?
Yes, Judge. I don't think it rose to an issue where it became non-collateral.
I guess, does that make it collateral or non-collateral? Okay, it's a blurb, it's a little blurb?
Yes.
Okay. I will allow it only because the state introduced evidence that he was making child support payments. So, but we're not gonna nitpick every single, we're gonna be here for a month.
And Judge, I understand, Ms. Black is entitled to a thorough cross-examination.
Yes, but it also has to be relevant.
Absolutely.
So I'm cutting you some slack, so I don't really think this is.
Yes, Judge. I don't plan on this being long at all.
Okay, but just because I did it this time doesn't mean I'm gonna do it again.
Understood.
I feel like the judge was telling the prosecution, when the prosecution said, we don't feel like it's collateral, blah, blah, blah. The judge was like, yeah, we're not going to decide if it's collateral or not collateral, whatever that means, blah, 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 blah. The judge is like done with that conversation. And she's like, I don't want you putting your nose in it because I don't want to keep talking about it. That's the kind of vibe I got from her on that. Me too, Lee.
Okay, all right, are we good?
Yes, Judge.
Anything else?
Do we still need to question him about the program, or?
I've already ruled on that.
I think can he just be made aware what the ruling is?
Yes. The ruling was that, that you're stipulating, I just wanna make sure I'm clear before I tell him. That you, are stipulating to the dates that he was unavailable, he's not to mention that he was incarcerated or in any type of, impact program, boot camp.
Judge, are you gonna read the stipulation to the jury?
Write it out for me, yeah.
Will it be the same stipulation that you read in reference to Ms. Black, Judge?
We didn't.
We didn't read it.
We didn't read it, okay. We're still waiting on the jurors, that's Jocelyn.
So I just want to clarify that ruling, Judge. So the last question I asked him was, we can run it back, but it was essentially, were you free in the fall of 1908 through the spring of 1999 to either help Teresa or take William? And his answer was, yes, I was available to help.
Okay.
So he's been impeached by, I mean, I want to be able
Not
to.
yet, you can.
I want to be able to impeach him by using those specific dates.
All right, and we'll notify him, we can tell him that the state and the defense have agreed before, when he gets up here, before he testifies, that there's a stipulation between the parties that you were unavailable from October 1998 to March of 1999.
And Judge, can I ask him to clarify that after the jury comes back out, because that's right where we left it. The dates where he is not
What do
available.
you want clarified?
That he was not available.
Right, okay, but you can ask him that question.
Okay. I will, yeah, I just want to know if I was able to ask him that question.
All right, I do not want to get into the incarceration, the boot
Yes,
camp,
I won't.
name, anything, well, not intentionally, I don't want him to rattle anything off about it either. So let's bring him back in and I'll advise him of what my ruling is. All right, did you want to ask him the question now, or you want to wait till the jury comes out?
I will, I mean, he can be made clear of the rule.
All right. So I've ruled that based on discussions with counsel, and the counsel has agreed, they have stipulated to the fact that you were unavailable from October 1998 until March of 1999. Those were the dates that were provided to me and to the parties that you were in some program or incarcerated in the state of North Carolina, boot camp, whatever it was. So you are not to mention the incarceration, the boot camp, or where you were. But the parties have both agreed that you were not available from October 1998 to March of 1999.
Right.
Okay.
Now, can we have the specific dates, October 14th, 1998 through March 1st, 1999?
Yes.
Yes, October 14th of 1998 to March 2nd?
1999.
Okay, got it.
And Judge, I just want to, I'm sorry, to make it clear. My first question, as soon as the jury will come out, is going to be to state to and ask this question to Mr. Hamilton. You were not available from October 14th of 1988 until March 2nd of 1999.
Through.
Okay, okay, through. All right.
Okay?
Yes.
All right, anything else? Although I forgot. Will you check with Jocelyn and see if we have all the jurors now? Somebody came in late. Still waiting on one juror, she said.
Lord have mercy.
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Maybe somebody thought I did say 2:45.
All that rigmarole over
Did anybody hear me say 2:45?
October the 14th, 1998 through March the 2nd of 1999.
It's not like perpetuating.
I'll never forget those dates. Ask me again in 5 minutes and I won't know it, but okay. Wow. Come on.
Somebody needs to check with Jocelyn and see if we have that last juror. You want me to step off the bench? Paying attention.
Not answering his phone?
Correct. We called. Yeah.
Who were they trying to call?
You want me to step off the bench? Paying attention. But I'm concerned that he's not back here yet. So.
Good night,
Not
Lee.
answering his phone?
Correct. We called.
Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Wait until 2:30. I don't understand. No, nobody. No one else heard 2:45, right?
No.
Okay. It's always something.
So they've lost a juror.
Well, that's what I'm worried, is that he's off somewhere, he fell asleep and maybe didn't hear his alarm or something of that nature. So I'm fine if y'all want to put an alternate in.
A
I just
juror.
don't want to keep waiting. Mr. Cosar?
We obviously can't wait forever. I think it might be a little too premature right now to put the alternate in. I don't know. I don't even know.
What point? I don't either. You're supposed to be here at 37 minutes ago.
Oh, wow.
All right, I will. 2:45?
Can we
I
have
know.
the deputies, walk around the parking deck and just see if they can locate
I
him?
don't think they have staff to go walk around the parking deck to, if I knew he was at a particular location, I would send somebody to go get him, but they don't have the staff to go perusing the parking lot, looking in cars to see if somebody's sleeping. So,
Uh-oh.
how many more witnesses for today? You have one that needs to get on a flight later, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well,
Two that need to get out of the fight. We have four more.
I have a feeling
Four
that there's
more.
going to be a juror that's going to
Total.
be getting a butt chewing. Unless something bad happened. I hope not.
We'll give until, what, 2:30, 2:45, but after that, we're gonna start. We'll replace them with an alternate. What? He's here. Sorry? He might have. I just wanna make sure that I didn't give out the wrong time, because. It is not out of the realm of possibility that I misstated something.
They lost a juror.
We don't have to worry about it now. Although, after we're done today, I do want to address the fact whether or not he's actually working at night, because he's not supposed to be working, even at night, if he's on jury duty, to ensure that they're paying attention.
Okay. I would fast forward it, but I kind of want to wait till he comes in so that she says something to him. I wish I could
Will
read
you let
lips.
them know to just bring him in as soon as he gets here?
Ava thinks something's funny. In the meantime, oh, I ate and got my belly full, and now I'm sleepy. Sleepy. Lee's like, okay, now I gotta wait and see. I don't think she would like say anything to him in front of the other jurors, or do you think she would like admonish him in front of the other jurors?
Yours.
All of them. I mean, what if he ate some bad sushi for lunch or something and was in the bath on the toilet, you know?
All right, y'all can have a seat. All right, just a friendly reminder that we can't start till everybody gets here, so. Okay.
That's it. That's all we got. That's all she got for him.
Go ahead. Do you want me to read this stipulation first?
Okay, Lee, you waited for nothing.
Okay. All right, folks, the parties have entered into another stipulation that this witness was unavailable from October 14th, 1998 through March 2nd of 1999. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, just to catch us up from where we left off, your answer to the question of were you around at the time of fall 1998 through the spring of 1999, your answer was that you were in fact available to help Teresa.
Good night, Lee. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a good night and maybe see you tomorrow. Yep, they showed up, Tammy, finally. The judge didn't say anything other than, just keep in mind, we can't get started until everyone is here. That's all she said.
Teresa and to help William, correct?
Yeah, but no, well, I wasn't.
Okay.
And my family was still there, but I was.
Okay. And you were not available personally to help William or help Teresa through this time, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hamilton, you testified earlier that Teresa filed for child support at one point, correct?
Right.
And your testimony was that some of that money came out of your bank account.
No.
Your testimony was not that.
You didn't ask me was the money taken out of my bank account. You asked me did I have child support taken out of it. You never asked me was the money taken out of nothing.
So, Mr.
She
Hamilton.
took out child support on me.
Okay.
He did say, though, didn't he, that money was deducted, or he said something that led me to believe that money was taken out of his bank account. Unless I misunderstood.
Okay. That's the only thing that's the only thing I said, but she took out child support on me.
Did you ever pay any money in child support?
Yeah. She took it out of my checks.
Okay.
When I was working.
All right. Your testimony today is that Teresa filed for child support.
And knowing that the child was already gone.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, your testimony today is that Teresa at some point filed for child support,
right.
Correct? And your testimony today is that it was around sometime when you were around 30, correct?
I can't take you the exact date, but all I know is I was in Taylorsville, and she came to Taylorsville and took out child support on him, knowing that he wasn't alive.
And Mr. Hamilton, when the district attorney today asked you if Teresa had taken out child support, your answer was that that was around when you were 30 years old, correct?
I just told you I don't remember what age I was. All I know is I was in Taylorsville. I was around, I don't know what age, but I was in Taylorsville. She know what she did.
Okay, and your testimony today is that money was taken out of your checks based on that
Right,
child
based-
support. Okay. Mr. Hamilton, at some point, you remember speaking to people from the National Center of Exploited and Missing Children, correct?
Say it again?
Mr. Hamilton, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, those are the folks that came to get your DNA, correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
And you talked to them about your life with Teresa, correct?
No, they just gave me out my DNA and asked me whether it's my child, and that's all they asked me.
But
we ain't have no discussion about Teresa, none of that.
okay, but you talked to them, right?
Yeah, they came and got my DNA.
Okay, and they asked you some questions.
I can't remember back that far.
Okay, but your testimony today is those people came to talk to you.
They came and got my DNA. That's what they came and done.
And while they were talking to you, you're saying that they never asked you any questions?
What you mean? Yeah, they left the act. That's one DNA.
Okay.
That's the question, right? Is that a question?
Mr. Hamilton?
I'm asking you, is that a question?
Hold on, Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, hold on. Just answer the question he asks, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton.
Yeah.
It is your testimony today that when those people came to get your DNA, they did not ask you any questions.
Yeah, they asked me questions.
Okay. All right. And for the record, the state has stipulated to the authenticity of this recording. Mr.
You have to confront him first, do you not? You have to ask him about it first. And give him an opportunity to say yes or no.
So, and Mr. Hamilton, it was your statement at that time that Teresa did file for.
This guy, he's like, y'all are trying to pull some shady stuff on me right now. And I don't like it. You can tell he's like very, like, untrusting, right? And I can't say that I blame him. He's sitting there in a court. He's got a lawyer over here, a judge here, and lawyers all over the place. So, he's probably a little bit, and then he's irritated to boot, right? Anyway. Poor guy.
Child support, but it did not do any good because you had no money.
At that time. You said at that time that
At that time, when these people came to talk to you,
they didn't ask me about no child support.
They didn't ask you about any child
No,
support.
they didn't ask me about no child support.
Your testimony today is that the people from this organization.
Hold on, let him finish the question, Mr. Hamilton.
Your testimony today, Mr. Hamilton, is that those people from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that collected your DNA did not ask you anything about child support.
Nope, they didn't.
Your Honor.
Yes. Now you may.
And the state has stipulated to the authenticity of this recording.
Ms. Jackson?
If we're still going to object, I think he didn't lay the proper foundation in reference to who Mr. Hamilton was speaking with. Is not
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, they're trying to pull a fast one. He's trying to pull a fast one on him. Because I don't think that that he understands who the national whatever for missing and exploited children. I think he's confused on who's who. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying to trip him up here, and they're doing a good job of it. But I'm glad that the prosecution is standing up and being like, "Wait a minute, we need to hold our horses here and make sure that this man knows who you're talking about that's asking him questions."
Sustain the objection.
Do you know these people that took your DNA?
No. All I know is they came from Atlanta. I'm not from Atlanta. I don't know these people. I don't know about that there.
Your testimony today is that you gave your DNA to people that you weren't
I gave
familiar.
my DNA to the sheriffs and the deputies that came to Charlotte, looked for me in Charlotte, and they came and got my DNA. That's what I did.
Your testimony today is that you never spoke to anyone from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
That's not the question I was asked. Repeat the prior question. Let's have Diane read it back. We're going way down a rabbit hole.
So, Your Honor, I just want to, I'm objecting because counsel is speaking on Mr. Hamilton's quote to nickname, but it's actually investigators from our office on down in well, so it's law enforcement officers, not an organization.
All right, so we'll get that information correct and make sure you ask proper question.
Okay. So, Mr. Hamilton, you're testifying today that you gave your DNA.
Yeah.
And you gave those people that you gave your DNA to a statement. You talked to them.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you talked to them, Mr. Hamilton, you had no reason to lie.
Right.
Because these people were trying to figure out what happened to William, correct?
Right.
You wanted to give them the best information possible.
Yeah.
The best of what you could remember.
Right.
And you had no reason to lie to them whatsoever.
Right.
Sustain the objection. Let's move forward.
Your Honor, permission to tender this as an exhibit.
What exhibit number?
This is defense 2.
Any objection to defense 2?
No objection.
Okay.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm going to play you a portion of that interview. Your Honor, can you make sure I'm on it?
No, they have to, I'm sorry. Says no signal. Okay. There you go.
Did you ever have his social security number? Did she ever file for child support?
She filed child support one time when I was there at Taylorsville.
You never had eyes?
It's been like a while. How old was I then? Go back what how old I am. I think I was like 25.
How old were you when you were in?
I was 10 years old.
So she filed for child support. When William was still here in town.
You know, I was in Taylorsville. And she was like, so she said, oh, child support. So she didn't do no good because I ain't women, you know, so if I had a job, I probably would have.
All right. Mr. Hamilton, you heard that recording, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you
Is
said,
that a yes?
Yes.
Sit up, sir, so you're
Yes.
facing the microphone.
and you said you were around 25 years old when.
Okay, I just told you. Good.
Let him ask the question, please.
Mr. Black, you said in that clip you were around 25 years old when Teresa filed for child support.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Okay.
What do you want him to say?
Is that a yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Hamilton, you said in that clip that Ms. Black did file for child support, correct?
Yeah.
And even though she filed for child support, it didn't do any good.
Not at that time because I had no job at that time.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on, Mr. Hamilton, okay? We're going to talk about when Teresa was still in Charlotte with William, okay?
Yeah.
At this point in your
God,
life,
it's about time.
you were able to see how Teresa interacted with William, correct?
No, because I could never see William. So how can I see how she interact with William if I can't see him? I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Hamilton, you were never able to see Teresa and William together in Charlotte?
Let me see. Nope.
You never saw Teresa?
When we was together, that's when I seen William.
Okay.
When we was living together, when he was little, that's when I seen William. I seen William when I took him to school and signed him up to school. That was about the last time I saw him.
Okay. And you saw Teresa and William together, correct?
Yeah, we went together.
Okay. So you were fairly familiar with how she acted around William, correct?
No, I can't.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Hamilton, are you familiar with family court?
Yeah.
And you're familiar with, in family court, that one parent can file for custody, correct?
I'm assuming, I guess. I don't know. I've never been there.
And you never filed for custody of William?
No. Why would I have to?
No further questions, thank you.
Redirect? Very brief, Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton, we already stated that you were not available between October 14th, 1998 through March 2nd, 1999. Did you move to Taylorsville after those dates?
Yes.
And while you were in Taylorsville, at some point were you unemployed when you were in Taylorsville?
Yeah.
At some point while in Taylorsville or thereafter, did you obtain employment?
Yes.
So I want to speak with you in reference to the child support. When Teresa filed for child support at that time, were you employed or unemployed?
Unemployed.
At some point after the filings, did you obtain a job?
Yes.
And when you obtained that job, did they begin to take payments out of your paycheck?
Yes.
During the time, Mr. Hamilton, when you were not available, was your mother available to take care of William if necessary?
Yes.
Was your sister or anyone else in your family available to?
My baby mother would have took care of it.
So you had additional individuals that would have been there to take care of William while you were not available?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
Okay.
All right, you may need to be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. You may remain in the courtroom if you would like. Call your next witness.
Sheesh.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Gallup.
He's like, let me get the heck out of
Scheduling
Dodge.
matter, attorneys.
Who'd they say was next? Doctor something or other? I don't know if I heard who they said. Doctor something. Doctor something or other. Doctor Strange, maybe. Okay. Okay. This guy is a character. Okay. This guy is, he's a good one. You'll like his testimony. He looks like a character and a half, right? But he's an easy one to listen to. He's an easy one to listen to. Very interesting. Very interesting.
You can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give to the court shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please lower your hand. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Gerald, common spelling, Thomas, common spelling, Gowitt, Gowitt.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gallup.
Good afternoon, Ms. Otter.
Could you please tell the jury where it is that you're employed?
I'm the chief medical examiner at the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's office here in Decatur. It's right off of Kensington Road, just down from the MARTA station.
And how long have you been the chief medical examiner here in DeKalb County?
24 years.
And were you working with the same office prior to becoming the chief?
Yeah, I became chief in the year 2000, and I was the deputy chief from 1995 to 2000.
And during your time at the medical examiner's office, specifically back in 1998, 1999, what was your role?
I was deputy chief medical examiner.
Could you tell the jury about your educational background and training that allowed you to perform your tasks as a medical examiner with the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office?
Sure. How far back would you like to?
Let's start with medical school.
Sure. I received a Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. That was in 1982. And then I moved to Atlanta to study what is known as hospital-based or general pathology. That's a 4-year training program. It's called a residency. And I completed that residency at Emory, Grady, and the Atlanta Veterans Hospitals. Then I took a year of subspecialty or advanced training in the field of forensic pathology, also known as death investigation. I completed that year at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta, and I finished that in 1987. I then became the chief medical examiner for the counties of Gwinnett and Hall from 1987 to 1988. In the latter part of 1988, I returned to the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office as their deputy chief medical examiner, a position I held for the next 7 years, from 1995. During that 7-year time, my office in Fulton County also had a contract with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, and we assisted them with performance of autopsies. In 1995, I became the deputy chief medical examiner for DeKalb County, and then in the year 2000, I was appointed as the chief medical examiner here in DeKalb by the county commission, and that's the position I've held ever since. In my career, I've conducted approximately 14,000 autopsies. I've been involved in over 40,000 death investigations. And I've been qualified as an expert witness in the field of forensic medicine and forensic pathology approximately 750 times here in Georgia, as well as 21 other states. I had 25 scientific publications in the medical literature, most of them either dealing with general pathology or forensic pathology. I hold academic appointments at the Emory University School of Medicine, the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, the Medical College of Georgia, the Lincoln Memorial University of Osteopathic Medicine in Knoxville, and several other places. I am certified by the American Board of Pathology in the disciplines of anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. In fact, my entire office is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners and has been for the last 10 or 15 years.
In other words, this guy knows what he's doing.
My office now has pathology residents and medical students that rotate routinely. Every month, there's at least 1 or 2 medical students or residents there that come for the teaching from my facility. And I think that's maybe about it, Ms. Otter.
Is that all?
Could be more, but it's Friday afternoon and people are tired already.
Doctor, at this time, Your Honor, the state tenders Dr. Gallant as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any objection?
There you go.
All right. He will be allowed to testify as an expert in forensic pathology.
Dr. Gallant, could you please explain to the jury sort of the process of conducting an autopsy?
Well, sure. First, a death will be reported to my office. One of the 12 investigators that works in my office will take the death report. They may go to the scene of death, or they may just have the body brought in. The person has been transported to the hospital. But once the body arrives in my office, one of either me or one of the 6 other doctors that's employed there will conduct some type of an examination on the remains. And that examination might be something as simple as just looking at the body from the outside to make sure there isn't any trauma or evidence of foul play. Or it might be something somewhat more complicated, that the body is not only looked at from the outside, but then a surgical dissection of the body is performed, in which the organs of the head, neck, chest, abdomen, and pelvis, and possibly other areas, are removed. They're dissected. Internal evidence like blood or bullets might be collected. The organs are dissected once again, and the findings are reduced to writing. You know, our goal and our charge under the law, Georgia Code 451626, is to arrive at a cause of death. How did someone die? Did they get shot? Did they have a heart attack? These are all medical opinions. And then we also offer opinions with respect to the manner of death. That is, was this an accidental death, a homicidal death where someone took the life of another, a suicidal death where someone took their own life, a natural death, which is the vast majority of the deaths that we are involved in, and then sometimes an undetermined manner of death that we just didn't have enough information to make a ruling. Our findings are reduced to writing. It's called an autopsy report. I'll sign a death certificate, or one of my other physicians will sign a death certificate, giving their opinions with respect to the cause and manner of death, and then these documents are filed with the appropriate county, city, and state agencies.
Dr. Gallad, I want to take you back to February the 27th of 1999. Back on that date, did you perform an autopsy of a set of skeletal remains belonging to a child?
I did.
And did you memorialize your findings of that autopsy in a report?
Yes.
Was that autopsy also photographed?
Oh yeah, there are many photographs taken, standard part of the protocol.
Showing you Exhibit 58, do you recognize the exhibit?
Okay, just in case, let's put up a banner, just in case.
Is a copy of my autopsy report, dated May 18th, 1999.
And is it a true and correct copy of your report?
It is.
Your Honor, State tenders 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 58 submitted.
Showing you Exhibit 48 through 57, do you recognize the exhibits?
Yes, Counselor, 48 through 57 are various photographs taken during the time of the examination of the child. Skeletal remains, clothing.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those items as you observed them back on February the 27th of 1998?
They do.
Your Honor, State tenders Exhibit 48 through 57 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they'll all be admitted.
Permission to publish.
Sure.
We're looking at Exhibit 49. What is the purpose of this photograph?
Well, the purpose of any of the photographs is to memorialize or document what I see at the time of the examination. If there were future events that come about, such as the proceeding we're here today, or family conferences or meetings with law enforcement, you have to have a photographic documentation of what you saw at the time you examined the remains. So this is the first photograph, but that would be the purpose of all of the photographs that we showed today.
And this is how the remains arrived and the condition.
Yeah, this is
found
the
them in.
remains are laid out on a white sheet here, and what we're looking at is the lower half of the body. I know it's a little hard to see, but this is how he was clothed when we found him, at least the lower half.
And then Exhibit 50, what are we looking at?
Yeah, this is even moving farther down. This is his two lower legs from the knees down. You can see he had pants on and a pair of boots.
Exhibit 48.
This is a right-sided view of the child's skull and his lower jawbone, also known as the mandible. And again, this is all photographically documented. You know, sometimes you have to identify people from teeth or from old trauma to their head. So again, all of this is going to be clearly memorialized on digital imaging.
This is a previously admitted exhibit. What are we looking at here?
This is a face-on view of the child's skull. You can see there's a couple of teeth that are missing, and if you look at the cheekbones at the bottom of the eyes, the bones of the skull still have not fused. And you know, your skull is made of a series of bony plates that allow for growth. So there are parts of them that come together, margins that come together that don't completely fuse until you're 18, 20 years old, something like that. So that's what we're seeing here, that he doesn't have fusion of the upper jawbone to the cheekbone, and that he has some teeth that are also missing.
This is exhibit 45 for the record. Then previously admitted exhibit 46.
Yeah, lower jawbone with some teeth still in place, and then if you look more towards the front of the jaw, you'll see empty sockets. Now that generally means the teeth fell out after death. Usually if you have sockets, when the teeth first come out, there'll be another tooth behind it, or if it's been a while ago, the socket fills in with bone after.
And did the medical examiner's office investigators look for some of those teeth that had fallen out?
Yeah, they went back to the scene. I think they went back a couple of times, and they sifted the ground. And you know, when you first recover remains, the skeletal remains outside, yeah, you can pick up what you can and put it in a body bag, but it might be pieces, you know, body parts actually that fall off, and if they're small, you won't see them. And so we usually go back out with a screen, and we sift through the debris around where the body was found. We're looking for little tiny things, like little pieces at the end of your finger, or fingernails, or bones that are hard to detect if they're laying in soil or laying in other foliage.
And what are we looking at here in 51?
Yes, once we got all of the body parts to the child that we thought we were going to be able to retrieve, we laid them all out on one of our autopsy tables on a white sheet, and beginning on the right side of the photograph, in what I would call about the 3 o'clock position, if we look at this like a clock, there's the skull, there's his jawbone, there's his breastbone and the ribs that we could recover that were attached to it, his upper arms and his forearms, and then his pelvic bone is in the middle of the photograph in roughly about the 6 o'clock position. And then his thigh bones are the next thing that you see moving towards the 9 o'clock position. I think the thing that's important here is that from the top of his head all the way down to his knees, he's skeletonized. There's no organs, there's no real tissue attached to him. I mean, he's basically a skeleton. But below his knees, into his feet, he had tissue. There was muscle tissue and other tissues there as well. Yes, they were in a relatively advanced state of decomposition, but they probably got preserved because he had pants on and he had boots on, and so we did have something to. And here's the next photograph. In the 3 o'clock position, we're looking at his 2 thigh bones, and in the more the 9 o'clock position, we're looking at his 2 lower legs. So what we had here is, yes, a largely skeletonized body, but there was still something we could work with in the lower legs, let's say below the knees.
Was most of the skeleton recovered?
Yeah, the vast majority of it was recovered. And in most remains that are outside where they've had a chance to become skeletonized, it's not only challenging, it's almost impossible to recover every bone or every fingernail or every piece of the remains.
Were you able to make any determinations about the age of this?
Many people have looked at him with respect to age, and about the best that we could come up with, but he was somewhere between 5 and 7 years old.
Were you able to identify any evidence of trauma to the skeleton?
Yeah, on the right side of his face, what we call the cheekbone, there's a bone that kind of spans from the eye socket to the side of the cheek. That bone was broken.
I noticed that.
Y'all good in the chat? Y'all good? I like this doctor.
Let me try it again. Okay, I want to go back while you're to exhibit 45. You
I like him
indicated
'cause
there
he
was
seems a little
some
quirky,
evidence
but
of
he's
trauma.
also very matter of fact.
Yeah, well, Counselor, if you go back one more.
One more.
The side view, yeah.
Yes.
I know this isn't the best view, but right in this area, right where my cheek is here, the little arch that's formed, it's called the zygomatic arch, just a fancy medical term. I just call it the cheekbone. That was ruptured, that was fractured. And in this photograph, it would be just above where his teeth are, back teeth.
And are you able to say how that fracture occurred?
I cannot. There are numerous potential explanations, and I don't know what the right one would be.
Is it possible that that fracture could have occurred after death by carnivorous scavenging animals?
It is possible.
Is it possible that that damage could have been caused by a traumatic injury, such as a blow to the head or a car accident?
Sure, before that.
Is it possible that both could be
both.
at play? That the child could have had a traumatic injury from a blow to the head and then been left in the woods and also been disturbed by animal activity?
All the scenarios you present are potentially possible.
Do you have an opinion as to which it was?
I do not, because it could have been before death, at or about the time of death, or after death. So I don't think it would be scientifically accurate for me to offer an opinion. It'd be misleading, actually. So I don't have an opinion.
Let's go back to exhibit 51. Was there any evidence of pathology present?
Bony pathology, I'm assuming you're asking.
Yes, Dr. Gavin.
Yeah, no. Other than the fracture of the cheekbone, there was no other bony pathology.
Any evidence of malnutrition?
Not in the bones, anyway.
Did you do anything to try to obtain information utilizing the remains DNA?
I'm sorry, Counselor.
Did you send off any of the remains to try to obtain a DNA profile?
Yeah, we did immediately on this particular case. We wanted to get a DNA profile as soon as we could.
And what kind of information were you able to get back in 1999 about?
Yeah,
about
we are going back a ways, but we got a basic DNA panel on him. What was available at the time.
Could it tell you what the sex of the child was?
You know, Counselor, I don't really remember. I think not, but I don't remember.
Were you able to determine, based on all the information you had then, if the child was male or female?
I think because so many people looked at him, we felt that he was probably male, but we really didn't say that definitively. Pretty difficult to tell. You have this much decomposition.
Let's talk about the decomposition. Were you able to make a determination or estimate about how long these remains had been decomposing?
Many weeks to months, potentially even longer.
And when you say many weeks, like, what are we talking about?
Well, if you look at some studies that have been done in Georgia, where in the summer it's pretty hot, a body can become completely skeletonized in, let's say, South Georgia in the middle of July in about 3 weeks, if they're left outside. I would think it would be longer than that if it isn't in the middle of summer. This child is not dressed for the middle of summer. He's dressed for winter, or at least for colder weather anyway. So that's why I'm saying many weeks or even many months, because he's not dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. He's dressed as if it's like today outside.
And the remains were recovered in February.
In February, that's right. That's exactly right.
So just looking at the skeletal remains and the information you had available to you, were you able to determine a cause of death?
No, it was not. In fact, we ruled the manner or the cause of death is undetermined.
What happens when you have an undetermined cause of death? You indicated you are responsible for doing the death certificate.
You can still do one. You just indicate that the cause of death is undetermined.
What do you call an undetermined child set of remains?
Again, I'm not quite sure I follow the question.
So with an adult, you've got a John Doe. What do you call a child that you can't identify?
I don't know that we have any special designation.
You're not referred to as a child Doe?
You can, sure. Right, he was so well known in my office. We gave him a name.
What did you name?
We gave him a name of Dennis, so we wouldn't just refer to him as the kid that we don't know who he is. You know, my staff is a fairly empathetic staff to all deaths, but child deaths in particular. So we gave him the name of Dennis, so we would have something to refer to him by.
Did your office do anything to try to utilize the clothing or the boots to help identify this child?
Ms. Otter, I can't tell you how many hours were spent. The child was relatively well dressed. If you don't mind, let me just read this to you.
Well, what do you read? You can't read.
It's in evidence, Your Honor. Just like we would publish it over the screen while the witness tests, it's in evidence. It wouldn't go back with the jury.
I don't need to read it. I can remember what it said. He had on, a jacket, pants, and shoes that all had brand names in them. In fact, he had Timberlake boots on, which are not cheap boots, even in a kid. One of my investigators spent many hours tracking down the serial number of these boots and where they may have been shipped to and what stores might have gotten them. It didn't help us a whole lot, but we made the effort to try and see where the boots were purchased, as well as the other clothing too. It wasn't like he was just a skeleton out there with nothing else. I mean, he was a skeleton out there with clothes on that you'd expect to see in a well cared for child.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 55. Is that, if you'll look at the screen in front of you?
Yeah, I see it.
Is that the shirt that was recovered for the child?
It is.
And Exhibit 56, are those the pants that were recovered?
Those are the pants.
And Exhibit 57.
And those are the boots in question.
Did you do anything with the tissue, the leg tissue that was available?
Yeah, the muscle that was still present on the lower legs, we took a piece of it and we sent it to a reference toxicology lab.
And what were the results?
Yeah, the determination that was made by the toxicology labs that the muscle tissue contained a drug called acetaminophen. You might
The name
know
of the
this
boots or the name that his office gave him?
It also
Which one?
contained another drug called diphenhydramine, also commonly known as Benadryl. Both of these drugs are over-the-counter drugs. You can go to any drugstore and purchase them. They were over-the-counter then, they're over-the-counter now.
Would that be common in over-the-counter medicines such as Tylenol PM?
Yeah, a PM's just they could have something else in it.
If they were together?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yes.
Now, did the results of the toxicology screening allow you to determine when the drugs were administered?
Well, fairly recently, Counselor, I don't think they would have been there. Shortly before death, he was given these drugs.
Are you able to determine whether the child was given one dose or multiple doses?
I could not.
So you've evaluated the clothing, you've evaluated the skeletal remains, you've sent the tissue off that you can, you've reached out to anthropologists and other experts. Did you ever utilize the media or send out the information the office had?
We most certainly did. There was a reporter, forgive me if I don't remember the station that she worked with, but there were a lot of stories done on this child. Then there were anniversary stories done when we didn't have them identified after a certain period of time. The media took great interest in this case, and why wouldn't they? I've been doing this the better part of 40 years. I've never had a child that was skeletonized who went unidentified for 20 some odd years before. And I probably will never see one like this again. It is very uncommon.
And in those stories and the media coverage, did you ask for help?
Oh, we did.
Provide your number.
Yeah, I should have mentioned more. You asked me what else we did with clothing. We went to the school system and tried to see if any school kids had not showed up that had been there the year before, hoping that he had been enrolled in a school that might say, well, geez, this child was here last year and he didn't appear this year. So yeah, we did. When we run out of science, we try to do some other things, and the media was one of them.
Were tips coming in?
All the time.
And did any of them pan out?
Well, not until recently. I probably said for 20 years in my office, one day I'm going to be sitting at my desk and somebody's going to walk through the front door of our building and solve this whole thing for me. It was like, today is going to be the day, but today never really became the day. It was much more legwork and science work that got it done. But I always held out hope that a kid 5 to 7 years old, somebody knows him. Somebody knows who he is. And more than one person. And that one or more people will come forward one day and help us solve this mystery. I've said this to many people. As soon as this child is identified, I can probably retire. That did happen, but I did retire.
Did your office attempt to have clay reconstructions of what the child would look like, artistic renderings done?
When we first did, we asked a reconstruction artist. I forget exactly where he was from because it was a while ago, but it was in the Midwest someplace. He flew out to our office and he did a clay reconstruction of the child. That was published in the media. It was published on our site as well. And we've had pictures of this child up for years on our website.
I want to go back to the drugs that were found in Williams by these over-the-counter drugs. Acetaminophen, Tylenol. If it's administered incorrectly, can it be toxic?
Sure, any drug can.
What can happen if a person is exposed to toxic amounts of acetaminophen?
Yeah, let's just take toxic levels of drugs in general. There's certain common things that happen. First of all, you feel terrible. You're probably going to be nauseous. You're probably going to have some degree of vomiting. You're not going to want to eat. You're going to want to lay around because you're tired, you're lethargic, you're drowsy. And the main problem with too much acetaminophen and too much Tylenol is it's toxic to one organ out of proportion to the rest of the organs. It's toxic to the liver. So if you're given too much Tylenol over a certain period of time, and I don't know what that period of time is because it depends on how much you're given, you're going to develop liver problems. And when you develop liver problems, you're really going to feel sick. You may turn yellow. You may have itching. You may have a lot of nausea and vomiting at that point.
Is it possible that it could result in death?
Oh, sure. We see a number of Tylenol suicides. I have seen a number of Tylenol suicides where people deliberately took too much, got liver failure, and died from it.
Now, is liver failure a quick death?
No, it is not. You're not going to get toxic with respect to your liver from Tylenol overnight, unless you take some massive amount. It's going to be a gradual thing that occurs over a period of days.
Would a child going through liver failure suffer?
Sure, anybody would.
What about medical attention? You indicate it's not a quick death. If you got that child medical attention.
Assuming the child received medical care in a timely fashion, then there's a possibility that they could be salvaged. It all depends on how sick they are when they get medical attention. Where they get the medical attention would be important too. Basically, what would happen is you're giving what's called supportive care. We're going to get you through this. Hopefully, your damaged liver will regenerate, and that you can survive this. But that isn't always the case. My office has worked a number of deaths from Tylenol toxicity, in which people did make it to medical care but didn't survive.
What about diphenhydramine? If it is administered incorrectly, can it be toxic?
Sure, it's like any other drug. If you give too much, you have a lot of the same symptoms and signs that you do with the acetaminophen or with many other drugs. First thing, you're going to feel terrible. And that's going to be obvious to people that are taking care of you because you're going to be laying around. You're probably going to be nauseous. You may vomit. You're not going to be eating. And even to the untrained medical eye, you should be able to tell if the person's sick. And then what's going to happen, more so than even with Tylenol, Benadryl's an antihistamine, and it makes you drowsy. I mean, you read the package insert, if there is, read the bottom of the bottle, because it's over the counter. It'll tell you, be careful driving your car. Don't operate heavy equipment if you take this drug, because you're going to be drowsy.
Can you, is an overexposure to Benadryl going to be a quick death?
No quicker than the acetaminophen. You're going to have to build up a blood level to the point where you're getting more and more groggy, more and more lethargic. At toxic levels, it causes rhythm disturbances in the heart. It causes changes in the electrocardiogram. It depresses the respiration. It certainly suppresses your mentation, and you're going to die. Neither of these drugs are going to be, like cyanide. I take it, 20 minutes later, I'm gone. It just doesn't work that way.
Okay, so wake up, everybody. Everybody in the chat asleep. Wave your hands in the air if you're awake. Throw me an emoji in the chat. So he's saying that these are not quick, right? So her story is that he was sick and they went to sleep. She woke up the next morning and he was gone. So if what he's saying is true, then what she's saying can't be true, right? So were they in that cemetery graveyard for 2 or 3 days? I don't. Was he truly already dead when she walked off and left? I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking either he was sicker for longer or she turned around and walked off and left and him laying there still alive, but barely. Wow.
would a child going through or dying as a result of an overexposure to Benadryl suffer?
Absolutely.
What if you get that child medical attention? If you notice they're not feeling good and you get them to the hospital, can it be treated?
Yeah, oh, sure. It's not something that's immediately terminal.
Oh, Billy.
Again, it's like I answered before.
He was just laying on the ground.
It depends on how toxic you are, how much drug you got, and when you got treatment. Again, the treatment is basically something relatively simple. It's supportive care. They need to be put on a ventilator, you put them on a ventilator. If they need blood pressure medicine, you give it to them. You hope that you get them through this acute phase trauma, and that they'll be able to, rebound back or recuperate from the injury.
Now, how many or how often?
I know, Kel. I don't either, but that just smacked me right upside the head when he said that. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, she was there and said she woke up and he was not alive anymore. And so I'm just trying to think of a timeline. How long would it have taken him?
Then do you see cases of children dying from an overexposure to Tylenol and Benadryl?
When you say children, you want to give me an age to go by?
But under 12.
I don't think I've seen any. And I see a number of child drug deaths.
I know you can't say just based on the toxicology report by itself that whether or not in this specific case there was a lethal amount of these drugs. But if it was reported to you that prior to death a child with acetaminophen and diphenhydramine in their system was not wanting to talk, they're not wanting to get up, they're gagging, that they appeared to have something wrong with them, that they were lethargic and tired, could that be consistent with a child being exposed to a toxic amount?
I think he said that it was like naturally, like leaves had fallen on him over time, and twigs may have like fallen, but he said it didn't look like somebody tried to cover him up or nothing like that. Like limbs and twigs just naturally just kind of there, but not like on him.
Out of either of these drugs.
Yeah, all of the signs and symptoms that you just listed are consistent with either Tylenol or Benadryl toxicity.
In the course of your time with the medical examiner's office and conducting autopsies of children, do you ever see cases where children have died as a result of abuse and neglect?
I personally have seen about 200.
Do you ever see cases where children have died under unknown circumstances?
All the time. We used to call them SIDS deaths or crib deaths. They're now called sudden unexpected deaths in infancy. But usually kids less than 12 months old who, after a scene examination, a complete autopsy, including microscopic examination of tissues, complete toxicology studies, review of medical records, we just don't come up with a cause of death. We call it sudden unexpected death in infancy, but we've actually begun shifting away from that terminology to just say that the cause of death is undetermined. We just don't know.
And have you noticed a difference in how the family works with your office or communicates with your office when you're dealing with abuse and neglect cases versus a truly unknown death or unexpected death?
I have noticed a difference.
What have you noticed?
The immediate caretakers in a fatal child abuse case don't often contact our office for what happened to the child. They kind of know what happened. But in the sudden unexpected death in infancy, or some child that just collapses where there's no history of trauma or no trauma found at the autopsy, we're getting calls from the parents and the grandmother and the aunts and uncles all the time. So there is a distinct difference, and it isn't universal, but I'm more likely to get calls on sudden unexpected infant deaths, or the kid that collapses on the playground that had undiagnosed congenital heart disease, or the kid that was diabetic that nobody knew about it, than I am to get calls on the child that was fatally abused.
Is it fair to say that in cases that you've worked, that parents with unexpected deaths are dying to know what happened to their child?
Yeah, for lack of a better term, they're very anxious about what happened to their child.
Thank you, Dr. Rob.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gallett.
Hey, Mr. Bozark, good to see you again.
You as well.
It's obvious they know one another a little
I'd like
too
to
well.
start with the toxicology section of your findings, okay? All right. The sample that you sent off a sample for toxicology.
Yeah, it was a part of the calf muscle.
It was that skeletal muscle.
Yeah, we call it skeletal because you can move it on your own, in life. But the part that we sent would be called the calf muscle.
Okay.
Gastrocnemius, but calf.
It's called skeletal muscle because it moves your skeleton?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Now that was sent off to the National Medical Labs.
Yeah, National Medical Services. At the time, they were in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania. They're a reference lab, counselor, but we still use them today. I mean, we have an account with them. We send a lot of toxicology to them.
Why send it there and not the GBI?
You get a faster result.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with the GBI except that I'm not a patient man when it comes to working on cases. So I'd rather get my results back quicker than later. Particularly if I think both labs are equally qualified to do the test. Wouldn't you take the 3 week over the 4 month?
And in fact,
Most people would.
You received the results back here.
Yeah.
You got the results back
I
from
did.
National Medical. Now, how does National Medical send you the results? You say that it was positive for acetaminophen and diphenhydramine.
When you say send, today it's electronic. Back then it would have been.
Let me fix that. That's a poor question. How are the results listed on their report? Does it say positive for acetaminophen?
Well, it'll give you a quantitation.
Okay.
They'll say acetaminophen dash so many this is per so many of that's.
Like so many micrograms per nanoliter.
Yeah. I mean, the standard form for muscle would be so many either milligrams or micrograms per gram of tissue. It has a unit to it.
Sure.
So that when another toxicologist or somebody like me looks at it, it makes some kind of sense as to what volume we're dealing with.
Now that's dealing with the concentration of that drug in that muscle sample, right?
That's right. It's the same thing as if you had a blood sample, and let's take alcohol, because most people understand it. Well, it's 0.8 if you're going to be legally drunk with respect to driving a motor vehicle, but there's some units attached to that. It's 0.8 grams per 100 milliliters of blood. That's the standard nomenclature for reporting a blood alcohol.
Now this is not a blood concentration.
By no means is this blood.
Now, it's not just that one's muscle, one's blood. For a forensic level, that's very different, right?
If you're going to try and compare it to two of anything, can we keep it apples and apples and not apples and bananas?
That's what it would be like, comparing muscle to blood, right?
In my estimation, it would be. I rely a lot on blood levels for determining toxicology. I rely a lot on urine levels for determining toxicology. On all other tissues, and you can do this on almost anything, kidney, liver, brain, fat, muscle in this case. Yes, you'll be given a value, but be exceedingly careful of taking that value and trying to say, based on that value, this is what the blood level would have been. If we could do that, be pretty easy work.
But we can't do that, right?
We
can't
don't do that.
We don't do that. And you didn't do that.
You don't because it's misleading.
So that's why right now, in 2024, it's fair to say you can't say if these two drugs, acetaminophen and diphenhydramine, were a toxic level, a therapeutic level, or a trace level, correct?
Or a lethal level.
Right.
What you said is, let's use the terminology I like, subtherapeutic. It's too low to do much of any good. It's therapeutic. It's delivering the effects that we want without toxicity. It's toxic. It's delivering the effects that we want, but there's a lot of side effects that go with it. And then it's lethal. It's going to cause death in about half the people at that level.
Okay. Now on a sub-therapeutic dose, one of the ones we can't pick from out of those four options, would that typically cause any physical pain?
No.
What if it was to a child?
No, wouldn't matter.
What about a therapeutic level? Would that cause any physical pain?
No.
Even to a child?
No, I mean, that's why we have therapeutic levels. I want to make sure everybody understands this. When we say a therapeutic level, that's what your doctor wants you to have with whatever medicine you're on. He wants you to have a therapeutic level of XYZ medicine so that you're gaining the benefit of that medicine, but you're not feeling sick because of it. You're not feeling crummy because of it. So it's a balance. So therapeutic drug levels, that's great. If you can get the desired result without all of the other stuff that might come with it, that's where you want to be.
All right. Is there anything wrong as a doctor with a parent giving their child a therapeutic level of these drugs?
No.
Happens every day.
It's probably happening as we're sitting here talking.
Right. So, in summation of the toxicology, we can't say if this is subtherapeutic, therapeutic, toxic, or lethal, right?
All we can say is at the time of death, the child had Benadryl and Tylenol in his system. And that's about all we can say.
Okay. I'd like to talk about, you brought up some of the things on direct. I'd like to talk to you about a few possible causes of death here. Now, first, before we start that, the state asked you if there was any bony pathology noted. And one of those questions was malnutrition. Can you tell the jury how malnutrition would affect the skeleton?
Well, first of all, it would take a long time. I mean, you think about what an old disease called rickets. Kids didn't get enough vitamin D or enough calcium, and they developed bony disease because of that. You know, Counselor, I can't remember the last time I saw that. You know, in today's society, probably there's a lot of people that are malnourished, a lot of kids too. But to get to the point where you actually have bony disease from that, you have to go pretty far.
All right. So is it fair to say that the lack of any bony pathology or bony disease certainly doesn't rule out the fact that the child might not have been getting enough to eat?
That's correct.
And if you're not getting enough to eat, how would that feel for a child?
Not good. None of us like to be hungry.
Could it be more than hunger, more symptoms than hunger than you'd experience?
It could be. I haven't seen very many kids that were starved to death, but those that I did see weren't skeletonized.
Right. What about if a kid wasn't eating well enough? What if they were eating out of the garbage?
Is this over a long period of time?
Sure. Oh, let's say this.
Yeah.
We understand in this case there's no skeletal issue here for pathology.
Not in my estimation.
I want to talk about some other possible causes of death, and none of these would leave skeletal pathology, I imagine, but we'll ask about them. What is exposure?
Are we talking about environmental exposure?
As in a cause of death?
Oh, well, we see it frequently here, particularly this time of the year.
How does that happen?
You're outside in a cold environment for too long a period of time. And actually, the autopsy findings are relatively non-specific. There's a few things you might see, but they're not diagnostic for low body temperature or death due to exposure. If you talk on the other side, and the too hot, left out in the summer, oh, you might see a few more things at autopsy, but again, nothing really specific.
Would you see anything in an autopsy like this one?
Absolutely not.
Can you rule out exposure as a possible cause of death in this case?
I cannot.
What is sepsis?
It's an infection in your blood, usually from some source like pneumonia or an abscess.
Can you rule out sepsis as a cause of death in this case?
I cannot.
What about food poisoning? Can you rule out food poisoning?
I can't.
Would it be possible to get food poisoning from eating garbage from dumpsters out behind fast food restaurants?
I'm sure it would be.
Somebody with food poisoning, are they likely to experience vomiting?
They most certainly are likely to experience that.
Could that lead to fatigue?
I'm kind of
Sure.
wondering,
Feeling
like, is he
lethargic?
the state's
Sure.
witness
Not wanting
or
to
the
talk?
defense's
Sure.
witness?
What about pneumonia?
I
You
don't
mentioned that
know.
earlier as a possible lead-in to sepsis.
Yeah, if you have a pneumonia, it's not uncommon.
You know what I mean? This guy isn't like argumentative at all, and this witness isn't argumentative at all, and he's very much like, yeah.
I'm going to get a bloodstream infection from it and
Yeah.
become septic.
What would some symptoms be for pneumonia?
Cough, fever, shortness of breath, coughing up phlegm and sputum. Some people might have some chest pain, particularly when you take a deep breath. I mean, you have some symptom. I mean, most people with pneumonia, you have an idea that they have pneumonia.
Okay. What about a seizure disorder?
Prone to cause sudden death without much of an explanation. And I don't have a brain to examine, so if you're telling me that this child might have had a seizure disorder, could he have died from it? Sure.
Have you done autopsies on children who have passed away from seizure disorders?
Usually it's prolonged seizure activity, and it's more common in adults to die of a seizure disorder.
Would a parent see a seizure disorder coming if it's undiagnosed?
No. They'd see the seizure
Right.
if they were in the same room, but they wouldn't see this coming.
What about undiagnosed diabetes?
Happens all the time. We probably see half a dozen deaths a year from undiagnosed diabetes.
Would a parent see that coming?
I think they might because, again, it's like all the other things we talked about today. It doesn't just come on overnight. Your blood sugar is building up over a period of time in which you feel terrible, you are lethargic, you are drowsy, you're thirsty, you don't want to eat, you may be nauseous, you may have vomiting. But it would come on over days, maybe even more than days.
Could that be a possible cause of death in this case?
I can't rule it out.
What about undiagnosed congestive heart failure?
Again, I don't have a heart to examine. And I had, let's go one step farther. Not only do I have a heart to examine, I have any medical records either. So sometimes we'll have a person that comes in that's partially decomposed, but they have a long, extensive heart history that helps me a lot with how they died. I don't have either. I don't have a heart or a medical record.
What about congenital or cerebral abnormalities of the brain?
Same answer, Counselor.
Okay. You can't rule that out.
I can't.
Would a parent see something like that coming on?
Depends on how they present. May not, may. Okay. At least once a year we get a child in, and when I say child, this age, maybe even older, with undiagnosed congenital heart disease. And the first symptom of that is sudden death. So did anybody see that coming? No, they didn't.
What about electrolyte disturbances? Can you tell us about that?
Same answer.
Wouldn't see it coming?
No, not for the most part.
And you can't rule it out in this case?
No, I can't.
Almost done. Dehydration.
It would go right along with electrolyte imbalance.
Well, I just hope that the redirect has got some pretty strong bullet points before they let him off the stand. That's all I'm saying.
It depends on how you got dehydrated and how long it took you. Again, dehydration doesn't develop overnight either. It's usually a gradual process.
Any others you can think of come to mind that you
Well,
see?
we could sit here probably until closing time today.
We're not doing that.
My point
I mean,
is,
I can tell you a legion of traumatic deaths this kid could have
sure.
and other naturals that you have not brought up that are still there.
And, you know, my point here is we don't know how this child died.
You know, Mr. Boza, if I knew, I wouldn't be sitting here telling this jury that I don't know.
Yeah. And a lot of these natural causes that I brought up to you, they would often show some of the symptoms that the child was reportedly suffering before he passed away, correct?
Correct. Or they may be completely silent until they pass away.
Is it possible that he could have a couple of things going on at once? That he
Sure.
had a cold and then had a seizure disorder that we didn't know about?
How could we say?
Right. I'd like to talk a little bit about the zygomatic arch, okay?
Sure.
Now, you testified on direct. You cannot say if this happened antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem.
That's exactly my testimony.
Okay. Now, this scene that you've observed in photographs and all your work on this case, you do see signs of animal scavenging in this photograph, right? Right, in the photographs from the scene.
Sure. A piece is still missing.
Pieces of bone missing.
Yeah, right.
That potentially carnivores could have carried off.
I think it's more than potential. I think that's exactly what happened. Otherwise, remember, on my direct testimony, we said that we went back out to the scene with sifters and screens. And while you might miss some bone that big, you're not going to miss a rib. You're not going to miss teeth for the most part.
And in fact, the body and the skull were separated by at least 10 feet.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Telltale sign of animal scavenging, is that safe to say?
Somebody pulled on the head. And when I say somebody, some animal pulled on the head. And it was at a time when the body was probably already fairly decomposed and just pulled the head right off the spine.
Yeah. Can you have evidence of, or can you have trauma due to animal scavenging without observing pits, furrows, scoring, and scraping on the bones?
You can. If all that stuff is there, it's helpful. But if it's not there, it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Now, did you consult with any forensic anthropologists in this case?
Couple of them.
Okay. And in 2013, you sent the remains to the University of South Florida, right?
Correct.
Now, is this pretty commonplace for you in a case that's unidentified?
Yeah. Look, you can't expect my office to know everything about death investigations. So sometimes we have to ask for consults. I mean, it's done in the hospital all the time. You go in for one thing and your doctor wants to consult from a cardiologist because he thinks you might have a heart problem. Well, you got to remember now, in 2013, we're already 14 or 15 years into this case. And that means that we have done a lot of work, but we haven't got much to show for it. We certainly don't have an identification. We certainly don't have a cause of death or a manner of death. So, the better part of valor here that says if you had another person that would look at it, do it. Let them do it.
Okay.
Mr. Bozer, I can't tell you how many doctors that either worked in my office or rotated through as part of their education looked at this case. I'm probably the last one that's looked at it now because of what we're doing today. But I'll bet you 40 or 50 people, physicians, looked at this case before I came here today. And then other people who are not physicians, like anthropologists, looked at it as well. My investigative staff helped me with this. I have a staff member now that has a degree in anthropology, and she took one more look at it.
Okay. Now, in 2013, when you sent this off to South Florida, you sent the remains but you also sent the autopsy photos and the scene photos, correct?
Yeah, what would be common practice if you're gonna ask for a consult from somebody else, you send them what you have, you don't withhold information, so. We would have sent whatever we had, including photographs.
Now, they sent a report back to you, right?
Yes, they did.
And they attributed the postmortem damage to the nasals, mandible, right zygomatic arch, and I believe a finger. They attributed that to animal scavenging, correct?
They did.
All right. Very briefly on the question about time of death. Now that is it safe to say that that is very dependent on the weather?
It's dependent on the weather, it's dependent on how you're clothed, it's dependent on how you die to some degree. You know, you brought up the condition of sepsis. Well, when you're septic, you're infected.
I agree,
And
Kel.
so you're going to decompose more quickly if you're infected than if you're not. So yeah, it's very dependent. The time of death is something that there are volumes of books written about it. And it's kind of like at the end of the day, we don't know much more about it than we did before the volume was written. A child this decomposed, time of death. I think I was asked on direct, weeks to months, and maybe longer. I don't want to sound like a smart guy, but I often say about time of death and like this, when were they last known alive? When were they found? And they died sometime in between.
Right. I'd like to talk about a few other things you noticed in this case. I'm almost done here. You noticed in your autopsy that the child had short trimmed toenails, correct?
Correct.
And the teeth had no cavities in them, correct?
Also correct.
And we mentioned his boots on direct, but his boots were both double knotted, right?
Oh yeah, the laces were double knotted.
Has there been any changes, Dr. Gowett, in science since 1999 that would change the opinion you gave in that original autopsy?
If there is, I'm not aware of the changes.
Since your review in 1999, that body you observed then has been identified, right?
Correct.
Does that change anything about the science in this case?
No, it just gives us an identification. Makes us feel a little better that we know who he is, but it doesn't change all the rest of the stuff that I testified to.
And that it doesn't change anything about the medical evidence in this case, right? His
No.
identity.
Does not.
You do not currently have a cause of death by any medical science, correct?
I do not.
And in 1999, you did not declare this case a homicide.
I did not.
And in 2024, you do not declare this case a homicide.
I still don't.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. May you excuse?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Judge. Good to see you again.
Wow, no redirect. I figured they would have an extensive
Your
redirect.
Honor, straight call Dr. Jackson, Dr. George Jackson.
What? Say Dr. Jackson.
The jury may need to take a break.
Does the jury need to take a break? Yes? Okay, sure, all right. Go ahead and sit back to the
Dr.
jury room.
Jackson.
We'll take a quick one, someone else.
Well, you guys,
Next witness, Dr. George Jackson.
All right, bring him in.
so, you're gonna wanna, choke me, but it is 12:20. It is 20 minutes after midnight, and husband is ready for bed. So, and the bed is like right here. So, he's not gonna want to listen to me stream this. So why don't we pick this up and resume this tomorrow? Not sure what time yet. Probably be afternoon sometime. Because I don't think that there's much more to go before we're caught up. Yeah, there's literally like about an hour to catch up on. So we can do that tomorrow and then potentially talk about some of these other cases that we've been talking about, get caught up on those, like the Savannah Soto and Matthew Guerra. Talk about Gypsy Rose a little bit, maybe. Not sure, but it's only after 9 for Billy. I know. Yeah. It's a bad thing about East and West Coast. Kel's on the West Coast too, so it's only 9:21 for her. But it's 12:21 a.m. here. So, but anyway, thanks guys for hanging out with me all evening and night. I appreciate it. I'm glad we're almost caught up, and we'll resume with Dr. Jackson tomorrow. And I'll be sure to at least give you a 30-minute warning before I go live, so you'll see a notification pop up, hopefully. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love y'all. Bye.